The first demon lord's darkest demon domain has been taken? Even the first demon lord suffered such a huge loss. What should we do next? The capital lay dormant for hundreds of years, gathering so much intelligence, and now it's all gone to waste? The humans can actually achieve this. The morale of the demon race plummeted. Humph. Lin Chongyang. You humans can forget about being arrogant. I, Demon Maru, the vanguard general of the demon race, will lead my troops to crush you today. A tall, imposing demon general stepped forward, sneering as he spoke. Lin Chongyang paused slightly, raising an eyebrow. Mid-Sate realm? Mo1, have you always been this bold? Before the words had finished, his figure dissipated like a ghostly wind, vanishing before everyone's eyes. A powerful aura surged straight into the sky, and the blazing flames of the Golden Crow instantly swept across the entire human-demon battlefield. Not good. Demon Pill, dodge quickly. The first demon lord's expression changed drastically, shouting angrily. Immediately afterward, his right hand conjured a jet-black sword out of thin air, engraved with intricate demonic patterns. As the sword swung, the deafening roar of its strike echoed across the sky, the blade piercing through the clouds in an instant, aiming directly at the demon pill's location. How is this possible? The demon Marrow's face turned ashen, his eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that the strongest warrior of Xia Kingdom would be so domineering, brazenly breaking through the formation under the watchful eyes of the first demon lord and countless demon armies. Golden Crow's shield. Lin Chongyan's voice thundered through the air, erupting from nowhere, his powerful aura intimidating the entire scene. Every demon felt the oppressive force emanating from a top-tier warrior. In an instant, a blood-red Golden Crow shield materialized out of thin air, its power far surpassing the Golden Crow shield previously unleashed by Chu Xiaofan. The ancient divine beast Golden Crow seemed to come back to life, vividly perched upon it, flames roaring fiercely, bringing endless despair. A ghostly voice descended from the sky, instantly appearing before Mo1. Mo1 felt danger approaching suddenly, his pupils contracting sharply. He raised both hands high, surging demonic energy from his entire body, forming a massive black demonic shield. Dark demonic energy coiled around it, spreading an evil aura in all directions. This was the ultimate defense of Mo1, a mid-stage powerhouse of the demon clan's sacred realm. Oof, Mo1, is it? Today, I'll shatter you into dust. Lin Chongyan's lips curled into a devilish smile, his eyes full of disdain. A blood-red light suddenly swept across, illuminating the entire battlefield of humans and demons. Except for the Saint Realm powerhouses, all other demons tightly shut their eyes, not daring to look directly at the blinding brilliance. Whoosh! The light pierced through the air like a divine sword, instantly penetrating the body of the demon core. How is this possible? The demon orb widened his eyes, clutching his neck tightly with both hands. Black demonic blood gushed through his fingers, his life force rapidly fading. In an instant, he lost all vitality, and his head fell onto the blood-soaked battlefield. At the same time, the demonic energy sword conjured by the first demon lord collided violently with the Golden Crow shield swirling around Lin Chongyang. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed across the sky, and cracks suddenly appeared in the space, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. As one of the strongest among the demon race, the first demon lord possessed terrifying combat power. Lin Chongyang had to crush the demon vanguard, the demon orb, with overwhelming strength, which naturally weakened the power of the Golden Crow shield. The crimson Golden Crow shield emitted an unyielding wail, as the ancient divine beast Golden Crow mournfully turned to ashes. The Golden Crow shield was instantly pierced by the demonic aura sword, which then aimed directly at Lin Chongyang, who had just slain the demonic orb in midair. Lin Chongyang smiled faintly and conjured another Golden Crow shield to block in front of him. But in that fleeting moment, the demonic aura sword once again pierced through the Golden Crow shield, unstoppable like the legendary divine spear. Lin Chongyang knew there was no way to evade it. From the moment he decided to trade injury for victory, he had already prepared to withstand the first demon lord's strike head-on. After all, the first demon lord, his longtime nemesis, was no ordinary opponent. The demonic energy sword pierced through the Golden Crow shield without hesitation and penetrated Lin Chongyang's right leg. Demonic energy surged forward, but Lin Chongyang only furrowed his brows slightly. Whoosh! Put! In the next instant, the demonic energy sword completely pierced through his right leg, reducing the leg imbued with the ancient Golden Crow martial soul to dust. As expected of the first demon lord, such unparalleled offensive techniques are indeed awe-inspiring, but for now, such methods still can't defeat me. Lin Chongyang's lips curled into a faint smile, his face showing no trace of fear. At that moment, the ancient Golden Crow circling the sky let out an angry roar. The hottest flame on Blue Star swept down, enveloping Lin Chongyang entirely. But this time, the Golden Crow's fire did not bring destruction, instead, it flowed with a gentle and healing power. In an instant, Lin Chongyang's right leg was restored as if it had never been injured. This is the power of the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Astonishing vitality, unparalleled recovery ability. As long as the source of life remains intact, even if only a head is left, one can regenerate completely. In the face of the pinnacle of the sacred realm, death becomes almost impossible. Since ancient times, it has been said that once one breaks through the sacred realm and steps into that mythical realm, they can transcend life and death, exist with heaven and earth, and remain eternal. People of the Xia Kingdom, heed my command. Kill. A flash of fire appeared in Lin Chongyang's hand, and a blood-red spear took shape, entwined with flames, like a burning meteor streaking across the sky. Martial soul, golden crow, soul skill, blood-red spear. Boom! He suddenly hurled the blood-red spear at the first demon lord, flames surging like tidal waves to engulf the heavens. The sky seemed to be set ablaze, a magnificent and breathtaking spectacle that left one gasping for air. But at this moment, no one had the heart to admire this magnificent scene. All that remained in the hearts of the humans was a single thought: to completely crush the demons before them. The demon vanguard general, Mo1, was struck by sudden misfortune and fell before completing his mission, causing the morale of the demon forces to plummet instantly. This had a profound impact on the course of the battle. On ordinary days, Lin Chongyang always gave the impression of being unserious, even somewhat frail. But at this moment, he was the unshakable god of war of the entire human race, Martial Lin. This was glory forged through countless life and death battles. Even if it meant enduring the heavy blow of the first demon lord, Lin Chongyang was determined to personally slay the demon general. On the surface, his wounds seemed to have healed, but he knew deep down that the first demon lord's assault was no trivial matter. His vital essence had ultimately been damaged. Yet he could only endure the pain. At this moment, the morale of the human race was at its peak, and there could be no retreat. Morale on the battlefield was like a soul, determining the balance of victory and defeat. High morale makes the army unstoppable, like a tiger with wings. Low morale leads to a disorganized army, resulting in heavy casualties. Boom! The first demon lord waved both hands, demonic energy surging as a demonic spear whistled forth, clashing fiercely in midair with Lin Chongyang's blood-colored spear, erupting in a deafening roar. The aftermath of the explosion swept across the sky, smoke spreading and obscuring the sunlight. This terrifying clash caused the entire battlefield between heaven and earth to tremble. The strongest of the human race and demon race, with a casual strike, can stir the winds and clouds, overturning the universe. They are just one step away from the ultimate limit, almost capable of living as long as heaven and earth. Demon army, follow me into battle. For the great demon god, the demon clan will prevail. Yes, Lord Demon Master. Kill. The battle cries of the two clans thundered in the ears, and the mighty armies, like black tides and white waves, clashed and merged on the ground in an instant, with killing intent soaring to the heavens. Lin Chongyang, do you dare to face me at the pinnacle of the heavens? The first demon lord, wielding a spear surging with demonic energy, pointed it at Lin Chongyang in midair, his voice like thunder. Ha ha ha, just the so-called first demon lord, and you dare to boast? Today, watch how I, Lin Chongyang, slay the demon. Lin Chongyang threw his head back in laughter, his figure flickering as he transformed into a dazzling streak of blood-red light, shooting straight into the skies. As Lin Chongyang and the first demon lord soared into the sky, a pinnacle battle was about to unfold above the heavens, and numerous Saint Realm experts also ascended one after another to join this aerial confrontation. This was an unspoken rule between the two races: Saint Realm battles could only be fully unleashed in the high skies. Otherwise, if fought on the ground, both allies and enemies would suffer devastating impacts. On the earth below, a single strike from the Saint Realm was enough to turn the entire battlefield into a river of blood, leaving no one unscathed. The entire battlefield between the demon race and the human race instantly transformed into a living hell. On the vast land, countless human warriors and demon clan fighters are engaged in fierce combat. Although the humans are far less towering and formidable than the demons, they show no fear. Each one fights with their life, fearless and full of fervor. Since ancient times, the civilization of the Xia Kingdom has been passed down to this day, relying on endless resilience and unwavering unity. Even if there are occasional conflicts within the clan, in the face of danger, everyone will unhesitatingly fight side by side. Anyone who dares to invade the human race will pay with their life. Even if victory is unattainable, they will fiercely tear a piece of flesh from the enemy. Ha ha ha. The demons, this bunch of guys, all look tall and mighty, but it turns out they're just strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Looking at you like this, I even doubt how you reproduce. Could it be that you demons are actually descendants of us humans? We are your ancestors. Ha ha ha. Brother, what you said is too harsh. How could we humans have such ugly descendants? Even a dog couldn't give birth to something that looks like you. Hey, brother, now that you mention it, I really think you have a point. The more I look at these demons, the more they resemble a strange animal from our blue planet. What animal? Tell me quickly, I feel like I have some impression. I can't recall for now, but anyway, those demons look just like some kind of beast. Watch your words. Didn't your language teacher teach you? You should say they look like those beasts from the demon realm. Our blue star animals aren't that ugly. At least they don't shine black. Ha ha ha. These demon beasts are really like turtles selling watermelons, rolling away and crawling off. In this era, there are still many keyboard warriors who enjoy making intense remarks online. However, unlike in the past, now against the backdrop of the racial war, they are more like true heroes. They put down their keyboards and resolutely threw themselves into the war between humans and demons. Not only are they powerful soul masters, but they also possess unparalleled verbal skills. On the battlefield, the demons, who only know brute force, not only have to endure the punches and kicks of the humans but also suffer verbal crushing. They can only repeat a few phrases like ants and have no idea how to hurl satisfying insults. Human ants. Cease your arrogance. Human brat. You are too arrogant. Human ant. So stubborn. The demon army, furious and exasperated, erupted in unprecedented rage. But all they can say are just these few sentences. Hearing the demons repeat these words over and over, the human army couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. They're panicking. They're really panicking. Oh. Isn't this a case of a cornered dog jumping over the wall? Ha ha ha. Getting anxious means you're about to lose. Today, I, the invincible swordsman Shannon, will surely slay the endless demon clan and prove my path by vanquishing demons. Shannon, could it be that you are the legendary? Brother, have you heard my story? To be honest, I haven't heard your story, but your eyes are full of stories. Good brother, today I'll show you what it means for the sword of the great river to descend from the heavens. The human army grew increasingly excited as they spoke, with not a trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they were brimming with killing intent and anticipation. Their sole thought at this moment was to battle the demon clan for 300 rounds, invigorate the prestige of the Xia kingdom, and uphold the dignity of the human race. In an instant, countless human warriors charged at the demon clan like ferocious beasts. Their morale was so high that they surged forward like a tide of boiling blood, rushing toward the demon soldiers who had been scolded into a state of utter disgrace and had lost all their arrogance. Today's human warriors urgently need a fierce and exhilarating battle to unleash the flames of war in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield situation turned one-sided, human morale soared like a rainbow, while the demon race's morale collapsed. Coupled with the spiritual blows from the human keyboard warriors, the demon race's formation fell into chaos, becoming a disorganized mess, while the humans gained more ample preparation time. High above the sky, Lin Chongyang was fiercely battling the first demon lord. The two supreme powerhouses clashed with each strike like thunder colliding between heaven and earth. Lin Chongyang wielded a blood-red divine sword formed from the golden crow martial soul, his figure like a phantom as he engaged in an intense fight with the first demon lord above the sky. The first demon lord's demonic sword was equally as formidable as the divine sword of the ancient mythical beast, the golden crow. Two figures shuttled back and forth in the void, leaving only blood-red and pitch-black streaks clashing fiercely in the air. Each clash triggered a thunderous roar and resonance throughout heaven and earth. The sky changed abruptly, dark clouds churned, and amidst flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, the space above the horizon continuously fractured and fused, as if on the verge of collapse. The entire world trembled violently, as though it might overturn in the next moment, with the aura of destruction spreading in all directions. This was the duel of the pinnacle powerhouses of two realms. With a casual strike, they displayed the ultimate interpretation of the laws of the great Tao. Every gesture and movement was enough to shake the heavens and earth, to destroy the world. After an unknown duration of fierce battle, the man and the demon finally ceased their fight. First demon lord, after all these years, you're still stuck in the same place. Ha ha ha. Lin Chongyang laughed wildly. Even though he had been injured earlier, the first demon lord still couldn't suppress him. The two were evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. The first demon lord sneered, Lin Chongyang, stop pretending. How long can you hold out in your current state? At our level, everyone knows that taking one more step forward is the true legend. Ah, first demon lord, take a look below. Your demon army has already fallen into disarray. We of the Xia kingdom were well prepared, and your demon clan has become nothing but a joke. Lin Chongyang gestured for him to survey the battlefield. At a glance, the first demon lord was shocked. Without the command of their vanguard general, the demon clan was in utter chaos, like headless flies. Coupled with the verbal onslaught from the human experts, wave after wave of demons fell into traps, as if rushing forward to meet their deaths. The first demon lord's face darkened, filled with rage. It was all because Lin Chongyang had taken advantage of the situation and ambushed the vanguard general, leading to the demon clan's disorder. Such tactics were rare on the battlefield, and the shamelessness of the human race's strongest warrior was unbearable to him. Forget it, let's end it here for today. We'll fight again next time, first demon lord. Humans, retreat. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Chongyang's figure flickered and he dashed into the battlefield below. He knew his current condition. If he continued to fight head-on, not only would he fail to defeat the first demon lord, but he might also end up being held back. Yes, Marshal Lin. The human soldiers responded in unison, quickly forming ranks and retreating to the main camp. The battle between the powerful beings in the sacred realm of the sky gradually came to an end. The battlefield situation, which had been deadlocked for years, remained unchanged, as both sides were evenly matched in strength. Only on the ground did the demon faction suffer a devastating blow, falling into a one-sided defeat. All of this was the result of Lin Chongyang's unexpected and ingenious tactics. In an instant, the human army orderly returned to their original positions, while the demon faction suffered heavy losses. The The survivors, one by one, had flushed faces and trembling bodies, as if greatly agitated. Once all the sacred realm experts of the human race had gathered, Lin Chongyang's lips curled into a wickedly charming smile. Achoo! He suddenly sneezed toward the demon army, and scorching waves of flame burst forth from his nostrils. Not good. The first demon lord's expression changed drastically, and the surging demonic energy instantly condensed into a massive shield in front of the demon army. However, it was too late. The fiery waves engulfed 1/3 of the demon army, leaving the demonic energy shield to protect only the remaining portion. Lin Chongyang, you are utterly shameless. The first demon lord roared back in fury. He immediately mobilized demonic energy, intending to retaliate in kind, sweeping the terrifying demonic energy toward the human army. But Lin Chongyang was well prepared, and the human realm's powerful experts collectively unleashed their soul power, neutralizing the attack together. Haha, this is something we learned from your demon clan. Lin Chongyang couldn't help but smile smugly. Humans, retreat. Yes. Marshal Lin. The human army, with high morale, triumphantly returned to the camp. In this battle, the human race achieved a great victory. Not only did they slay the vanguard general of the demon race, but they also annihilated 1/3 of the elite demon forces, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy. Lin Chongyang, though unconventional and unorthodox in his methods, did it all to avenge his disciple. Such a clever tactic can only be used once. The demon race will never fall for it again. From now on, both sides will be more vigilant, guarding against ambushes, and no one will easily gain the upper hand. Kyoto, headquarters of the Martial Soul Department. The highest council of Kyoto's Soul Master community is in session, with nearly all the prominent figures of Kyoto in attendance. This meeting concerns the safety of Kyoto and its decisions could profoundly influence the trajectory of the entire Xia nation. As the core of national power, Kyoto gathers the largest number of Saint Realm Soul Masters. On the podium, Wu Ming, the minister of the Martial Soul Department, wore a grave expression, his gaze sharp as a blade. Recently, a demon clan spy has appeared in Kyoto, even daring to attempt an assassination on Chu Xiaofan, universally recognized as the #1 genius of the human race, in broad daylight. The impact of this incident is extremely vile. Wu Ming's deep and powerful voice echoed through the vast conference hall. Today, we must thoroughly investigate the matter of the demon clan spy. For the demon clan to have been able to remain hidden in the capital until now, there must be an extremely deep-seated plan behind it. I suspect that a traitor may have already infiltrated our human clan. Wu Ming said word by word, his tone carrying suppressed anger. As his words fell, the crowd below immediately erupted into discussions, their voices rising and falling. The demon clan dares to be so audacious, even acting recklessly in the capital. This is outright contempt for the dignity of our Xia nation. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Without an insider, how could the demon clan have infiltrated so deeply? Exactly. Fortunately, Chu Xiaofan from Wuhuan Academy has extraordinary talent, and senior Lin Chongyang was well prepared, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Xiaofan single-handedly defeated a peak silver-level demon clan member, truly admirable. Indeed, twin martial souls, and both are SSS level. Such talent is rare throughout history, even I feel ashamed in comparison. Old Ironhead, do you think you're worthy of being compared to Chu Xiaofan? Such talent is practically defying the heavens, a rarity in the history of humanity. However, speaking of which, the supreme treasure of the first demon lord, the darkest demon domain, is now in Chu Xiaofan's hands. Isn't it? This is an unparalleled divine artifact, and if deployed on the battlefield, it would surely display extraordinary power. That's right, the first demon lord has suffered a heavy loss this time, unexpectedly meeting defeat at the hands of a young man who has just begun to show his potential. Truly a rare occurrence. Minister Wu Ming, I suggest handing the darkest demon domain over to the frontline troops. This divine artifact would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the course of the battle. Exactly. Trapped within the darkest demon domain, the enemy would have no escape. This is truly a decisive weapon on the battlefield. Unknowingly, the focus of the meeting gradually shifted away from its original topic. Without having discussed specific countermeasures against the traitors in Kyoto and the spies of the demon clan, the attendees had already begun debating the ownership of the Dark Abyss domain. After all, everyone present was a Saint Realm Soul Master, the core of power in Xia Kingdom. Who wouldn't want to possess such a powerful treasure as the Dark Abyss domain? Minister Wu Ming stood on the stage, sighing silently in resignation. They spoke with lofty rhetoric, but in essence, wasn't it just that everyone wanted the Dark Abyss domain? While they might indeed take the treasure to the battlefield, who wouldn't be tempted by such a divine artifact? Wait a moment, stop arguing. Wu Ming interrupted everyone in a deep voice. The threat of the demon spies in Kyoto is imminent. We must resolve it quickly, or the consequences will be disastrous. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and 5 soul masters with unfathomable auras slowly entered the venue. Don't be in such a hurry to end it. I'm rather curious to hear who exactly is coveting the darkest demon domain. Sure, Woji said with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, speaking calmly. Behind him, the heads of the 4 great families of Xia Kingdom appeared. Such a lineup can be described as luxurious. 5 of the top 10 powerhouses of the Xia Nation have personally arrived at the scene. These top 10 powerhouses come from the 4 major martial soul academies, 1 from each, except for the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy, 1 from each of the 4 great families, and Wu Ming, the minister of the Martial Soul Department. Apart from Lin Chongyang, who firmly holds the position of the strongest, the rankings of the other 9 change every year. There has always been a saying among the people of Xia Nation, the 9 powerhouses may come and go, but Lin Chongyang is unshakable. Ha, the Dark Abyss is indeed a treasure, even old Wang couldn't resist it. Come on, Xian Yuan Kuai, I, Wang Kongming, am not as shameless as you. A treasure obtained by a junior through his own abilities naturally belongs to him. Don't you agree, Li Dideo? Why are you glaring at me? If it weren't for standing up for Xiaofan, I wouldn't have bothered to come. I, Li Dideo, act with integrity. When my blade is drawn, I am invincible. If you want to question someone, you should ask that old fox Sikongjin. Don't you dare try to smear me. Would I, Sikongjin, care about such things? With the power of thunder, I dispel darkness. No treasure can compare to the thrill of my thunder. Today, the heads of our 4 great families are all present. Who dares to covet Xiaofan's Dark Abyss domain again? You old geezers, you're so advanced in age, yet you still can't let go of a young man's treasure. Moreover, what was unexpected was that Xiaofan actually possesses twin SSS-level martial souls. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I feel. Lin Chongyang, that old fox, managed to seize the opportunity first. Such a genius should be protected immediately, yet here you are scheming and fighting among yourselves. Has your conscience been devoured by that guy Wang Kongming? Wang Kongming? The patriarchs of the 4 major families took turns speaking, openly expressing their disdain for those who had just been discussing, their words filled with sarcasm. The Saint Realm Soul Masters who had been engaged in heated discussion moments ago now looked embarrassed, their faces slightly flushed, appearing utterly ashamed. Even among the Saint Realm experts, there are different tiers. Lin Chongyang belongs to one tier, the 9 great experts belong to another, and the remaining Saint Realm experts form yet another tier. Wu Ming looked at the group's disheveled appearances and couldn't help but find it amusing. Just a moment ago, they were arguing heatedly, but now each of them had quieted down. Ha, you all came at the perfect time. For our Xia Nation to have an unparalleled genius like Chu Xiaofan is truly a blessing for the country and a fortune for humanity. Just now, everyone was merely joking around. It's all for the safety of humanity that we were competing to take the battlefield against the demon race. Wu Ming smiled as he tried to smooth things over for everyone. Yes, it's all just jokes. I think the Dark Abyss should naturally be handed over. No, it belongs to Little Fan, our young friend. Now that he has become the hope of the human race, the Dark Abyss in his hands can better preserve itself. Exactly. The Dark Abyss in his possession can be far more effective than in ours. The younger generation is truly impressive. Even without the Dark Abyss, this old body of mine can still dominate the battlefield. My wife often says my back is still strong, and my heroic spirit hasn't diminished from the old days. Ahem. Is it possible that your wife is just comforting you? Or perhaps, she might be, how should I put this? Humph. You all change faces faster than flipping pages. I think you are the real traitors of the family. Wang Kongming sneered sarcastically. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became emotionally charged. Wang Kongming, you're going too far. You can call us shameless, you can say we're abusing our seniority, but you absolutely cannot accuse us of being traitors. That's right. I've lived my life with a clear conscience, never done anything immoral, and I would never be a traitor. Wang Kongming, don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're powerful. Back then, I even lost my wife to someone else just to go to the battlefield. Watching the crowd's high spirits, Wang Kongming couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't take it seriously. We're all brothers here, I was just joking with you. Do you think I don't know what kind of people you are? That time when your wife was taken away, wasn't it me who told you about it? Wang Kongming smiled as he smoothed things over. He understood in his heart that these people would never betray him under any circumstances. They were all Saint Realm Soul Masters of the Xia Kingdom, who had fought bloody battles against the Demon Clan for years, forging an irreconcilable hatred and earning countless military honors. What he said earlier was merely a casual test to gauge their reactions. Alright, we are all fighting side by side for the sake of the human race, so there's no need to dwell on these trivial matters. The Dark Abyss originally belongs to Chu Xiaofan, and we need not argue further. His talent is evident to all, and he can truly be considered the hope for the future of humanity. We should fully protect him and entrust him with the heavy responsibility of ending this war. With Dual-SSS level martial souls, no one can predict the limits of his potential. Wu Ming spoke in a deep tone. The patriarchs of the 4 major families in Shiwoji stood nearby, quietly watching Wu Ming, nodding slightly one after another. This old fellow is truly insightful, understanding the importance of the bigger picture. Right now, with external threats looming, what the human race needs most is unity. Finally, we've welcomed such a peerless genius, and if he were to be assassinated right on our doorstep, that would truly be the biggest joke of all. Exactly. Minister Wu is absolutely right. I've thought the same for a long time. You're talking nonsense. Weren't you just eyeing the dark abyss not long ago? That was just a joke, testing the waters to see what you all were thinking. At the time, you were the one cheering me on the loudest, and the moment I tested you, you gave yourself away. You old rascal, don't even think about calling me your brother from now on. Humph. Actually, I noticed you were trying to get information out of me, so I deliberately played along to see what you're really up to. Fortunately, you passed the test this time. Alright, there's no need to argue anymore. I know you're all thinking of the human race and resisting the demon race, so there's no need to dwell on this. Watching this group of elders, who had lived for countless years, argue endlessly, Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. These old fellows aren't bad at heart, but their shamelessness is truly unmatched. If cultivation had a realm for shamelessness, they would have long reached the pinnacle, comparable to the legendary Divine Realm experts. The most urgent issue now is to quickly root out the traitor lurking in the capital, as well as any hidden demons. Wu Ming's eyes erupted with a sharp killing intent, his gaze like a blade, a cold glint flashing through. Human traitors must be eliminated. As for the demons, they shall have no place to rest in death. Such a tragedy must never be allowed to happen again. That's true, but Kyoto has such a large population. Where do we even start? We're not afraid of fighting battles and killing enemies, but investigating spies is truly a headache. Exactly, Kyoto is vast, and if we make too big a move, we'll likely be noticed. It's simply unrealistic to check everyone one by one. With so many people, who would let you inspect them individually? In my opinion, we might as well temporarily seal off Kyoto and subject everyone to energy fluctuation detection. Anyone who refuses to cooperate would be suspicious, and if someone tries to escape, there's a high chance they're from the demon clan. That's indeed a method, but this way we can only identify the demons. With such a large population in the capital, do you really think everyone will cooperate? Who dares not cooperate? My blade, Li Dedeo's blade, is not just for show. The head of the Li family, Li Dedeo, spoke boldly. Clan leader Li, your attitude might provoke public outrage. Who would dare to cooperate then? That's right. Old Li, how old are you already? Yet you're still so hot-tempered, with no demeanor of a great figure at all. Look at me, Xian Yuan Kuai, deep in thought, I must have already come up with a brilliant plan. Wang Kongming said discontentedly. Xian Yuan Kuai looked up at Wang Kongming, nodded solemnly. I think the knife isn't intimidating enough. Our Xian Yuan family's sword is far more convincing. Sword energy sweeping across 300 continents. When the Xian Yuan family's sword is drawn, who would dare disobey? Wang Kongming. Sword? Blade? You're all too weak. Only the unstoppable thunder of the Sikong family reigns supreme. The mighty thunder tears through the darkness. Sikongjin stepped forward with a resolute expression. Wang Kongming, being ranked alongside your families as the four great clans is downright embarrassing for my Wang family. Wu Ming. Sure Wuji. Ahem, let me say a few words. Finding the demons hidden in Kyoto, this method is indeed worth considering. Let's settle on it first, and if the public resents it, we'll think of a countermeasure. However, I believe everyone understands the threat posed by demons and should be willing to cooperate. And now, the most troublesome issue is actually how to root out the human traitor. There's no need for self-deception, there must be spies in Kyoto, otherwise, there's no way the demon race could infiltrate. The energy-based soul force detection array at the city gate of Kyoto should have made it impossible unless someone was secretly colluding, facilitating the demon's infiltration. Wu Ming's expression grew increasingly grave, his voice sinking. Despicable traitors, truly incomprehensible. Why would someone betray their own kin? Do they really think siding with the demon race will lead to a better future? Once the demon race takes control of Blue Star, will there still be a place for them? Could it be they were seduced by beauty? Seduce your mother? It's understandable for us humans to seduce demons, but if demons were to seduce humans, just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. With the way demons look, could you really go through with it? That's true. Thinking about it that way, I really can't comprehend why anyone would be willing to become a traitor to their own kind. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Sure Wuji slowly stepped forward, his voice low and resolute. Vice Dean Sure, please go ahead, Wu Ming responded, looking up. If we can use mental power to permeate the entire Kyoto and extract abnormal fragments related to the demon clan from the citizens' memories, we can definitely root out those hidden spies. There was a hint of hope in Sure Wuji's words. Wu Ming rested his chin on his right hand, pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head helplessly. This task is too difficult. First of all, no one here has the ability to single-handedly use their mental power to instantly cover all of Kyoto and screen for all abnormal memories. Secondly, this approach goes against humanitarian principles. If the citizens do not cooperate, forcibly invading their memories could harm ordinary people, or even cause them to lose their sanity. As the words fell, everyone's expressions turned grave, the challenge weighing heavily on everyone's mind. At present, neither of the two key conditions can be met, making it difficult to push this matter forward for the time being. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone without any warning. Leave this matter to me. His voice carried an irresistible confidence within its calm tone. A tall, black-robed middle-aged man walked in slowly. The ethereal voice seemed to directly strike the heart of everyone present. Nightmare. Nightmare? Why have you returned? Weren't you always guarding the battlefield between humans and demons with Senior Lin Chongyang? The newcomer slightly raised the corners of his lips and smiled faintly. Recently, the demons have laid low, not daring to act recklessly. In that case, I will handle this matter. These are the war images from the front lines, release them first. New updates from the front will soon arrive. I believe the citizens of Kyoto will be invigorated by this, and they will also approve of our plan. Nightmare gently waved his wrist, and majestic images of the battlefield between humans and demons immediately appeared in the air. Everyone present revealed comforting smiles on their faces. Nightmare, this pinnacle saint-level powerhouse, is true to his name. His martial spirit also goes by the name Nightmare and is an SS-level martial spirit. Although his combat strength has not made it into the top 10 strongest in Xia country, in terms of spiritual power, he is unmatched among the entire human race. No soul master's spiritual power can compare to his. This time, he has returned under Lin Chongyang's orders, specifically coming back to Kyoto to uncover the hidden spies and safeguard Chu Xiaofan's interests. As the meeting ended, a massive wave surged throughout Kyoto City. In the early morning, a voice as solemn as that of a deity echoed through the morning mist of Kyoto, as if divine decrees had descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire ancient city. Dear citizens of Kyoto, good morning. I am Nightmare, deputy officer of the demon battlefield from Shagwa. There is an urgent announcement, please remain calm. It is suspected that there are demon spies within the city of Kyoto. Energy detection devices have been set up in the central square. All citizens are requested to proceed to the detection point in an orderly manner. Anyone who refuses or resists detection will be regarded as an ally of the demons. At this critical juncture, demons run rampant, threatening human existence. Just yesterday, the esteemed warrior Lin Chongyang of Shagwa led fighters in a powerful strike against the demons. Relevant battle footage has been uploaded to the Kyoto News Forum. While frontline fighters continue to battle valiantly, stability in the rear is crucial. I earnestly ask everyone to fully cooperate, and on behalf of all the warriors on the front lines, I thank you all. The voice of Nightmare, the pinnacle Saint Realm expert, resounded like a great bell, filled with sincerity and passion, echoing through every street and alley of Kyoto. Citizens picked up their phones, opened the forums, and watched the battle videos released by Nightmare. Every corner of Kyoto was filled with excitement and exhilaration. My goodness! Senior Lin Chongyang is truly incredible. That golden crow of burning heaven is like a divine dragon descending, invincible in every way. To be honest, although Senior Lin Chongyang's methods are fierce, dealing with such villains from the demon clan justifies even the harshest measures. Honestly, ever since Xia Nation's top genius Chu Xiaofan was assassinated in Kyoto, I've suspected demon clan spies are lurking among us. I wish I could personally eliminate them, but alas, my strength is limited. By the way, old Wang, you've been mysteriously visiting my place a lot lately. You wouldn't happen to be a demon clan spy trying to convert me, would you? Convert you, my foot. I'm not a demon clan spy. You can call me a scoundrel, but don't smear me by saying I'm colluding with the demon clan. Then explain to me why you keep coming to my house, or I'll have to report you. If you don't believe me, ask your wife why I go to your house. Wife, old Wang keeps coming to our house every day. Is he trying to cozy up to you? Oh, honey, stop overthinking. Brother Wang comes to help fix the air conditioner, and sometimes he even plays cards with me. Oh, repairing the air conditioner and playing cards is fine. Wait, playing cards? No wonder the atmosphere at home has felt off lately. So, you two have something going on? To hell with this. Divorce. Lao Wang, you're even more outrageous than the demon clan. Hey. I admit I'm not a good guy, but you can't compare me to the demon clan. The center of Kyoto Square. Minister of the Martial Soul Department Wu Ming, Vice President of the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy Shi Woji, and Deputy Officer of the Human-Demon Battlefield Nightmare stood side by side in midair, overlooking the surging crowd in the square and exchanging a knowing smile. Speaking of which, except for a few bad apples, our Xia Nation remains extremely united. In just a short moment, the Martial Soul Department has received thousands of tip-off calls. Wu Ming remarked with emotion. And the results? How many did you catch? Shi Woji asked, with a hint of anticipation. All these accusations turned out to be wrong, not a single one was accurate. Instead, they uncovered several thieves, third-party individuals, and some eccentric people. Wu Ming sighed helplessly. No matter. The demon clan spies will never escape. If anyone attempts to flee Kyoto, they are undoubtedly from the demon clan. Those who don't flee are merely fish in a barrel. Nightmare smiled confidently. Suddenly, the energy detector at the center of the square erupted with a jet-black light. Demon clan. The three exchanged a glance and instantly vanished from the spot. In the center of the apparatus stood a brawny middle-aged man, engulfed entirely by surging black demonic energy, revealed without the slightest concealment. Damn it! Even Demon Lord's concealment elixir is useless, the demon clan member growled through gritted teeth, his face full of regret. Immediately after, a colossal pressure descended like a landslide or tsunami. His face turned crimson, his body trapped as though in a muddy mire, unable to move, as if plunged into an endless abyss. He knew that the human strongman had arrived. Whoosh! The body of this demon was instantly lifted by an invisible force, floating in the air. Nightmare, Shirwuji, and Wu Ming simultaneously appeared in the sky. Ha 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 ha. I, Mohei, would rather die unyielding. Don't dream of extracting a single word from me. Fellow demons, the suppressive potion has lost its effect, retreat immediately. When the demon god descends, Blue Star will surely perish, and the demon race will rise. The demon roared madly. In the next moment, the demonic energy within his body erupted like a volcano, shaking heaven and earth. Boom! A violent explosion resounded thunderously. He chose self-destruction. However, in the presence of three Peak Saint Realm Soul Masters, even the self-destruction of the King Realm demons is futile. The three exchanged glances, their expressions full of confusion. It seems that trying to extract information from these demon spies is now completely impossible. Wu Ming sighed helplessly. As soon as the words fell, an angry roar erupted on the playground. Someone's trying to escape. Brothers, catch him. This guy must be from the demon clan. Look at him, tall and strong, with dark skin. He's definitely from the demon clan. That's right, that's right. The person beside me is like that too. Dark, tall, and strong. Quick, catch him, he has to be from the demon clan. Brother, don't you think you're overthinking this? The guy next to you isn't from the demon clan. He's my childhood friend, his family has been coal miners for generations. He grew up inhaling too much coal gas and digging up too much coal, that's why his skin is so dark. Yeah, you can't just suspect someone because their skin is dark. Besides, it's not my fault I'm tall, right? Could it be that you're just too short? If the demon race wants to infiltrate Kyoto, their power must not be too high, otherwise, the intense demonic energy within them would be impossible to conceal and would have been exposed long ago. In this era of universal cultivation of martial souls, even if one's level is not high, they can still rely on sheer numbers to subdue powerful enemies. It is precisely because of this that demon race spies were quickly identified one by one. Nightmare, Wu Ming, and Shirwuji did not intervene, yet all the demon clan spies were captured by the enthusiastic citizens of Kyoto. The only regret is that all these demon clan spies chose to self-destruct, leaving no survivors. Although it is somewhat unfortunate, at least there are no longer any demon clan spies hidden in Kyoto. None of this would have been possible without the active cooperation and brave actions of the citizens of Kyoto. Next, we must root out those human traitors hidden among the crowd. Nightmare's eyes surged with murderous intent. Though the demonic race is hateful, human traitors are even more detestable. Those who betray their kind are utterly unforgivable. Thank you all for your full cooperation. The demonic spies in the capital have been completely eradicated. On behalf of the warriors on the front lines, I extend my sincere gratitude to each of you. The figure of the nightmare kept growing larger in the firmament, resembling a colossal giant standing in the skies. The entire capital was shaken, and everyone could clearly see his silhouette. Immediately following was an incredible scene. A formidable expert of the Saint Realm at its peak, Nightmare, unexpectedly bowed deeply before everyone, a full 90 degrees, his expression sincere without a hint of pretense. Oh my goodness. I have to tell my mom right away. The Saint Realm's peak expert, Senior Nightmare, actually bowed to us. Mom, my life is complete. Senior, we really can't accept this. You honor us too much. Perhaps, you'd be willing to kneel instead? What nonsense are you spouting? Normally, you're so lackadaisical, and now you dare talk nonsense? Do you believe your dad won't throw you into the river to feed the fish? I was just joking. Honestly, I really admire Nightmare Senior. Such a powerful existence, single-handedly making the demon race restless. Chu Xiaofan really hit the jackpot. The whole of Kyoto is helping him hunt down demonic spies. Honestly, such talent is simply off the charts. Not just twin martial souls, but both of them are SSS level. How is anyone else supposed to survive? That's right, if I were Senior Lin Xiaoyang, I would definitely treat him as a treasure too. Once he grows up, he could indeed overturn the entire demon clan. Yeah, even the Nightmare, the adjutant of the human-demon battlefield, personally came back to stand up for Chu Xiaofan. Senior Lin Xiaoyang even chose to take a direct hit from the first demon lord, just to make the demon clan suffer greatly. What a pity, my daughter is already married, otherwise, I'd really want her, this lump of cow dung, to bask in the glow of Chu Xiaofan, this blossom. The citizens of Kyoto were passionately discussing, with surprise and admiration intertwined, their words overflowing with praise for the frontline warriors and envy and awe for Chu Xiaofan. After bowing, Nightmare's expression suddenly darkened, murderous intent emerging on his face, his eyes sharp as cold blades piercing the sky. Those who are not of our kind must be eradicated. There is no room for luck in the war between humans and demons, and our human race has always been united as one. But now, traitors have appeared within our ranks. These people are even more hateful than the lurking demons. Without their collusion, how could the demon spies have infiltrated Kyoto? So, there's one more thing I need everyone's help with. Bastard. I never thought I'd seen it all with spies and traitors, but I never expected there'd be something like a race traitor. I can understand spies and traitors, But what's the connection between that last word and the previous ones? Either way, they're all scum. Someone like that must not be allowed to live in this world. Exactly. Who knows what benefits the demon race gave them? Do they really think the demon race would tolerate them? Well said. Senior, if there's anything you need, feel free to command us. We'll absolutely do our best to cooperate. If anyone refuses to cooperate, I'll be the first to chop them down. Me, Hu-Han-san. That's right. If anyone dares not cooperate, I'll chop down old Wang first and then turn myself in along with him. Old Wang, brothers, no need for this, right? It's just that I put a green hat on you. With the way your wife carried on, the green hats on your head could probably stack up several layers. What? Several layers? No wonder I feel top-heavy every day. Once I finish you all off, I'll head straight to the human-demon battlefield to serve my country. Don't be like that, let's go together. If we run into danger, I'll trade my life for yours. Good brother. The young woman stared at old Wang and her husband embracing each other, her face full of astonishment. The scene of catching the spy was truly full of twists and turns. One moment it was on the verge of violence, and the next they became good brothers. Does that mean the three of them can play a game of cards together now? A hint of joy appeared in the young woman's eyes. Nightmare listened to the lively discussions of the crowd below, feeling a bit helpless. While the cooperation of the citizens of Kyoto gave him comfort, the atmosphere always carried an unexpectedly strange vibe. Alright, thank you all once again. You just need to go about your lives as usual and go to bed early tonight. In the early hours, I will enter your dreams. As long as you don't resist. If someone resists, the consequences could be unpredictable. But rest assured, I will never reveal anything from your dreams. The nightmare said solemnly. As the words fell, the crowd in Kyoto erupted once more, cheers echoing from all directions. No problem, entering dreams is nothing, feel free. But, Nightmare Senior, my dreams are filled with rare beauty and charming figures of the world. I'm afraid once you enter, you might not want to leave. Ha 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 ha. This is nothing. In my dreams, who wouldn't know of my charm and charisma? I married 7 beautiful wives, switching one every day, and even 7 days aren't enough. Brother, your dream is too childish. In my dream, I became a divine realm expert, single-handedly annihilated the entire demon race, saved all living beings, and became a true hero of salvation. Brother, your ambition is indeed lofty, but mine might actually come true, whereas yours will probably remain a dream. Do you think you're Chu Xiaofan? Gradually, the atmosphere became lively, transitioning from initial banter to everyone excitedly sharing the adventures in their dreams. All kinds of bizarre and humorous dreams were described one after another, making everyone chuckle. Time quietly slipped away, and the night grew darker. Chu Xiaofan lay quietly on the bed, his brows slightly furrowed. If Senior Nightmare really enters my dream, will he see my system? He murmured softly, a trace of uneasiness in his heart. The negative emotion value reward system is simply too overwhelming. Just from these 2 rewards, Chu Xiaofan understood that if people found out, it would undoubtedly become a treasure in everyone's eyes. Human nature is unpredictable. Although Senior Nightmare is Master's lieutenant and even made a special trip back from the front lines, Chu Xiaofan has no prior acquaintance with him. The uncertainties of life make it essential for him to remain cautious. Forget it, since he was sent personally by Master, Master must trust him deeply. Chu Xiaofan's lips curved into a smile. His own master was indeed extraordinary. Back then, Master's fury left 1,000,000 corpses in its wake. His reputation was by no means exaggerated. Even if it meant risking his life, he stood up for me. Such a master is rare to find in this world. Sleep. Chu Xiaofan slowly closed his eyes. The entire city of Kyoto was also engulfed in deep nightfall. At this moment, escaping from Kyoto was no longer possible. The entire city was shrouded in the powerful mental force of the nightmare. Any slight movement would be noticed immediately, making it impossible to evade capture. Above the night sky of Kyoto, Shiwuji, Nightmare, and Wu Ming stood suspended at the pinnacle of the sky. Nightmare's eyes were tightly shut, his vast spiritual force, as boundless as the sea, enveloping the entire capital. Nightmare's spiritual force is simply unfathomable. I don't think there's anyone among the human race who can rival him, Wu Ming marveled sincerely. That's right, Nightmare's martial soul talent has driven his spiritual force to the ultimate level. Shiwuji nodded in agreement, praising him. Alright, everyone is asleep. A few people tried to escape, send someone to catch them. As for those trying to bluff their way through, leave them to me. My mental power is acknowledged as the best in the entire tribe. Nobody can stay awake under my nightmare. Nightmare opened his eyes, brimming with confidence as he spoke. Shiwuji and Wu Ming exchanged a smile and said lightly, "You really are confident, we respect that. Rest assured, catching the traitors is your job. As for those who want to escape, not even the King of Hell could get away." After a brief conversation with the two, Nightmare slowly closed his eyes. An immense, boundless mental force, vast as an ocean, instantly swept across the entire Kyoto and firmly enshrouded this ancient city. On the strength of spirit, even Lin Chongyang, acknowledged as the strongest, or the supreme demon lord of the demon race, cannot compare to Nightmare. This fact is universally understood, whether on Blue Star or in the demon realm. and has never been questioned by anyone. At the same time, Shi Wuji and Wu Ming were relentlessly making phone calls, dispatching personnel, and meticulously hunting down the human traitors who were attempting to escape. Under their rigorous control, any traitor seeking to flee had no place to hide. The remaining traitors were those who sought to blend in and escape during the chaos. Yet, both of their faces remained grim. Among those captured were several high-ranking officials who held key positions in the capital. Moonlight, as gentle as water, bathed the vast sky. Nightmare sat quietly in the void, patiently reviewing the memories of the citizens of the capital through dreamscapes. His overwhelming spiritual power allowed him to roam like a fish in the sea, instantly transforming into countless spiritual avatars that traversed the deepest recesses of everyone's minds. Your dad's sister's cousin's male cousin's aunt's sister's daughter's actually fallen for you? And you like her mom's aunt's sister's female cousin's daughter's figure, plus another woman's voice? This web of relationships is truly mind-boggling, a maze of emotions. TSK, you really live up to the title of being a true scumbag. Are you the infamous Lao Wang everyone's talking about today? TSK, no wonder you got betrayed. Such speed, if you can't even handle yourself as a man, can you blame others? Oh my. So you're that alluring married woman? Your husband's green hat must be piled up like a small mountain. Wait, no, let me take a closer look. My gosh, the sheer volume is shocking. Lao Wang? Your name truly suits you. You're not just into married women, but you don't spare older ladies either. Luckily, you once fought against the demonic clan on the battlefield, or I'd really want to arrange a tank in your dreams to let you experience it properly. My goodness, your dream is truly unique. Others dream of beautiful women or handsome men, but you actually dreamed of a gigantic maternal earth demon bear. I can't hold back, I must pair you with a male bear. This dream, however, has some depth. White pants, loose clothing, quite tasteful. I like it. A promising young person deserves a reward. I'll grant you the status of an idol. A dream truly worthy of admiration. I never expected you would dream of eradicating the entire demon clan. What grandeur. Your dream will surely come true. However, young one, don't always have such dreams. Occasionally, loosen up. Here's a reward, a fair-skinned beauty with a graceful figure for you. Time flowed slowly. Everyone thought that a peak Holy Realm powerhouse would have their own moral bottom line and that invading dreams was only a last resort to root out a traitor. They swore, I trust that senior nightmare would never violate our privacy. Unbeknownst to others, the first thing the nightmare awakening martial soul did was to sneak into the dreams of a neighboring widow. Peering into others' dreams and probing their privacy, he relished every moment of it. Soon, the dreams of all the citizens in the entirety of Kyoto had been discreetly inspected by him, even uncovering a few human traitors. However, those were merely insignificant figures, incapable of causing much disruption. Now, only one last upscale villa area remained, the very luxury mansion that Chu Xiaofan had once purchased at great expense. Chu Xiaofan, the disciple of Senior Lin Chongyang, resides here too, doesn't he? Later, I must take a close look at his dreams, figure out what kind of woman he likes, and give him a proper reward. Young people, after all, need some diversion. In Chu Xiaofan's dream. Why hasn't it come yet? Chu Xiaofan murmured to himself in his sea of consciousness, with a hint of puzzlement on his face. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly echoed. Why can't I get in? This sudden sound was precisely Senior Nightmare. Chu Xiaofan immediately opened his spiritual sea of consciousness and welcomed Nightmare inside. In an instant, Nightmare looked aghast, his eyes wide open like saucers. How can you control your own dreams? Chu Xiaofan was slightly stunned. I don't know. I've always been like this. Let's talk later, let me take a moment. Nightmare supported his forehead with his hand, his face full of a sense of life-doubting uncertainty. No one had ever been able to stay awake under his nightmare martial soul, let alone resist his dream manipulation. This situation made him feel incredibly strange. Immediately, Nightmare hurriedly used his mental power to scan the surroundings, and a sharp pain quickly swept through his mind. The intense pain coming from his brain almost made him cry out loud, but to maintain his dignity as a senior, he merely suppressed it with a muffled hum. Senior, are you okay? Chu Xiaofan asked with concern. It's nothing, just suddenly felt a bit, couldn't help but make a sound, that's all. Chu Xiaofan? There's such a situation? Since you're here, Senior, would you like to check my memory? I can release my mental defenses for you to have a closer look, Chu Xiaofan cautiously suggested. After all, since it involved a human traitor, he felt the safest approach was to let Nightmare investigate. However, what surprised him was that he could completely control his mental sea of consciousness and memory, with the system's secrets flawlessly concealed. No need. Actually, I've already checked, and you don't have any issues. Nightmare said solemnly. Senior, are you really sure? Chu Xiaofan asked seriously, though obviously, he hadn't even taken a look. Got it. Really sure? Confirm. Really sure? Enough. I admit it, I can't enter your mental sea at all. What kind of monster are you? I, Nightmare, pride myself on being invincible in spiritual power, and yet I can't do anything against you, a mere early-stage Bronze Realm brat? Nightmare's mindset was on the verge of collapse. Once brimming with confidence, it now felt utterly defeated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Nightmare's negative emotional value plus 19. Senior, don't be hasty. Why not take another look for peace of mind? Chu Xiaofan said calmly. After speaking, he voluntarily lifted part of the mental blockade. Nightmare reluctantly began scanning Chu Xiaofan's memories, but all it saw was the part Chu Xiaofan intentionally allowed it to perceive, while the system's secrets remained undetected. Let me ask you a question, kid. Do you like men? Nightmare suddenly spoke. What? Such a beautiful flight attendant and you're completely indifferent. It's not just being useless, is there something wrong with you? Senior, I'm just pure-hearted. If there isn't a girl who moves me, I absolutely won't act impulsively, Chu Xiaofan replied solemnly. Alright, I'm leaving then. After speaking, the Nightmare directly exited Chu Xiaofan's dream. Frustrated, he refused to stay any longer and turned to enter Lu Difu's dream. In the dream, he saw Lu Difu holding a fragrant pig and doing some strange actions. TSK, you really are something. But this pig is too small, let me exchange it for a bigger one. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Difu's excited and passionate shout echoed throughout the entire dreamscape. Whoosh! The Nightmare suddenly opened its eyes, having completely scanned the dreamscape of Kyoto. Deep within its eyes, intense anticipation and cold-killing intent burst forth. We have two major gains. First, Chu Xiaofan might be even more extraordinary than we anticipated, he very likely possesses a legendary special constitution. Second, we finally caught a big fish and uncovered the mastermind. What kind of physique? Sure Wuji and Wu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, staring incredulously at Nightmare, who was still trapped in shock. The legendary divine physique. Nightmare suppressed the storm in his heart and quietly revealed this astonishing answer. My god! Divine physique? Is this for real? He's actually a divine physique. He didn't encounter any bottlenecks when breaking through the realms earlier. Sure Wuji couldn't contain his emotions and burst out with expletives. Divine body? Communion body? Are you two joking with this old man? Wu Ming gaped, full of skepticism as he pressed further. Absolutely true. If I'm lying, Lin Chongyang can bark like a dog. He faced no bottleneck during his breakthrough. Sure Wuji spoke with a serious expression, every word firm and resonant. That's right. His dreamscape is completely impenetrable, and his spiritual sea is entirely under his control. There's no doubt, it's the legendary communion body. Nightmare nodded solemnly in agreement. The three exchanged silent glances, feeling as though the reality before them was surreal. As their eyes met, all three pairs of eyes widened like copper bells. Dual-SSS level martial souls, the legendary divine body, the body of transcendence, where can such potential lead in the future? Sure Wuji exclaimed, freak. Nightmare murmured softly, monster. Wu Ming struggled for a long time before finally blurting out, beast. Sure Wuji and Nightmare looked at Wu Ming in confusion. How could you insult our adorable classmate Chu Xiaofan? Wu Ming's face turned bright red as he awkwardly defended himself. You guys already said everything. I honestly couldn't think of any other words. Forget it, luckily Lin Chongyang isn't here, otherwise, he'd definitely beat you up. This monumental good news should make him happy. Sure Wuji excitedly picked up the big mobile phone and dialed a number. Hey, old Lin, let me tell you some great news. Your disciple possesses the legendary divine connection body plus the god body. You can secretly rejoice, eat more tonics, and don't die too early from kidney failure. Wait and see him reach the pinnacle of legend. What? Really? My disciple is that extraordinary? Even better than me, the master? This calls for a celebration. Someone, assemble the entire army. Let's hit the demon clan hard. Boom 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 boom. Lin Chongyang. Deafening explosions and the furious roars of the demon clan came through the phone, prompting Sure Wuji to quickly hang up, it was simply too loud. In this situation, Lin Chongyang's emotions had reached their peak, those demons were probably in big trouble. Wu Ming, you know what you need to do now, right? Sure Wuji looked at Wu Ming meaningfully. Wu Ming, the minister of the Martial Spirit Department, smiled helplessly. Alright. Starting next year, the budget for Kyoto Martial Spirit Academy will increase by 10%. You better train him well, perhaps he'll truly break through that legendary limit. Only 10%? Can't it be a bit more? Sure Wuji scoffed disdainfully. Still want more? How about I just give you a beating? The situation is getting more and more intense, and the consumption on various battlefronts is too great. Half off? Isn't that perfect? Sure Wuji misunderstood, excitedly chiming in. He meant breaking your bones, Nightmare casually reminded. How about I help you break your bones right now? Have you forgotten old Lin's temper? Sure Wuji stared at Wu Ming with a semi-threatening look. Wu Ming wanted to speak but stopped midway, only able to sigh silently. I didn't expect us to encounter such a big fish, Nightmare's eyes dimmed, with a trace of sorrow surfacing deep within. Sure Wuji and Wu Ming exchanged a glance, a trace of unease rising in their hearts. In Kyoto, the most upscale villa district. In the home of Xiang Wu, deputy minister of the Department of Martial Souls. Xiang Wu, this holy realm soul master, had fought for the human race his entire life. In the most crucial battle, he paid the price of forever halting his own cultivation level to save tens of thousands of soul masters. All his years had been consumed in bloody battles against the demonic tribe, without a trace of selfishness. It was only when the Xia kingdom's rear urgently needed a highly respected figure to oversee affairs that he agreed to step back from the front lines, otherwise, he would undoubtedly have died on the battlefield. Dad, listen to me, humanity simply cannot withstand this. The demon god is about to awaken, and when that happens, there will be no path of survival for the entire human race. Our only chance is to join forces with the demonic tribe. In the villa's grand hall, a young man dressed in luxurious attire, exuding heroism between his brows, was earnestly trying to persuade others. He was none other than Xiang Wu's son, Xiang Yu, an S-level soul, extraordinarily talented, once hailed as one of the 10 most outstanding prodigies in Xia country. Born into a distinguished family, gifted with extraordinary abilities, and exceptionally diligent. Who would have thought that he would choose to betray the human race and secretly aid the demon race? Sigh, it's all because I failed to teach my son properly. I have brought shame to the ancestors of the human race. The only mistake I, Xiang Wu, have ever made in my life was this. The elderly Xiang Wu knelt in the spacious hall, his voice filled with grief and regret. Father, stop thinking about the human race. The human race is doomed to perish. Join me in siding with the demon race. As long as we disclose all the secrets of the human race, someone will definitely help us escape from here. The demon race's demon god is about to awaken, and by then, the entire human race will be crushed, with no force capable of resisting. That is the legendary deity, no one can stand against them. Xiang Yu's tone was urgent as he persistently tried to persuade his father. Since colluding with the demon tribe, Xiang Yu has already witnessed their trump cards and terror. And the current war is nothing but an illusion. It's all a mirage. The human race has absolutely no chance of victory. Beast. We humans would rather die standing than live kneeling. The enmity between the human race and the demon tribe is irreconcilable. How could you choose to betray your country and join the enemy? You unfilial son. Xiang Wu was furious, his face flushed red, his entire body surging with energy, clearly enraged to the extreme. I have failed the ancestors of the human race. Xiang Wu's aura surged increasingly, like a mountain flood breaking free, utterly unstoppable. At this moment, Xiang Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, an unprecedented terror appearing in his eyes. Boom! Xiang Wu's right hand swept out, and the overwhelming soul force instantly engulfed Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu's days gradually turned vacant. Even at the very end of his life, he never anticipated that the one to end his life would be his own father. The next second, Shi Wuji, Nightmare, and Wu Ming suddenly appeared in the hall. The three looked at the corpse on the ground, a helpless bitter smile appearing on their faces. The most heartbreaking thing in the world is this, your own child actually siding with the enemy you hate the most. They all understood that a spy of the demon clan had no chance of survival. Rather than letting outsiders take action, it was better to end it personally. Xiang Wu turned around to look at the three people, his eyes full of pain, and slowly closed his eyes. I, Xiang Wu, have lived an upright and honest life, never once asking anyone for anything. But this time, I earnestly implore you to agree to one request. Will you? Xiang Wu's voice carried the weight and sincerity of his twilight years, making it impossible to refuse. Senior Xiang, please go ahead. The three had eyes full of respect, and their voices carried sincerity. I ask only one thing, that you do not reveal to the public that my son was a demonic clan spy. All I wish for is to give him a dignified funeral, so that his death is not too disgraceful. As for me, these old bones are no longer suitable for staying at the rear. Let me personally head to the front lines and, in my final days, slay a few more members of the demonic clan and contribute one last effort to the human clan. Xiang Wu chuckled bitterly, his tone self-deprecating. Okay. Wu Ming nodded solemnly, his expression grave. From a young age, Senior Xiang Wu had always been a figure he deeply admired. He was a legendary soul master of an earlier generation than Lin Chongyang. If it weren't for Senior Xiang Wu holding back the demons alone on the battlefield to ensure the retreat of the human army, he wouldn't have fallen into his current state. With his talent, though not comparable to Lin Chongyang, he could have reached the peak of the sacred realm. His aura wouldn't have weakened to this extent, nor would he have been confined to guarding the rear. Shi Wuji and Nightmare both had heavy expressions, their hearts filled with sighs. Nightmare never expected that the demon spy would turn out to be his own son. Fighting for the human race all his life, shedding blood on the front lines, only to end up having to personally take his son's life, this cruelty was truly unbearable. But no matter what, Xiang Yu could not be allowed to live. If he were allowed to live, it would be a disservice to the valiant warriors who sacrificed themselves, to the Xia kingdom, and to all of humanity. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Xiang Wu expresses his gratitude to you all. Since that's the case, I shall not linger any longer. Starting today, I will head straight to the battlefield between humans and demons. I only hope that one day, I can personally witness the zenith of humanity. Xiang Wu let out a hearty laugh, and his aura surged once more. Shi Wuji and the other two were momentarily stunned. In that instant, it was as though they saw the invincible god of war, Xiang Wu, as he had been on the battlefield years ago. Ha, the heroic spirit of galloping across the battlefield in my youth is more precious than gold. I never thought I, Xiang Wu, would have the chance to fight alongside warriors from the Xia kingdom. Now I have no more regrets. My son's mistakes will be atoned for by me, his father. By the way, there's one thing you need to pay extra attention to. He kept mentioning the demon god, claiming the demon god is about to awaken, and even spoke of the true deities. You must be extremely cautious. Sure, Wuji and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes instantly tightening with a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Understood, senior. Rest assured, the demon race will be eradicated. The human race will surely prosper. Wu Ming solemnly promised. Good. With young successors like you, I can rest easy. Luckily, that genius with the twin SSS level martial soul didn't encounter any misfortune, otherwise, I would have become an eternal sinner of the human race. By the way, is he around now? Could you invite him over so these old bones of mine can still contribute? Xiang Wu said with a smile. Senior, I will bring him here immediately, Wu Ming agreed. Senior Xiang Wu, respected by all. The next moment, Wu Ming waved his right hand lightly, and the sleeping Chu Xiaofan suddenly appeared before the four of them. Awkwardly, Chu Xiaofan had the habit of sleeping naked. Suddenly summoned, he woke abruptly, his expression filled with shock. Who did this? Which bastard? Chu Xiaofan roared, his face full of displeasure. So close, just a little bit more, and I would have fulfilled my dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining negative emotion points plus 999 from Wu Ming. Oh my god, the Minister of Martial Spirits. Wu Ji and Nightmare suppressed their laughter. The Wheel of Fate turns. Earlier Wu Ming was cursing Chu Xiaofan behind his back, calling him a beast, and now he was being counterattacked. Ahem! Wu Ming cleared his throat lightly. The space ring on his hand flashed faintly, and in an instant, a set of luxurious clothing draped over Chu Xiaofan. You punk, you're young, but you have quite the mouth on you. You're not bad, though. Even your manly assets are on par with mine, Wu Ming said seriously. Senior, are you sure? From the way you look, I'm afraid you can't match my vigor. Chu Xiaofan looked at Wu Ming with suspicion. Put. Sure, Wuji and Nightmare couldn't help but burst into laughter, and even the serious Xiang Wu almost laughed out loud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining negative emotion points from Wu Ming plus 599. A trace of joy flashed in Chu Xiaofan's eyes. This minister was truly amazing, such a large amount of negative emotion points, added to the previous ones, and he was about to break 5,000 soon. However, in Wu Ming's eyes, no matter how he looked at it, that smile seemed to be mocking his incompetence. Kid, back when I was suave and charming, you were just a little tadpole. Wu Ming scoffed. Heh, keep bragging. After spending a night together, didn't that girlfriend of yours from the West call you useless and break up the next day? Sure, Wuji mocked mercilessly. Haha, Minister Wu Ming truly has an exquisite taste. Trying to handle something you're not equipped for. Are Western women really someone you can handle? Nightmare said seriously. Wu Ming's face turned bright red, yet he was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to retort. Stop arguing, everyone, and let Senior Xiang Wu speak about the important matter. Wu Ming quickly composed himself and spoke solemnly. Chu Xiaofan also put away his smile and glanced around. The sight of the corpses scattered haphazardly across the ground and the weathered face of the old man before him tightened his heart. Xiang Wu, the deputy minister of the Martial Soul Division, was an elder who had fought for the human race throughout his life. His heroic end was both admirable and deeply sorrowful. He was a true national hero. Chu Xiaofan recognized the bodies on the ground. After briefly reflecting on everything that had transpired tonight, he could roughly piece it together. He couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness in his heart. All of this was undeniably a cruel blow to an elderly man. Ha ha ha. This must be young friend Chu Xiaofan, right? Truly young and promising, with an impressive demeanor and quite amusing. Ha ha, come over here. Xiang Wu bore a kindly smile, his voice filled with the warmth of an elder. Seeing the old man's gentle smile, Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but walk forward. In his eyes, the elder's smile was pure and flawless, resembling the gratification and hope a respected senior would have for the younger generations, leaving no room for doubt in his heart. Seeing Chu Xiaofan trust him so much, Xiang Wu's gaze revealed a hint of a gratified smile. Immediately afterward, Xiang Wu slowly placed his hands on top of Chu Xiaofan's head. An overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from Xiang Wu's body. Chu Xiaofan, Wuji, Nightmare, and Wu Ming all tightened their expressions, their eyes flashing with astonishment and vigilance. Wuji and the other two were just about to rush forward, but were stopped by a single glance from Chu Xiaofan and had to halt in place. Xiang Wu smiled faintly and nodded, the powerful energy slowly flowing into Chu Xiaofan's brain through his hands. At the same time, the aura emanating from Chu Xiaofan grew increasingly powerful, while Xiang Wu's own life force gradually began to fade. Could this be the legendary? Wuji and the other two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Origin sacrifice. The three exchanged looks, and almost simultaneously uttered a low exclamation, their tone full of disbelief. Origin sacrifice. That is a forbidden technique that only soul masters of the Saint Realm can control. Although not as direct as an epiphany, its significance far surpasses that of an epiphany. but its cost is utterly devastating. The practitioner must sacrifice their own life essence. Whether they are newly ascended to the saint realm or a peak-level powerhouse, after the sacrifice, they will only have 7 days of lifespan remaining. And the recipient, Chu Xiaofan at this moment, will inherit the lifetime insights into cultivation, understanding of realms, and perception of universal laws from the sacrificial giver. The cultivation insights of a saint realm expert, how exceedingly precious. Although it cannot immediately enable Chu Xiaofan to break through to a higher realm, it will illuminate the path of his future cultivation like a bright beacon. At the very least, his probability of becoming a saint realm expert will greatly increase. As time flows on, the aura around Chu Xiaofan grows increasingly intense, while Xiangwu's life flame gradually dims, his entire being visibly aging at a rapid rate. The ritual of the primordial sacrifice has finally come to an end. Countless rare and extraordinary cultivation insights, unattainable even if others spent their entire lives striving for them, surged into Chu Xiaofan's mind like a torrent. Although he still remained at the early stage of the Bronze Realm, with this inheritance, his future was destined to be brilliant. Moreover, Chu Xiaofan was a once-in-a-lifetime unparalleled genius to begin with. Ah Chu! Blood spurted from Xiangwu's mouth, and Chu Xiaofan reacted swiftly, firmly supporting the near-exhausted and almost collapsing Xiangwu. Senior! Chu Xiaofan was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, his gratitude beyond words. Several veiled Saint Realm experts were willing to impart all their lifetime cultivation achievements selflessly, even at such a horrifying cost. Ah, don't worry. Consider this my way of making amends on behalf of that rebellious son. I, Xiangwu, have spent my life fighting for the glory of the human race and the extinction of the demon race. Boy, I hope you won't let me down. Ha ha ha. Xiangwu laughed heartily, his laughter filled with boldness and sorrow. Even though his breath was weak, like a dying candle in the wind, his gaze remained fiery, brimming with a desire for battle and hatred for the demon race. In an instant, a dazzling light pierced through the night sky, and the once war god Xiangwu reappeared in the world. Whoosh! The light shot up into the heavens, leaving only Xiangwu's wild laughter echoing through the night sky. May the human race prosper. The demon race shall perish. Xiangwu, away! The entire Kyoto seemed to resonate with the voice of this deputy minister of the Martial Soul Division. Even though some words may sound immature, no one dares to laugh. He is a veteran returning from the battlefield, an undefeated war god. His lifelong belief lies solely in the prosperity of humanity and the demise of the demon race. At this moment, admiration is the only expression on everyone's face. With the disappearance of that beam of light, Xiangwu also left the capital. During the last 7 days of his life, he would burn his remaining light and fight to the end. Xiaofan, cultivate well and don't let this senior's expectations down. Sure Wuji solemnly patted Chu Xiaofan's shoulder. I definitely will. Chu Xiaofan nodded firmly. If in the past he pursued the path of the strong for freedom and his own ideals, now there was an added responsibility for humanity, and to live up to the expectations of this elder. Regardless of the mistakes that elder's son had once committed, he had now repaid them with a lifetime of unwavering dedication, and even more. Moonlight bathed the capital, and the night breeze gently stirred. Tonight, no one would sleep, the entire city was brimming with excitement, their blood stirring restlessly. Even Lu Difu's sweet dream about fragrant pigs came to an abrupt end at the last moment of his slumber. Chu Xiaofan's home run likewise halted at the edge of his sprint. Perhaps, their dreams of tomorrow night may also remain unfulfilled. The next morning, sunshine bathed the earth as the passionate, sleepless night finally became a thing of the past. The Martial Soul Division disclosed the identities of the human traitors, who had already been executed. Senior Xiangwu's son was posthumously honored as a hero, having sacrificed his life in the pursuit of demonic spies. Senior Xiangwu himself, bearing grave injuries, once again set out for the blood-stained battlefield, seeking vengeance for his son. Perhaps some sharp-minded individuals could guess that Xiangyu was the undercover agent of the demon race. After all, it seemed too coincidental. Under the guard of 3 peak-level Saint Realm experts, the traitor was still able to kill Xiangyu, which inevitably raised suspicion. But no one would speak of it. His son's mistakes had already been paid for by the father with his entire life, even offering everything he had. He was a Saint Realm powerhouse who had devoted his entire life to the human race. In the twilight of his life, he resolutely spent his remaining days redeeming his son's sins. He was an elder, a father, and moreover, a hero of the human race, deserving of everyone's respect. Chu Xiaofan and Lu Difu walked side by side down the street, and every corner echoed with discussions of last night's heroic feat. Demonic spies, truly deserving of death. To betray their race, this is even more hateful than being a criminal. Exactly. Even a criminal is at least still human. These traitors no longer qualify to be called people. Sigh, the war god Xiangwu is truly admirable. Back in my grandpa's generation, he was already fighting blood-soaked battles on the front lines for humanity. My grandpa even became sworn brothers with him and fought side by side on the human-demon battlefield. Brother, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Your old man who spent his days smoking opium and loves sneaking peeks under old ladies' skirts? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Sigh, although you are indeed a bit silly, I shouldn't have lied to you. Actually, my grandfather was saved once by Senior Xiangwu on the battlefield of humans and demons. Back then, he sacrificed his life's prospects to block the demon army for mankind. Unfortunately, after that bloody battle, my grandfather became disheartened and picked up those bad habits. The first part sounded pretty sincere, but your grandfather's faults have been there for a long time. When I was a kid, I saw him sneak a peek under my grandmother's skirt and frequently visit her house. I even remember some nights being particularly noisy. Oh my, brother. Turns out you calling me brother wasn't just offhand. Could it be that we are truly biological brothers from different mothers? Well, that explains why you look so much like my son. Come here, give me a hug. From now on, you're truly my brother. Good brother, can I meet my sister-in-law? Chu Xiaofan listened to the chatter and laughter of the people around him along the way, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. The entire capital praised Senior Xiang Wu, who dedicated his life to protecting the human race and was an undisputed hero. Even if his descendants made mistakes, whether the outside world knew or not, it was eventually faded away with time. No one is perfect. Who can be without fault? Moreover, it wasn't even his fault. This old man had already fulfilled his destiny, leaving his final brilliance on the battlefield between humans and demons. He deserves to be remembered and respected by the world. Brother Xiaofan, Senior Xiang Wu is truly a legend. I'll make sure to learn from him in the future, Lu Difu said earnestly. I believe you. But can you keep it down at night? You keep making weird noises. What if someone files a complaint? No way, Brother Xiaofan, I'm trying to find a way to evolve my fragrant pig martial soul. By the way, isn't the class monitor election today? I heard that a strong rival has come from the reform class, and it said their talent and combat power surpass yours. Oh? Someone stronger than me? Chu Xiaofan frowned slightly, his face full of disbelief. I already think my own talent is heaven-defying, yet someone can surpass me? Really, it's said to be someone from the four great families, their family's secret weapon, Lu Difu said in a lowered voice. Don't worry. If the heavens hadn't created me, Chu Xiaofan, then the Soul Master's thousands of years would have been like an eternal night. No need to be afraid, Chu Xiaofan said with a confident smile. The battle for class president at the Martial Soul Academy has always been about respecting strength and survival of the fittest. This is the eternal rule. Hearing Chu Xiaofan's confident words, Lu Difu was momentarily stunned. On his seemingly honest and harmless face, a trace of admiration emerged. This was his big brother, after all, a born confidence and strength. No wonder I willingly follow him. By the way, Brother Xiaofan, I have a secret to tell you. Lu Difu glanced around furtively, lowered his voice, and leaned over mysteriously. Go ahead. Chu Xiaofan also carefully scanned the surroundings upon seeing this, and only spoke after confirming no one was eavesdropping. My martial soul evolved last night. Really? How did it evolve? What level is it now? Chu Xiaofan was immediately shocked. Could the little fragrant pig really be turning into a big fragrant pig? Dear rank. Last night, just like usual, I was playing my favorite game with my fragrant pig in my arms, leveling up my proficiency. All of a sudden, the super laser activated, and my martial soul evolved in an instant. Lu Difu's face was full of excitement, his tone brimming with uncontrollable joy. Dear Ank, that's insanely fast progress. But the way you describe this evolution sounds kind of odd. Could it be triggered at some critical point? The fragrant pig beneath you, as soon as the super laser activated, it evolved? Chu Xiaofan looked astonished, but in his heart, he was genuinely happy for his little brother. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotional points from Lu Difu plus 599. Brother Xiaofan, I call this super laser, Lu Difu said indignantly. Alright. Light under the crotch. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Lu Difu. Forget it, Brother Xiaofan, there's also some insider news. Those geniuses in the advanced curriculum class are all at the peak of the Black Iron Realm now. I've even heard that one of them has reached the early stage of the Bronze Realm. Meanwhile, I'm still stuck at the mid-stage of the Black Iron Realm, Lu Difu said, lowering his head in disappointment. Don't worry about it. Their family has a strong background and plenty of cultivation resources, so it's natural for them to have a head start. There's no need for the two of us to compare ourselves to them, Chu Xiaofan said, comforting. But Xiaofan, you're already at the early stage of the Bronze Realm. Have you heard a certain song? What song? We are different. Everyone's encounters are unique. I am a peerless genius, so don't compare yourself to me. Then who can I compare myself to? Lu Difu looked distressed. You can compare yourself to water. Lu Difu? Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Lu Difu. Chu Xiaofan saw this and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Almost there, just a little more and he could hit 5,000 points again. Lu Difu truly is my most reliable brother. Not fully exploiting this little benefit would really be a disservice to our brotherly bond. Difu, actually, there's no need to be so down. Your martial soul can evolve. Spend more time playing with the fragrant pig at night, who knows, maybe one day you'll reach another breakthrough. Chu Xiaofan patted his shoulder, his tone gentle. Yes, Brother Xiaofan, I'm the best at this. Lu Difu replied confidently. Looking at the determined expression in Lu Difu's eyes, Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. 18 years of being single, Lu Difu's level of proficiency in this area was truly heartbreaking. Also, don't lose heart. They may be better than you now because they have a strong foundation and work harder. You don't need to take it too seriously, Xu Xiaofan said earnestly, trying to comfort him. Is that so? Brother Xiaofan, you're absolutely right. Those better than me are also working harder. I can't afford to fall further behind. I'll give it everything I've got. Determination flickered in Lu Difu's eyes, his tone filled with passionate resolve. Xu Xiaofan paused for a moment, but could only feel helpless. After all, Big Brother still needs to collect negative emotion points, so you'll have to put up with it. No, Difu, I need to tell you, what I mean by this isn't for you to work harder than them. Xu Xiaofan said word by word. Lu Difu was stunned, thinking to himself, could Brother Xiaofan be about to teach me a secret technique? He looked at Xu Xiaofan with great expectation, his eyes shining with hope. People better than you are also working harder than you. What's the point of you trying harder? So it's better to go with the flow. Gold will shine eventually. Go with the flow, just like me, and maybe you'll end up with 2 SSS level martial souls. Xu Xiaofan looked at him intently, his tone steady. At that moment, Lu Difu felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his heart, bringing a chilling sensation that seemed to freeze him entirely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a negative emotion value of plus 999 from Lu Difu. Xu Xiaofan's lips curled slightly. 5,000 points. Finally, I saved up enough. This time, the reward is sure to be exceptionally generous. Watching Xu Xiaofan's smug smile, Lu Difu's mood sank even further. The chubby face was filled with helplessness and grievance. Brother Xiaofan. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't underestimate the poor youth, don't underestimate the poor middle-aged, don't underestimate the poor elderly. Lu Difu shouted indignantly. Ah, Difu, don't take it to heart. I was just joking earlier. We're practically brothers, no need to be so formal. With me around, you can rest easy. My master even said that your martial spirit will shine brilliantly in the future. Until that day comes, every storm that arises, I'll face on your behalf. Together, the 2 dragons of Xia Kingdom will carve out a place in the Soul Master realm. Xu Xiaofan held the chubby boy who was about to cry out of grievance, his tone full of gentleness and comfort. Perhaps it was Xu Xiaofan's warm embrace or his sincere and touching words. Lu Difu finally broke into a smile amidst his tears. Wah wah wah! Brother Xiaofan, you're the best. I just knew you wouldn't let me down. Following you all these years has truly been worth it. Lu Difu said gratefully. Exactly, exactly. Xu Xiaofan nodded repeatedly. This silly boy, fortunately, your elder brother is me, Xu Xiaofan. Otherwise, if you were sold someday, you'd probably even help count the money. The 2 continued heading towards the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy, while Xu Xiaofan's thoughts had already immersed deep into his mind, preparing to activate the system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking negative emotion value rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the God-level soul technique, Burning Sky Dragon Flame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the opportunity to unconditionally learn a soul skill. My goodness! Xu Xiaofan couldn't control himself and exclaimed quietly, his eyes instantly brimming with uncontrollable joy, as if waves were surging. His face instantly turned bright red. This reward is simply unbelievable. Soul skills are the ultimate techniques that every soul master must master. The levels of soul skills, just like the realm of soul masters, are distinct. The higher the level, the greater the power, and the higher the difficulty of cultivation. Throughout the entire soul master world, complete divine level soul skills are extremely rare. Most of the ones passed down are incomplete, and only a very small number of geniuses can learn them. Even his own master relies on a god-level soul skill to firmly retain the title of the strongest in Xia country. Lu Difu saw Xu Xiaofan's face turning red as if it were about to drip blood. After freezing for a moment and glancing around, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Brother Xiaofan, there are too many people here. Don't do it here. Let's go to the restroom to talk. Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan, after giving Lu Difu a hearty lesson, endured Lu Difu's constant complaints along the way, saying he was fickle and pretentious. Together, they stepped through the gates of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Wow, is that Xu Xiaofan? He looks extraordinarily handsome, someone whispered from afar. Twin SSS level martial souls, his strength is absolutely unparalleled. And he seems to have an incredibly robust physique. Today is the day for the class president election. Being class president comes with so many benefits. There's a generous monthly point reward, so the competition among the advanced classes is bound to be fierce. That's true, points matter a lot at Martial Soul Academy. Although the cultivation resources here are plentiful, they all require point exchanges. If you want to earn points, you either complete tasks or make it onto the top ranking list, but unfortunately, most people aren't qualified. In my opinion, Xu Xiaofan's cultivation level has already reached the early stage of the Bronze Realm. Even if other geniuses recently broke through to the peak of the Black Iron Realm, in terms of strength, they still can't compare to Xu Xiaofan. That's right, Dual-SSS grade martial souls, who can compete with that? You underestimate the grandeur of this year's event. Let me tell you, this year's competition is a gathering of formidable heroes, with countless heaven-defying talents emerging, one after another. Although Chu Xiaofan is a peerless genius and would certainly have been #1 in the past, he might not be able to secure the top spot this year. Oh, brother, do you have some insider information? Would you care to share it? Not at all, this isn't some little rumor, it's actually official information. My father revealed that the Magic City Martial Soul Academy has also produced an incredibly astonishing genius. Meanwhile, our capital Martial Soul Academy has its own rising star. The situation is unusually exciting. Brother, you're well informed. Come on, tell us the details. The secrets of heaven can't be fully revealed, but I can give you a hint. The genius from the Xianyuan family, his martial soul will absolutely blow your minds. Ah, brother, your perspective is too limited. Don't just talk about martial souls, even the most far-fetched tales couldn't possibly scare me. Oh, you have such self-control? No, it's because I can eat 6 pounds of rice in the restroom. Impressive, that's amazing. 666. Chu Xiaofan made his way through the Kyoto Martial Spirit Academy, heading to the reform class's classroom, with a hint of confusion in his heart. Could there really be such an undisclosed peerless genius, someone who could rival even me, the one who can pluck stars and moon, standing unrivaled in the world? If such a person exists, then perhaps the blame lies with the system for being inadequate. The 30 students in the class, along with teacher Shirwoji, were already seated neatly in the classroom. At Wuhuan Academy, the atmosphere for theoretical studies has always been weak. Initially, everyone might listen attentively to a few lectures, but soon it becomes dull and uninteresting. Moreover, in this era of exceptional spiritual power, one only needs to scan the content with their mind to remember every detail clearly. Thus, skipping classes has become commonplace. The reason? As college students of Wuhuan Academy, do we even need a reason to skip class? The theory class teachers were helpless in this regard and could only let the students be. After all, a powerful soul master isn't built through theoretical knowledge alone, one can only truly grow through battles of blood and fire. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as effective as traveling 10,000 miles. In this context, it becomes, reading 10,000 books is not as effective as slaying 10,000 demons. As soon as Chu Xiaofan and Lu Difu entered the classroom, Shirwoji greeted them with a friendly smile. Today is the day for the class monitor election. As everyone knows, the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy has a tradition every class must elect a monitor. In the world of soul masters, fists are true power, and only the strongest can shoulder the role of monitor. Of course, the position of monitor can also be challenged, whoever wins takes the spot. This way, it motivates everyone to keep training. Most importantly, the monitor receives an additional reward of 100 points every month. Shirwoji announced with a smile. Wow, 100 points. No wonder my father has been urging me to fight for the class monitor position. Today, I'm going all out. Even if I face Chu Xiaofan, I have to give it a shot. 100 points, huh? Other than the core disciples, who can earn that much in a month? This class monitor position is worth the gamble. Worst case, I'll kick the bucket trying. Do you guys even know your place? With our strength, today is nothing more than a show. The real candidate for the class monitor has long been predetermined, it's just a matter of watching those two. Oh, which two? Could there actually be someone who can rival Chu Xiaofan? When I saw an SSS grade martial soul, I could still console myself thinking I could make up the gap with strategy. But he has 2 martial souls. I don't have 2 brains. This is something that can't be spoken of lightly, it just happened a few days ago. You'll find out soon, and don't let it scare you out of your wits. Well then, I must take a good look. Is there really such a hidden secret? Among the 30 students in the reformed class, there were those with SSS grade martial souls and SS grade martial souls, while S grade martial souls had instead become the lowest tier. As for D grade martial souls, they were generally unqualified to enter, and Lu Difu was admitted as an exception due to his growth potential. The students' chatter echoed through the classroom, and even the usually composed Shirwoji couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that someone still has undisclosed cards? Is there someone whose talent can rival Chu Xiaofan? Shirwoji muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of doubt. Alright, everyone get ready. We'll head straight to the arena in a moment, he announced solemnly. Shortly afterward, Shirwoji led all the members of the reform class to the arena. This arena was specifically built for the students of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. The entire structure was reinforced by peak-level Saint Realm experts, rendering it indestructible and making it the ideal venue for combat practice. Look, the reform class is here. They're about to select a class monitor. That's right, the class reform program. Everyone in there is a top-tier genius, any one of them could easily defeat the students from our regular class. But I heard there's a chubby kid in this year's class reform program with a very low martial soul level? You're underestimating him. That's a mutated growth-type martial soul, and in the future, it might very well reach the peak. There are historical cases where such martial souls eventually advanced to the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Who would have thought this chubby kid is really hiding his true potential? As expected, chubby people are all dark horses. Those willing to voluntarily withdraw from the class monitor election can step forward now, Shiruji said in a calm tone. As soon as he finished speaking, out of the 30 members of the experimental class, only Chu Xiaofan, Wang Qingyun, and Xianyuan Dahai from the Xianyuan family remained. Shiruji was slightly stunned. Reality was always so cruel. While it was good that most people had a sense of self-awareness, only 3 were left to compete? His gaze fell on Wang Qingyun, and he couldn't help but feel curious. What was she planning to do? As if sensing Shiruji's thoughts, Wang Qingyun's twin ponytail swayed lightly as she revealed a sweet smile. I want to have a match with brother Xiaofan. He. She turned around to look at Chu Xiaofan, her lively big eyes carrying a hint of mischief and coquettishness. Brother Xiaofan, let's have a match. You have to go easy on me, I'm scared of pain. Chu Xiaofan. Silently cursing in his heart, if it weren't for the crowd around, he really wanted to grab her twin ponytails and give her a good talking to, make her understand that life is not child's play. Oh my god, this is just too explosive. Could it be that there's really some secret deal between Chu Xiaofan and Wang Qingyun? Really? I heard that Chu Xiaofan has always kept to himself and isn't interested in women. That's all just rumors. Men, can be inconsistent. Who knows if he's actually the reserved type beneath the surface? You're right, sis. Thanks for the reminder. One of these days, I'll have to test him myself, see if he's truly a gentleman or just putting on an act. Don't mess around. What if something serious actually happens? What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, I won't lose out. Chu Xiaofan seems so strong. I'm not talking about that, I'm worried. With your figure, what if he's not shook and doesn't drive a tank? Wouldn't that break your heart? Get lost. Shiruji's mouth twitched. This granddaughter of the Wang family patriarch is really too bold, she's exactly like her grandfather. Xianyuan Dahai, you watch by the side first, let the two of them have a match first, Shiruji said helplessly. Xianyuan Dahai, the most outstanding genius of the Xianyuan family, awakened an SS-grade sword-shaped martial soul, an extraordinary talent. However, Shiruji did not believe he could compare with Chu Xiaofan. Brother Xiaofan, let's go up together. Wang Qingyun, with a sweet smile, naturally held onto Chu Xiaofan's arm, wanting to walk with him onto the battlefield side by side. Feeling the gentle touch on his arm, Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but glance at Wang Qingyun. This girl is really deep hidden. She seems weak on the surface, but to be so proactive, truly hard to fathom. Wang Qingyun, little sister, once we start, I won't hold back. After all, when facing the demon race on the battlefield in the future, there can be no room for retreat. Chu Xiaofan lightly pressed down Wang Qingyun's hand and said earnestly, Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining negative emotion points from Wang Qingyun plus 199. It doesn't matter, as long as it's brother Xiaofan, you can do whatever you want. Wang Qingyun responded with a smile. Chu Xiaofan, you're really so enthusiastic that it's hard to handle. The two strolled leisurely towards the arena. Wang Qingyun kept trying to get closer to Chu Xiaofan, while Chu Xiaofan deliberately kept his distance, almost blurting out, please have some respect, dear benefactor. Though the girl before me is good, she's not my type. I'm not someone who takes things lightly, I have great respect for feelings. Moreover, the women of the 4 great clans are far from as simple as they appear on the surface. Brother Xiaofan, come on. Let me see your golden dragon. Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, it's called the golden sacred dragon. He hesitated for a moment but still decided not to use the golden dragon, oops, the golden sacred dragon, or else people would spread rumors again. Brother Xiaofan, hurry up. The golden dragon. Oops, the golden sacred dragon. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Wang Qingyun's expression suddenly changed, and in the next instant, her aura surged dramatically. Hiss! Hiss! A green light flashed, and a massive turquoise serpent suddenly appeared above Wang Qingyun's head. This venomous snake was as thick as a building column, its coiled body towering, and its flicking tongue nearly covered the entire Colosseum. S-class martial soul, venomous serpent. The Wang family's martial spirits are diverse, precisely because the family is prosperous and their bloodlines are complex, unlike the other 3 great families with their singular bloodlines. When the Wang family patriarch was young, he traveled everywhere to fight battles and had numerous offspring, hence the variation in their martial spirits. Indeed, a woman's heart is as poisonous as a viper. One careless moment and she might swallow me whole. Luckily, I, Chu Xiaofan, am an upright gentleman. Chu Xiaofan muttered softly. The next moment, a blazing golden light pierced the air, and a golden divine sword silently appeared in Chu Xiaofan's palm. The golden divine sword exuded an aura of overwhelming power, as if it could pierce the heavens. This was an SSS-grade martial spirit, the divine sword of time. The strongest existence among swords, its attack power is absolutely unbeatable. Humph. Xiaofan, you're so stingy. I've already said I wanted to see your golden holy dragon, but you only showed me the sword. Such a bad man. Wang Qingyun said coquettishly. Chu Xiaofan looked helpless. This Wang Qingyun sure has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Could it be that she also wants to expand the territory for the Wang family? Be careful. Chu Xiaofan's expression turned serious, and his figure darted toward Wang Qingyun like a phantom. A faint sonic boom spread across the arena with his movements. The smile on Wang Qingyun's face gradually faded, her expression becoming exceptionally solemn as she gazed steadfastly ahead. Although she had only been cultivating for a few days, the four major families possessed rare natural treasures that allowed their younger generations to rapidly advance in lower realms without any side effects. Hence, the geniuses of the four major families undoubtedly had unique advantages. It is precisely because the more powerful the faction, the richer the resources, the stronger the younger generation becomes, forming an unbreakable virtuous cycle. Now, she had already reached the peak of the Black Iron realm and was eager to personally experience the true gap between herself and Chu Xiaofan. The next moment, Wang Qingyun's figure leaped lightly onto the giant venomous snake's head. The snake seemed to sense its master's intent and suddenly lunged toward Chu Xiaofan's direction. Chu Xiaofan moved like a phantom through the arena, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His opponent's level was still below his own, so there was no need to hold back, he might as well end it directly. In an instant, a golden sword light flashed, slicing through the air. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through space with unparalleled precision. Put! The chest of the venomous snake martial soul was instantly pierced, leaving a massive hollow. The heavily damaged martial soul disintegrated immediately, transforming into a streak of light and returning to Wang Qingyun's body. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Wang Qingyun's lips. With the destruction of her martial soul, she also suffered backlash, leaving her breath weak. Brother Xiaofan, you're really amazing. But I'm so adorable, aren't you being a little too unkind to such a delicate beauty? Wang Qingyun glared at Chu Xiaofan, but her eyes carried a hint of charm, without the slightest trace of blame. Chu Xiaofan gave an awkward chuckle, then said seriously, I'm doing this for your own good. If I defeat you today, you'll be less likely to lose easily. In the future when facing the demon race, if those towering dark shadows of the demon race knock you down, wouldn't the consequences be even worse? Humph. Wang Qingyun let out a soft snort and turned to leave the arena straight away. Xianyuan Dahai stood below the stage, his expression solemn, yet his eyes burned with endless fighting spirit. There was not a trace of fear in them, only confidence and determination. Step onto the stage, Xianyuan Dahai. Shi Wuji gestured to Xianyuan Dahai, indicating it was time for him to face Chu Xiaofan in the final duel. Yes, teacher. Xianyuan Dahai nodded. His figure, tall and straight like a sword, slowly stepped into the arena. Chu Xiaofan also nodded slightly. He had some impression of Xianyuan Dahai, a taciturn swordsman obsessed with cultivation, possessing an extraordinary dedication to the sword. Please enlighten me. Xianyuan Dahai extended his right hand, his expression serious. How could I presume to enlighten you? Please. Chu Xiaofan responded humbly. In the next instant, Xianyuan Dahai furrowed his brows, his sword-like brows as sharp as blades. Suddenly, sword energy surged skyward, its sharp aura sweeping across the entire scene, causing everyone present to tense up and shudder. A phantom of a divine sword appeared before Xianyuan Dahai, radiating overwhelming pressure and a fearsome aura that struck awe in the hearts of all. The spectators opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. Is this the legendary Xianyuan sword? What? The ancient divine artifact of the Xianyuan family, the Xianyuan sword. Heavens, this is unbelievable. His martial spirit actually transformed into the Xianyuan sword. What about his original martial spirit? It's over, this battle might be completely reversed. It's actually the legendary Xianyuan sword. Quick, capture this. This video is going to go viral across the internet. This, the ancient divine artifact, Xianyuan sword? Chu Xiaofan's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of monster is this guy? How could anyone use the ancient divine artifact, Xianyuan sword, as their martial soul? This aura, there's no mistake, it's definitely Xianyuan sword. Even though Chu Xiaofan had just arrived on Blue Star and still understood little about this place, he still grasped the significance of Xianyuan sword. Legend has it that in ancient times, the world was rich in spiritual energy, giving birth to countless powerful deities. Among these gods, there was a deity named Xianyuan, who wielded a divine sword to dominate the battlefield, unmatched in brilliance, and was revered as the sword immortal of Xianyuan. Even during the glorious era of the gods, the sword immortal of Xianyuan remained peerless, earning renown among the deities, with his tales passed down through the ages. Later, it became a mystery whether the sword immortal of Xianyuan had fallen or left the blue planet, leaving behind only this ancient divine sword. This Xianyuan sword has spanned the entire history of mankind, with traces of it visible in every era. Even during the mundane years of humanity, it continued to shine brilliantly. Now, as spiritual energy awakens, the Xianyuan family has been able to rise precisely because of inheriting the legacy of the Xianyuan sword. The family patriarch, Xianyuan Kuai, has firmly secured his place among the top 8 powerhouses of the Xia kingdom, becoming a pinnacle existence in the Saint realm, relying solely on the resonance and partial inheritance of the Xianyuan sword. It is precisely because of this that the status of the Xianyuan family remains unshakable among the 4 great families. But this also faintly reveals an astonishing fact. If merely resonating with the Xianyuan sword can bring such immense power, then what kind of heaven-defying strength would someone possess who truly claims the Xianyuan sword as their martial soul and fully masters it? At this moment, a golden divine sword suddenly appeared in Chu Xiaofan's hand. That is an SSS level martial soul, the sword of time. Golden radiance instantly enveloped the entire arena, and opposite him, Xianyuan Dahai frowned slightly, sensing the powerful aura emanating from this divine sword. Xianyuan Dahai stared at Chu Xiaofan's divine sword, inexplicably feeling a faint shudder from deep within. This was simply unbelievable. The Xianyuan sword is the sacred symbol of the Xianyuan family, yet before this martial soul known as the Sword of Time, he actually felt oppression? Could it be that all of this is related to the sword wielder? Does his understanding of the sword surpass mine? Chu Xiaofan wielded the golden time divine sword, while Xianyuan Dahai held the silvery white Xianyuan sword. The two stood on opposite sides of the arena, their gazes meeting, and the atmosphere was tense. For a moment, neither made a reckless move. For practitioners of the way of the sword, speed is invincible, and the goal is to strike with one fatal blow. And the audience was already in an uproar. Oh my god, my livestream viewership has already surpassed 1 million. The Xianyuan sword has actually become a martial soul. Who would dare believe such a thing? Exactly. An ancient divine sword as a martial soul, how does it compare to an SSS grade martial soul? Who knows? SSS grade martial souls have never appeared before. This is the first one. And the ancient divine artifact martial soul is also appearing for the first time. There's absolutely no way to determine which is stronger. Perhaps, SSS level martial spirits as a tier are ultimately a classification created by humans. But the ancient divine sword is a weapon of the gods. The one who possesses it might truly have a chance to ascend to godhood? You're exaggerating. SSS level martial spirits are just a human-defined tier, and no one has ever witnessed their full potential. Similarly, the ancient divine sword remains a mystery, though both are undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful. Forget all that. Let's just watch the match. My livestream is nearing 10 million viewers. This kind of showdown might become an eternal classic. Maria's video could be immortalized, and my dream might finally come true. Maria, actually making your video transcend time is pretty simple. Oh, what do you mean? You should make a short, then your video will definitely become a classic of the era. Get lost, I'm not filming. Even if I do, I'd have to cast a man like Chu Xiaofan as the male lead. Brother Dalan, do you think Brother Xiaofan can win? Lu Difu asked nervously. Wang Dalan, Lu Difu, and Wang Qingyun stood together. Thanks to the efforts of Wang Dalan and Wang Qingyun, the two had finally established a preliminary friendship with Chu Xiaofan and Lu Difu. Little fatty, you need to have confidence in Brother Xiaofan. That's the fundamental quality of being a diehard fan. Look at me, I've never even considered the possibility of Brother Xiaofan losing, Wang Dalan said earnestly. You're even fatter than me, so why do you call me little fatty? Lu Difu replied slowly. But I'm much more capable than you. Wang Dalan replied confidently. Lu Difu. Please give me your guidance in the future, Brother Chubby. You've been buttering up in this aspect for so many years, you must be more experienced than I am. I, Wang Dalan, have always admired Brother Little Fan. My dad says that following him will surely lead to great accomplishments in the future. Then why can't you achieve greatness on your own? I've already achieved greatness. The absolute, super enormous kind. Lu Difu. Actually, I think that in this kendo duel, Brother Xiaofan might not necessarily lose. Based on my years of experience, Brother Xiaofan's SSS grade martial soul is incredibly powerful. The aura it emits feels as if it is fused with heaven and earth, definitely not ordinary. Wang Dalan said solemnly. You're absolutely right. Though I don't know as much as you, I only know one thing: when it comes to swords, no one can compare to Brother Xiaofan. His sword has been in existence that I've revered since childhood. Lu Difu said with deep emotion. Wang Qingyun shared the sentiment, nodding lightly. Indeed, very sword-like. Even someone like me, a young lady of high status, finds it hard to approach. In the arena, the two remained in a deadlock, neither making a rash move. At this moment, the live broadcast of the Colosseum had already spread across the entire Xia country, with the striking headline, the first twin SSS-level martial soul genius in Xia country's history vs the ancient divine sword Xianyuan sword successor, Xianyuan Dahai. The atmosphere was overwhelming, and everyone in Xia country who followed the Soul Master realm was glued to the live broadcast, unwilling to miss even a second. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, the heavens changed color, and dark clouds churned and rumbled low. Dozens of top-tier experts from the Xia country's Soul Master realm instantly appeared high in the sky. Their aura is overwhelmingly powerful, enough to destroy an imperial capital with a mere gesture. These individuals are all beings beyond the peak of the sacred realm, their fame widespread. And this time, they have gathered here solely to witness the pinnacle battle. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? Our Xia kingdom has birthed yet another defiant genius? That old fellow Xianyuan Kuai has truly hidden deep enough. That's right, this guy is so sneaky. The Xianyuan sword has already chosen its master, yet he hasn't leaked a word, secretly nurturing him. Now, he's scared us old folks half to death. Truly devious. You old men talk as if I, Xianyuan Kuai, would really keep it from you all. Just the other day, my grandson got the Xianyuan sword, and yet your intelligence is sharp, quicker than a dog's nose. Ha, your grandson looks quite dashing. How about considering a marriage alliance? I have a granddaughter who's pretty good, and they'd make a great pair. Get out of here. Your granddaughter's build is practically a walking fortress. The Xianyuan family can't possibly handle that. Hey, you old geezer, you're really harsh with your words. Why don't you ask if the boy likes mature women? My daughter just got divorced, she's experienced. This kid looks like the quiet type, maybe that's exactly his preference. Get lost. Still thinking of an old bull eating young grass? Sure, Wuji helplessly gazed up at the sky, where the top experts of the Xia Kingdom's spirit master world were having an unending debate. He was filled with speechless frustration. The Xia Kingdom was great in every way, united and progressive, but the seniors just couldn't restrain themselves. Every day, they'd say things that made people laugh and cry. The next moment, Sure Wuji's figure flickered and instantly soared into the sky. At this moment, apart from Lin Chongyang guarding the battlefield between humans and demons, the top 10 powerhouses of Xia country had all gathered. Their purpose was singular, to spectate the duel, only to witness this pinnacle showdown at the early Bronze Realm stage. Wow! Chu Xiaofan and Xianyuan Dahai, these two are simply like the sleeping dragon and young phoenix. Even the top 10 powerhouses of Xia country have been drawn here. Is this the allure of genius? It reminds me of the time back at Mushroom Village when I awakened my martial spirit. Every village beauty within a 10-mile radius came to join the fun. Village flower, isn't it probably Tsuehua? Wow! The popularity in my live stream room has exceeded 1 billion. All thanks to the great master Chu Xiaofan, I truly appreciate it. Sigh, if Chu Xiaofan were to act, he would definitely become famous. His appearances these few times have already boosted the popularity of several streamers. Lao Ba, and even Su Kuan from a while ago, are now loyal fans. In the future, I must ask if Chu Xiaofan would be willing to join our Huangdo media. All our female leads have exceptional martial spirits, like dual extremes of ice and fire, poison dragon spin, and planetary force. TSK, the ratings would undoubtedly skyrocket. The martial spirit of your soybean media is really down to earth, awesome. Grandfather. Xianyuan Dahai saw Xianyuan Kuahai standing in mid-air and shouted excitedly. This was his first battle after obtaining the Xianyuan sword, and he longed for his grandfather's approval. Hey! Chu Xiaofan responded instinctively. It had become a habit for him, no matter who called out dad or grandpa, he would respond. Once, his own father called out grandpa dad, and Chu Xiaofan answered, almost resulting in his bottom being thoroughly punished. The initially smiling faces of Xianyuan Kuahai and Xianyuan Dahai instantly turned cold as they both looked at Chu Xiaofan in unison. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Xianyuan Kuahai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Xianyuan Dahai. Senior, sorry, I reacted too quickly. Chu Xiaofan looked embarrassed and explained somewhat helplessly. The instinctive reaction of this body was truly troublesome. Xianyuan Dahai might not mind, but the key issue was that Xianyuan Kuahai was at the peak of the sacred realm. If he were even slightly displeased, his life would be at risk. Forget it, you little rascal. Xianyuan Kuahai waved his hand helplessly, then turned and smiled at Xianyuan Dahai. Dahai, teach him a good lesson. The Xianyuan sword is our family's ancestral divine sword, passed down from generation to generation since Xianyuan sword immortal. Now that the sword has chosen you, you must carry its legacy forward. You are the #1 prodigy of Xia Kingdom. Alright, Grandpa. I will definitely break through the legendary realm and completely drive the demon race out of Blue Star. Xianyuan Dahai's gaze was resolute, his tone filled with ambition and heroism. Ha ha ha. A young man with lofty aspirations is the true hero. Everyone, take a look at my grandson. Xianyuan Kuahai proudly boasted to the crowd. Not bad, your grandson is indeed quite a grandson. Xianyuan Kuahai. The Xianyuan sword truly lives up to its reputation as the legendary divine weapon of ancient times. Even standing here, I cannot perceive its aura. It seems this battle will surely end in Xianyuan Danhai's victory. The power of a divine artifact is no mere legend, it truly possesses the might of deities. You're absolutely right. I also believe Xianyuan Danhai is destined to win. The name of the divine sword is no coincidence, and this generation's human hero is bound to rise. That's true. Although Chu Xiaofan has awakened an unprecedented SSS-level martial soul, it is still inferior to a divine artifact. After all, divinity signifies the supreme existence, only found in legends. It seems that everyone shares a similar opinion. I hope that after this competition, Chu Xiaofan won't lose his faith in cultivation, losing to a genius wielding. The Xianyuan sword is not a disgrace. Perhaps in a few decades, our Xia Kingdom will be able to completely eradicate the demon race and achieve true peace. TSK, even from such a distance, I can feel the divine aura emanating from the Xianyuan sword. That pressure inspires both awe and reverence. The crowd discussed fervently, and almost no one believed Chu Xiaofan could win. After all, in the face of divine power, even an SSS-level martial soul seemed hard to contend with. At this moment, Sherwoji slightly shook his head and said, "You're making SSS-level martial spirits sound too simple. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned slightly and turned their gaze toward Shirwoji, whose expression had grown solemn. Oh, Shirwoji, share your thoughts. Shirwoji's eyes gleamed as he spoke earnestly. While the Xianyuan sword is undoubtedly a legendary ancient divine weapon, an SSS-level martial spirit is equally a mythic existence. From F level to SS level, these are all the soul ranks we can detect. As for the SSS level soul, it is so rare simply because our methods cannot probe it. When Chu Xiaofan awakened his SSS level soul, the aura had already surpassed all known standards. Therefore, the true power of the SSS level soul is utterly beyond our estimation. It, like the Xianyuan sword, belongs to the legends as an unpredictable and formidable existence. As the words fell, Shirwoji took a deep breath, his gaze reflecting undisguisable excitement and anticipation. The Xianyuan sword is the sword of ancient divine sword immortals, naturally imbued with divine aura. But in my opinion, Chu Xiaofan might indeed break past the limits and ascend to the realm of true divinity. Human-demon battlefield. Human base camp. Lin Chongyang frowned tightly, staring at his older brother's smartphone. The screen was streaming a fierce battle live. His expression grew increasingly grave. This is unbelievable. That old codger Xianyuan Kuai actually managed to train such an extraordinary genius, and even the ancient divine sword Xianyuan sword has become his martial soul. The next moment, Lin Chongyang decisively dialed the phone. Hello, Xianyuan Kuai. I heard you're at the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy right now, personally witnessing the match between my disciple and your grandson? That's right, what about it? Xianyuan Kuai's tone carried a hint of pride. Nothing, it's just that seeing your grandson, such a monstrous genius, I actually feel worse than losing a disciple. Xianyuan Kuai? Chu Xiaofan? Lin Chongyang said no more and decisively hung up the phone. The frustration in his chest was hard to dispel, and the best way to let it out was to launch another attack on the demon race. Someone, assemble the entire army. Launch another fierce assault on the demon race. At your command, Marshal Lin. Boom, boom, boom. Gunfire raged incessantly on the battlefield between humans and demons, reigniting the flames of war. Lin Chongyang, are you insane? Attacking us every few days, do you think my demon clan is easy to bully? Hee, it's specifically talking about you, demon clan. Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Under the spotlight, almost all non-secluded students had gathered inside the arena, with a tense atmosphere permeating the air. High above, the top experts of the Summer Kingdom's Soul Master realm were overlooking the scene. Countless beams of light illuminate the stage, pushing this century's battle to its peak. Xianyuan sword, you've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Chu Xiaofan, come on, let's determine who is the strongest sword of the human race. Xianyuan Dahai's eyes glimmered with fervent light, and his tone was filled with confidence. Chu Xiaofan smiled calmly and shook his head in response. Sorry, but this sword is beyond my reach. Xianyuan Dahai was slightly stunned and took a moment to realize the implied meaning in Chu Xiaofan's words. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Xianyuan Dahai. Whoosh! The silver-white Xianyuan sword instantly appeared in Xianyuan Dahai's palm. The corners of his mouth carried a confident smile, his aura rapidly surged, the silver-white brilliance growing ever more dazzling, and the pressure emanating from him burst forth like a flash flood. Chu Xiaofan's pupils contracted sharply, his heart secretly shaken. The Xianyuan sword truly lives up to its reputation, just this one strike, and among the freshmen, perhaps only he could withstand it. Xianyuan first formed Skyvault. Xianyuan Dahai roared furiously, the silver-white radiance slicing through the heavens. He slightly bent his calves, shooting into the sky like an arrow released from a bowstring. The sharpness of his momentum seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Time appeared to freeze as the Xianyuan sword in his hand rapidly enlarged, releasing a dazzling and terrifying brilliance in midair. Everyone held their breath and stared intently. Could such an aura truly belong to the Bronze Realm? Above the Colosseum, soul power quickly converged toward the Xianyuan sword, and in an instant, the sword's aura reached its peak. The sharp sword light and the sleek blade complemented each other, striking awe deep within people's hearts. Time Divine Sword! Chu Xiaofan shouted angrily in a low voice, his tone filled with determination. He suddenly leapt upward, and the golden time divine sword radiated dazzling brilliance. His movements mirrored Xianyuan Dahai exactly, freezing his figure in midair. The ultimate principle of swordsmanship is that speed conquers all, but there is also a way to overpower all techniques with sheer force. Unlike the Xianyuan sword, Chu Xiaofan's time divine sword is enveloped in the enigmatic aura of time, making it elusive and unpredictable. His body continuously radiates golden brilliance, and soul energy far surpassing the bronze realm surges through his arm into the divine sword. The powerful figures in the sky all wore solemn expressions, their pupils narrowing. Is this, the aura of the origin law of time? As expected of the divine sword of time. An SSS-grade spirit is truly unfathomable. I believe what Oldshire said now. Indeed, such a mysterious aura is truly beyond comprehension. A genius with twin SSS-grade spirits truly lives up to the name. Countless powerhouses gazed at the two individuals below the stage, their faces revealing gratified smiles. These two, even in their generation, would have undoubtedly been unmatched geniuses of their time, even surpassing Lin Chongyang. Who would have thought that they would appear together today? The Xia Kingdom is set to usher in its golden age, and humanity is destined to rise. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two individuals on the arena finally moved. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! The golden and silver-white divine swords clashed like the most brilliant meteors, sprinting towards each other, colliding mid-air. The violent sonic boom was deafening, even the air was torn apart by the sword's edge, and space began to grow unstable. Everyone present could hardly believe their eyes. Could this truly be the scene triggered by someone at the early bronze stage? Under the gaze of thousands, Chu Xiaofan and Xianyuan Dahai both landed on the arena. In midair, the two divine swords, Chrono Sword and Xianyuan Sword, finally clashed head-on. Bang! Boom! Logically, the clash of sword edges should produce a crisp metallic sound, but the power of these divine weapons had already surpassed common logic. Upon collision, they erupted with deafening roars, and dense clouds of dust instantly swept across the entire arena. The audience held their breath, afraid of missing any detail. Oh my god, is this really the power of the early bronze stage? Are you kidding me? If you said this was a silver stage battle, I'd believe it. Is this the legendary Xianyuan Sword and SSS grade martial soul? Simply unparalleled. Indeed, Chu Xiaofan's strength makes me feel ashamed. Too stunning. Our soybean media must invite Chu Xiaofan to join. He's definitely the best male lead. Stop dreaming. Buying media won't miss out on him either. Just imagine, when he releases that golden glow during filming, it's exciting just thinking about it. At that time, the comments section will definitely flood with, his treasure can actually glow. The dust gradually settled, revealing the golden sword of time and the silver-white Xianyuan sword hovering in midair. Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a faint smile. The golden divine sword remained unscathed, while a slight sword mark appeared on the blade of the Xianyuan sword. In the brief clash, the Xianyuan sword unexpectedly suffered defeat. Indeed, the system's cheat reward is not just for show. No matter what ancient divine weapon you are, you must bow in submission. Xianyuan Dahai furrowed his brows tightly. In the next instant, he suddenly leapt up, wielding the Xianyuan sword and charging straight at Chu Xiaofan. A swordsman is born without fear. Whoosh! The divine sword of time instantly returned to Chu Xiaofan's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures darted across the arena like phantoms, almost impossible to trace. The golden divine sword and the silvery white Xianyuan sword clashed repeatedly, erupting with earth-shattering booms. In just a few seconds, they had already exchanged blows hundreds of times. The sword's light was like the radiance of a rift in the heavens, as if it were about to tear the entire arena apart, making everyone's hearts pound wildly. After hundreds of exchanges, the two finally stopped, staring at each other with tension so palpable it was as if swords were drawn and bows bent. Strange. Why do I feel like the Xianyuan sword is actually afraid? Xianyuan Dahai's face was filled with confusion. He could clearly sense that the Xianyuan sword, as his martial soul, was exuding a kind of fear, even exhibiting an urge to break free from his control. What was even more shocking was that in these hundreds of encounters, the Xianyuan sword had been firmly suppressed the entire time, as if entirely dominated by a powerful opponent. What's going on? Why do I feel like the Time Divine Sword is acting like a hot-tempered guy, seemingly unwilling to pause for even a moment, just itching to give the Xianyuan sword a good thrashing? Chu Xiaofan was equally astonished. The emotions of elation and excitement emanating from the Time Divine Sword in his grasp made his own heart surge with turmoil. However, in the next instant, the pupils of all the spectators suddenly widened, and the scene that followed completely overturned their perceptions. They would find it impossible to forget such a bizarre sight, even in a lifetime. Under Xianyuan Dahai's expression of utter disbelief, the silver-white, incomparably majestic Xianyuan sword suddenly left his hand and flew straight towards the Time Divine Sword in front of Chu Xiaofan. The silver blade of the sword shimmered with a cold, piercing light, but at this moment, it was no longer filled with a grim aura of killing intent. Instead, it revealed a trace of shyness and tenderness. Xianyuan sword. What are you doing? Xianyuan Dahai's face changed instantly, his eyes widened, and he glared fixedly at the Xianyuan sword glowing with silver light in midair, his tone full of rage and disbelief. At this moment, the Xianyuan sword seemed to be heading toward its destined home. It merely cast a glance back at Xianyuan Dahai with a gentle gaze, then unleashed a silver-white sword glow aimed straight at Xianyuan Dahai's neck. Though there was no trace of murderous intent, it was unmistakably sword energy. It caused little harm but was intensely humiliating. Immediately, the Xianyuan sword decisively withdrew its gaze and continued flying toward its happiness, without the slightest hesitation. It had lingered briefly beside Xianyuan Dahai, but now it quietly drifted away, like a gentle breeze that leaves no trace of clouds. Xianyuan Dahai watched the departing Xianyuan sword, his face full of disappointment, his expression as aggrieved as a young man ruthlessly abandoned by his girlfriend. My goodness, there's nothing in this world you can't see. I've seen lovers break up and pets run away from home, but today I actually witnessed a sword spirit abandoning its master. It's so miserable. Wah! The ancient divine artifact martial soul I worked so hard to obtain actually ran off with someone else. This is probably more heart-wrenching than having your wife cheat on you. Sigh, this tells us that if the heavens gave Xianyuan Dahai another chance, he would definitely say 3 words to the Xianyuan sword. What 3 words? You lousy sword. Chu Xiaofan also looked astonished. What was going on? Could it be that the ancient divine sword, the Xianyuan sword, was truly so sentient that it would abandon its master? At that moment, the time divine sword in Chu Xiaofan's hand also effortlessly slipped out of his grip. However, unlike the Xianyuan sword, the golden time divine sword first flew into Chu Xiaofan's arms and gently nuzzled him, like a small beast dependent on its master. Chu Xiaofan actually felt quite awkward inside. You're just a sword, must you keep nuzzling into my arms? Not only are you cold, but also sharp. What if you accidentally poke and hurt me? But his face still maintained a friendly smile as he softly said, Go ahead, little gold, go reunite with your companions. The golden time divine sword seemed to understand, nodding lightly, its blade shimmering with joyful light. Chu Xiaofan was slightly startled. Has this sword spirit truly gained intelligence? Could it be that only the legendary SSS level martial souls and ancient divine artifacts are so sentient? My goodness, Chu Xiaofan is still the charming one. Look, the time divine sword is so attached to him, while the Xianyuan sword is utterly heartless. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. So swords care about appearance too. Maybe it's just because Chu Xiaofan is more handsome than Xianyuan Dahai. Chu Xiaofan looks like that warm and reliable big guy, surely capable of satisfying the time god sword. Xianyuan Dahai, on the other hand, looks so cold, the Xianyuan sword definitely can't stand him. True, Xianyuan Dahai always has that icy expression. If I were the Xianyuan sword, I would stay far away from him too. Ha, so true, but your statement is a bit ambiguous. What do you mean? Although you're not the Xianyuan sword, you share one thing in common, you are both swords. You! How dare you say that to me? Come on, let's settle this in the arena. Standing on the arena, Xianyuan Dahai watched helplessly as Xianyuan's sword moved further away from him. He only felt the piercing cold wind, as if he were in a winter night, surrounded by loneliness and loss that lingered like a shadow. He held back his vulnerability but still couldn't hide the disappointment within. The murmurs and discussions of the crowd around him kept drilling into his ears, making him unable to help questioning himself. Have I really neglected the Xianyuan sword these days, making her feel lonely? Xianyuan Dahai murmured to himself. The next moment, he suddenly stood up, took a deep breath, and summoned his courage to shout loudly. Xianyuan sword, come back. I promise I will never neglect you again. We'll be together, and I will treasure you like a gem. Xianyuan Dahai's voice was deep and impassioned, faintly tinged with sorrow, evoking a bit of sympathy even from Chu Xiaofan. What a pity, Xianyuan's sword never looked back, turned around, and left decisively and resolutely. Silly boy. Chu Xiaofan shook his head with a smile. Ah, I'm laughing so hard. Xianyuan Dahai actually believed it. We were just joking, how could Xianyuan's sword leave him over something like that? Do you really want to fall in love with a sword? Truly one with the sword, ha! Sigh, this child is too simple-minded. Perhaps Xianyuan's sword left him because it thought he was too foolish. You indeed make a valid point. No wonder our clan leader decisively refused the Xianyuan family's proposal for a marriage alliance with our Wang family back then. Perhaps it's because this child has shown exceptional intelligence since a young age. However, why does the Xianyuan sword seem so fond of Chu Xiaofan's time divine sword? It even stumbled toward it? Who knows? Let's just keep watching. I find it quite fascinating. These SSS-grade martial spirits and ancient divine artifacts are indeed brimming with spirituality, truly worthy of their legendary status. Exactly. My martial soul, Shui Lan Lan, is practically useless, it doesn't react no matter how much I try. Even a child's toy is more interesting than it. Your words are a bit too direct, aren't they? On the arena, the sacred golden sword of time and the silvery white Xianyuan sword finally merged together. The golden sword of time stood slightly taller, floating straight in the air, its blade much sturdier than the silvery white Xianyuan sword, resembling a youthful figure standing upright. Meanwhile, the silvery white Xianyuan sword emitted a cold silver glow, leaning gently against the side of the golden sword of time, like a gentle companion nestled in steadfast company. Two divine swords gently swayed, as if embracing lovers, their silver sword radiance intertwined with golden holy luster, blooming in dazzling brilliance. Moments later, the tips of the sword of time and the Xianyuan sword lightly touched, producing crisp and pleasant chime-like sounds. Though no words were exchanged, everyone present could feel the joyful emotions emanating from the two swords, akin to lovers whispering and playfully teasing one another. The onlookers couldn't help but widen their eyes, as if their entire worldview had been turned upside down. What on earth was going on here? However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded right after. Only the sword of time walked ahead, with the Xianyuan sword following closely like a gentle companion. The two divine swords slowly approached Chu Xiaofan. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they both bowed deeply to Chu Xiaofan an entire 90 degrees and did so 3 times in succession. The corners of Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help but internally comment, why does this scene feel so much like meeting the parents? The corners of Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly as he carefully examined the two divine swords before him. A dazzling gold radiance, a silver light as pure as snow. The golden time divine sword exudes an aura that seems to blend with heaven and earth. The mystery and oppression it contains far surpass the nearby ancient divine sword, Shan sword. As for the silver-white Shan sword, although its aura appears slightly gentler and less majestic than the time divine sword, Shu Xiaofan is certain that the martial soul embodied within the Shan sword is beyond comparison with any strong figure he has encountered before. The tips of the two swords reflect one another, their glow flowing uninterruptedly. Especially the golden light of the time divine sword, which seems to pulsate rhythmically. Shu Xiaofan could even feel its emotional fluctuations deep in his heart. Boss, look at the divine sword I brought back for you. How is it? Impressive, right? During those hundreds of battles before, I've already completely won it over. Shu Xiaofan couldn't help but grumble inwardly, is this really persuasion, or outright conquest? The silver-colored Shan sword seemed to carry a hint of shyness, its light flickering unpredictably, sometimes intense, sometimes retreating, and every now and then it would take a cautious step backward, resembling a timid newlywed meeting their elder for the first time. Shu Xiaofan forced himself to remain calm, adopting the composure of an elder, stepped forward, stretched out his right hand, and gently touched the tip of the Shan sword. At this moment, his eyes carried a smile, his gaze flickered with a comforting light, and his lips involuntarily curled, revealing a hint of satisfaction and tenderness in his smile. This smile was warm and kind, making one feel as though bathed in the spring breeze. Shan sword, seeing Shu Xiaofan's expression of satisfaction, suddenly radiated a brilliant silver light, soared into the sky, and joyfully swirled in place, seemingly dancing to express its delight. That expression was like a little wife who had just been recognized. But this was no ordinary mortal woman, it was a divine sword inherited from ancient times. Moreover, Shu Xiaofan didn't dare to accept it now. The Shan family held immense power in Xia country, and though they appeared tolerant on the surface, if someone were to forcibly seize their ancestral divine sword, they would likely fight to the death. Of course, while it might not be possible now, that doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. After all, the divine sword harbors feelings and one shouldn't easily separate those destined to be together. On the other side of the arena, Shan Dahai summoned his original sword-shaped martial soul. Looking at the dim and vastly inferior sword in his hand compared to Shan sword, his face was full of disdain. This sword is simply incomparable to the Shan sword, the difference is like heaven and earth. But now, he has no other choice. He can only bitterly grip this sword, standing in the cold wind, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears, feeling the uncertainties of life and the cruelty of fate. Lowering his head, he gazes at the sword in his hand. The lonely silhouette radiates desolation as he lets out a soft sigh and lifts his gaze to the Shan sword still jubilantly soaring in the sky, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He dearly wants to cry his heart out, but he cannot. He is a man of the Shan family, and more importantly, the Shan family's greatest talent, Shan Dahai. In midair, the giants of various major families within the Summer Nation's Soul Master realm witnessed the anomaly on the arena and were all bewildered, their hearts trembling. Although they had roamed the world for many years, this was the first time they had encountered such a strange phenomenon. Has any of you ever seen such a scene? Sure, Woji couldn't help but ask softly. Indeed, I've never seen this before. The key is, we've never truly seen an SSS-level martial soul, let alone one contending with an ancient divine artifact. The voice of Sikongjian, the patriarch of the Sikong family, was as clear as thunder. That's true. No wonder the SSS-level martial soul is unprecedented, its power is simply heaven-defying. Even ancient divine artifacts are no match for it. You must understand, ancient divine artifacts are the supreme treasures left behind by the gods. Wang Kongming exclaimed with emotion. Exactly. The SSS-level martial soul is actually just a human-defined category. Anything surpassing the SS level is labeled as SSS. As for its limits, no one knows. Today, we have witnessed it firsthand, though it's a pity for the Shan family. Li Dedeo, the patriarch of the Li clan, also spoke. Shan Kuahai's expression was bleak, and his mood sorrowful. The Shan sword is the faith of the Shan family, passed down since ancient times. They had thought that its emergence would surely propel their family to the pinnacle of the human race. I didn't expect to suffer a heavy blow right after appearing in the world. However, Shan Kuahai deeply understands that the Shan sword, as a martial soul, possesses power far beyond the SS level. If not for Chu Xiaofan's SSS-level martial soul, the Shan sword would undoubtedly be the #1 martial soul of the human race. It's just a pity to be born at the wrong time. At that moment, a crisp mobile phone ringtone sounded. You're too beautiful. You're too beautiful. Everyone was dumbstruck in midair and couldn't help but cast their gaze toward Shan Kuahai. Someone murmured, what a great ringtone, I like it. Shan Kuahai helplessly took out his smartphone and answered the call. The caller was none other than Xia's strongest warrior, Lin Chongyang. On the battlefield between humans and demons, Lin Chongyang waved his right hand, and the divine fire of the Golden Crow swept across the field. Amid the fierce battle, he took a moment to watch the live broadcast of the SSS-level martial soul showdown with the Shan sword. Witnessing the earlier scenes, his heart surged with excitement. Hey! Kuai, the Xianyuan sword of the Xianyuan family truly lives up to its reputation. It is indeed exceptionally powerful. Speaking of the power of martial souls, even my golden crow pales in comparison, and none of the martial souls I've seen possess such brilliance. However, my disciple still surpasses it. Of course, such a prodigy is unique in this world, so you don't need to be too concerned. The oceans of your family will surely become the second strongest among the human race in the future. Oh, ocean, why are you so vast and boundless? Lin Chongyang's triumphant voice came through the phone clearly into Xianyuan Kuai's ear. Xianyuan Kuai responded indifferently, get lost. Got it. Lin Chongyang successfully disgusted the other party and immediately hung up the phone. The sole purpose of this call was to tease Xianyuan Kuai. Now that the demon race poses an imminent threat, the relationships among the top-tier experts of the Xia Kingdom are particularly harmonious. Especially the top 10 strongest in Xia Kingdom, all of them have lived for countless years, forming an exceptional bond with one another. Human-demon battlefield. Brothers, charge with me. I'm in a good mood today, let's give the demon race another harsh lesson. Lin Chongyang's impassioned shout echoed throughout the scene. The demon race was left speechless. This guy, when he's upset he needs to fire a shot, and when he's in a good mood he also needs to fire a shot. No wonder the entire human race says Lin Chongyang is kidney deficient. Every few days it's a shot, but who knows how many times a day he needs to fire. Kyoto Martial Soul Academy Arena. Kuai, look at this Xianyuan sword, it really seems to want to follow our Xiao Fan. Sure, Wuji teased with a smile. Phew. Xianyuan Kuai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Sigh, this sword really can't be kept. Why does it always treat our Xianyuan family so indifferently? High knelt for days just to earn its recognition, but when it meets Chu Xiaofan, it acts like a loyal dog, utterly devoted. Xianyuan Kuai said helplessly. Maybe Chu Xiaofan is a dog himself? So the Xianyuan sword became a loyal dog and keeps chasing him? Wang Kongming raised an eyebrow and joked. Sure Wuji, seriously, this is the genius of our Martial Spirit Academy. Forget it, I'd better go talk to him myself. Chu Xiaofan's time Divine Sword Martial Spirit is already strong enough. The Xianyuan sword following him doesn't actually make much sense. Xianyuan Kuai sighed helplessly. The Xianyuan Divine Sword is the supreme treasure passed down by the ancestors of the Xianyuan family, and it must not be lost or bring shame to our ancestors. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Xianyuan Kuai's figure flashed like a sharp sword, appearing instantly before Chu Xiaofan. Looking at the Xianyuan sword shimmering with silver light in front of him, Xianyuan Kuai felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. What a cruel twist of fate! Our Xianyuan family has nurtured you with great care for so many years, yet you insist on following someone else. However, the Xianyuan sword merely turned its blade with a gesture full of spirit, casting a cold glance at Xianyuan Kuai. Then, as if nothing had happened, it continued to nestle beside the Sword of Time. Xianyuan Kuai. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Xianyuan Kuai. Xianyuan Dahai saw his grandfather arriving, couldn't help but wipe away the tears brought by the wind, and excitedly ran towards Xianyuan Kuai. I bet Xianyuan Kuai would never weep bitterly just because the Xianyuan sword abandoned him. Grandpa! Dahai shouted, his voice filled with grievance and unwillingness. Xianyuan Kuai only nodded slightly and sighed softly. Poor my grandson, born in an era full of extraordinary prodigies. Then, Xianyuan Kuai looked affectionately at the Xianyuan sword, which was currently immersed in a passionate romance. Master Sword, you see, how about returning to Dahai's body? Our Xianyuan Dahai is actually quite sensible. If he has been negligent before, he will certainly amend his ways. If he doesn't, I'll personally break his head. Xianyuan Kuai said with a serious expression. Yes, I will definitely change. If I don't, let Grandpa smash my head. But, Grandpa, can you settle for just breaking my leg? Xianyuan Dahai awkwardly added. Xianyuan's sword turned back to glance at the two of them, or more precisely, it gave them a single strike, then gently shook its blade before flying into Chu Xiaofan's arms together with the Time Divine Sword, affectionately rubbing against him. Chu Xiaofan, you two are truly a pair of divine swords. I could tolerate one sword scraping me, but two of you coming at me together, are you trying to gang up and stab me? Xianyuan Kuai's expression turned awkward. Everyone present, as well as all the viewers watching the broadcast, was stunned. My god! This world is just unbelievable. The clan leader of the Xianyuan family, a peak saint-level expert. The Xianyuan sword is truly an ancient divine weapon, completely indifferent even to a peak saint-level figure. Unbelievable. Where does Chu Xiaofan get such charm? Even the Xianyuan sword is completely devoted to him. This is going to break the heavens. TCH. What do you know? Brother Chu Xiaofan is so handsome, the Xianyuan sword must be a female sword. Just like us girls, it totally adores good-looking guys. Yay! Brother Xiaofan is loved by both swords and ladies. Having such an idol makes me so proud. Being his fan is such an honor. Brother Xiaofan is too handsome. Way better than that Su Kuan. I'm going to fangirl him. When he wipes out the demon tribe, I'll be his strongest support. Just you? Being a shield? With your figure, you're clearly the strongest tank. Annoying man, you really have a sharp tongue. Don't lump me in with those annoying guys. I like Brother Xiaofan too, but I have no interest in you crazy fans. The boy deliberately lowered his voice and called out coyly, his tone so sweet it was hard to tell if it was genuine or fake. TSK. Chu Xiaofan truly has extraordinary charm. Not only does he win over women and the divine sword, but he can also conquer men. The experts in midair were almost laughing themselves to death. This was the first time they'd seen the patriarch of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Kuai, suffer such humiliation. After a long while, Xianyuan Kuai finally spoke, with a touch of helplessness, seeking help from Chu Xiaofan, little friend. Xiaofan, you see, the Xianyuan sword is our family's treasured heirloom. It ought to return with us. Could you lend us a hand? Chu Xiaofan could only manage a forced smile on the face of the humbling attitude of Xianyuan Kuai. Senior Xianyuan, I'd like to help too, but just look at the situation now. Chu Xiaofan knew it was impossible for him to take the Xianyuan sword, so he might as well take the opportunity to set some conditions and gain some benefits. Xianyuan Kuai, being shrewd and experienced, quickly understood Chu Xiaofan's intentions. He pondered for a moment and then seriously said, how about this, why don't you marry my granddaughter? Then you'd count as part of our Xianyuan family. Chu Xiaofan? So you thought about it for so long just to give me this answer? Senior, I really have no interest in your granddaughter. How about you marry my daughter? Although she's a bit older, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. My daughter is hundreds of years older than you, so these gold bricks can form a mountain. Xianyuan Kuai looked completely sincere. This isn't holding a gold brick, it's clearly holding an antique. Chu Xiaofan muttered quietly, his face full of helplessness. Seeing Chu Xiaofan still unwilling, Xianyuan Kuai sighed helplessly, could it be that you're not interested in girls? No, senior, of course I like girls. It's just, in this kind of situation, I always let fate decide when it comes to relationships. Alright. How about this, I'll make you a promise to help you unconditionally 3 times. As long as it's not something wicked or immoral, anything goes. What do you think of this condition? Xianyuan Kuai spoke in an extremely serious tone. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Peak of the Sacred Realm, one of the 8 great warriors of Xia, has taken action 3 times. This is practically unrivaled. Not to mention that Chu Xiaofan's master is the strongest in Xia. With this background, who can compare? I think only Chu Xiaofan himself can measure up. Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This treatment is too good. Senior. Since you are inviting me so sincerely, I can only reluctantly give it a try. Alas, the Xianyuan sword, I don't know what's going on, seems to be so reluctant to part with me in Shaojin. Chu Xiaofan pretended to speak hesitantly. Xianyuan Kuai only smiled faintly. But in his heart, he thought, little guy, I, Xianyuan Kuai, one of the 8 great powerhouses of the Xia kingdom, at the peak of the Holy Realm, am willing to lend you my aid unconditionally 3 times, yet you insist on pretending to be calm. Poof. Chu Xiaofan gripped the Xianyuan sword tightly and said with deep emotion, little Xian, go back first. Wait for me and little Jean to come and get you. Xianyuan Kuai? Yet, the Xianyuan sword trembled gently in Chu Xiaofan's hand, reluctant to leave. Don't worry. I will definitely come to pick you up. No one can stop you and Shaojin from being reunited, trust me. Good, don't worry, I will take good care of Shaojin. When the time comes, I'll return a clean and unharmed Shaojin to you. Be good, go back and wait for the right moment. Endure for a few years, I will come for you very soon. Chu Xiaofan gently comforted for a long time, and only then did the Xianyuan sword reluctantly and begrudgingly return to Xianyuan Dahai's hands. Senior, all those words just now were actually a joke. After all, the Xianyuan sword is the prized treasure of your family, how could I possibly take it to it? Chu Xiaofan said with an upright expression. However, if one day it decides to follow me on its own, well then, you can't blame me, he. Xianyuan Kuai looked at Chu Xiaofan, who pretended to be magnanimous, and couldn't help but smile. Beside him, Xianyuan Dahai clung tightly to the Xianyuan sword, his face full of affection and remorse. Having recovered the sword he had once lost, he silently vowed to accompany the Xianyuan sword more often in the future. However, the Xianyuan sword let out a low hum, as if showing disdain, and immediately merged into Xianyuan Dahai's body, refusing to be touched by him again. Xianyuan Dahai. Everything has settled, Shi Wuji's figure appeared in the scene. This battle, Chu Xiaofan wins. From now on, Chu Xiaofan will be the class monitor of the reform class. Shi Wuji announced loudly. This victory is beyond doubt. Xianyuan Dahai was already at a disadvantage, and the Xianyuan sword almost got stolen. He had no power to fight back, not to mention that Chu Xiaofan hadn't even used his SSS grade martial soul. No one knows just how strong Chu Xiaofan would be if he went all out. But everyone understands that he must be incredibly powerful. Chu Xiaofan. Chu Xiaofan. Chu Xiaofan. The entire new student body of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy was abuzz with excitement. When the gap between people is still small, jealousy arises. But when you stand at a height where others look up to you, what remains is only awe. The strong always inspire awe. The peak soul masters of the Xia kingdom watching from midair also revealed satisfied smiles. The Xia kingdom, the human race, a promising future ahead. The demon race shall ultimately be destroyed. The next announcement is of utmost importance. Please everybody proceed immediately to the field. Unrelated personnel, please leave the Kyoto Martial Spirit Academy. Sure Wuji's voice sounded once again. Some freshmen familiar with the academy's traditions already had a glimmer of anticipation shining in their eyes. Sure Wuji and the new students of the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy gradually gathered at the center of the field, while those top-tier soul masters of the Xia kingdom watched from the midair, offering playful consolation to Xian Yuan Kuai. After all, such a scene was a rarity in 100 years, amusing even these seasoned elders who were used to the waves and storms. Kuai, don't be too upset. Look on the bright side. At least this proves that the Xian Yuan sword has an exceptional eye, selecting people solely based on talent. Xian Yuan Dahai from your family is quite gifted, and no matter how you see it, he's already better than you. That's right. Why insist on being number one? Being an eternal second isn't bad either, at least it's not third place. Looking further ahead, if Zhu Xiaofan leads the human race to completely annihilate the demon race in the future, the Xian Yuan sword will undoubtedly become a hero of great merit. At that time, your Xian Yuan family will also be remembered throughout history. Xian Yuan Kuai leading the entire clan, sacrificing the ancient divine sword for the sake of humanity and presenting it to Zhu Xiaofan, the most talented individual of the human race. Wouldn't that be a legendary tale passed down for generations? Indeed. At that time, the entire human race would praise Xian Yuan Kuai for his profound righteousness, enduring humiliation, for his profound righteousness. Alright, stop wallowing in self-pity. Maybe Xian Yuan Dahai might surpass expectations in the future, although I think the odds are slim. But people should always have dreams. Even though dreams and delusions do differ somewhat. Xian Yuan Kuai looked at the elderly man before him, each laughing uncontrollably, and felt utterly speechless. His face was grim, and he only managed to squeeze out one word: get lost. These veteran soul masters of the Xia kingdom, who had lived for countless years, burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. Their figures flickered, and they departed from the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Their trip today had left them completely satisfied. Not only had they witnessed the brilliance of the number one prodigy of the human race, but they had also seen a scene unprecedented in history. Most importantly, they had managed to let Xian Yuan Kuai suffer a bitter loss. In their hearts, there was only one word: satisfying. Moreover, if this momentum continues, this era is destined to far surpass the years they once experienced. Xian Yuan Dahai was by no means unimpressive. On the contrary, he was also a once-in-a-lifetime genius. It was just that he happened to encounter Zhu Xiaofan. Between people, there is always someone who stands out more. In the square of the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy, the freshmen, filled with excitement, gathered in the center. Those students with some background already knew what would be announced next. This was a yearly tradition of the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy, a grand event for the freshmen, a rare opportunity, and a trial. Achoo! Sure Wuji lightly coughed twice, his face showing a look of anticipation. This year's freshmen are truly extraordinarily gifted, with two absolute geniuses among them. In any other era, they would be figures dominating their regions. If it weren't for Xian Yuan Dahai's lineage in the Xian Yuan family, Sure Wuji might have considered taking him as a disciple. I believe many of you have already guessed what's about to happen, right? Sure Wuji looked down at the excited freshman below, a smile playing at the corner of his lips. We know. Vice Dean. Ha ha ha. Trial of the Demon Mountain. I, Wang Dachui, have been waiting for this moment. I, Wang Dachui, the Hammer King of the Northwest, will rise from the Demon Mountain. The demon race shall ultimately kneel at my feet. Heh, are you even worthy? Hammer King of the Northwest, did you ask for my permission, Tang Hao? My hammer is not something to be trifled with. Your little hammer, let's compare it with mine. See if I don't hammer you flying. Spouting nothing but arrogant words, associating with someone so rude is downright disgraceful. Do you know what this year's reward is? I heard the Academy allocated more funding this time. The rewards are bound to be more generous than before. I also think that last year's first place had 200 points, which was already very high. Sure Wuji gazed at the energetic new students in front of him, feeling secretly gratified. Young people with ambition hold promising futures. Due to the increasingly intense war between humans and demons and the growing tension of the situation, our Kyoto Martial Soul Academy must also accelerate the training of a new generation of strong warriors. Therefore, 7 days later, all new students will enter the Magic Mountain to participate in the annual Magic Mountain Trial. The first place winner of the Magic Mountain Trial will receive a reward of 1,000 points and earn the privilege of selecting a soul treasure from the Soul Treasure Pavilion. The second place winner will receive 500 points and the opportunity to choose a soul skill from the Soul Skill Pavilion. The third place winner will be awarded 300 points and can use the top-level training room for free for 3 months. 4th to 10th place, each will be rewarded with 200 points. As soon as the words fell, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Oh my god. Did the Academy rob a bank this year? So many points. This is definitely the most generous reward ever. What are you saying? Our Kyoto Martial Spirit Academy has always maintained normal business exchanges with the Xia Kingdom Bank. Ahem. I mean friendly cooperation. How could transactions between soul masters be called robbery? That's right, you provide the funds, and I let you off the hook. This is a mutually beneficial deal, and that's exactly the style of our Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Exactly, the rewards this time are so generous it's heart-pounding. If I can really get those 1,000 points, I could even directly exchange them for a beauty retention pill. Bro, you're really willing to go all out for your girlfriend? Using all 1,000 points to exchange for a beauty retention pill? If it were me, I'd definitely prioritize exchanging for a top-tier soul skill. No, the beauty retention pill is for myself. And there's a soul treasure. My goodness. A soul treasure. A rare treasure you can't buy in the outside world. And soul techniques too, this benefit is simply too generous. The top-tier cultivation room is just too tempting. 3 months, how many points would that cost? Xu Xiaofan looked at the excited faces around him and slightly raised an eyebrow. 1,000 points, is that difficult? I can earn at least 200 points per month right now. Once I claim the top spot on the Heavenly Glory list, 1,000 points per month will be nothing. Lu Difu smiled bitterly. Big brother, we're not like you. We can't make it onto the prodigy rankings, nor are we class leaders, let alone core disciples. Due to the influence of the Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan Dahai had always followed Xu Xiaofan. At this moment, he spoke up. Xu Xiaofan, one day I will defeat you and become number 1 on the prodigy rankings. Alright, when you're stronger than me, the Xianyuan sword will naturally be returned to you. Xu Xiaofan nodded in response. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Xianyuan Dahai. Hey! The Xianyuan sword is clearly the inherited divine weapon of our Xianyuan family. Why do you make it sound like it belongs to you? What Xianyuan Dahai found most unbearable was that the divine sword martial spirit, transformed from the Xianyuan sword, slightly trembled upon hearing Xu Xiaofan's words, as if it was ready to fly toward him and embrace him. And one more thing, this time our Kyoto Martial Spirit Academy is offering a special benefit. For the first time, everyone can unconditionally learn any soul technique from the Soul Technique Pavilion. No matter the number of points, no matter the rank. As long as you choose one, you can learn it directly. Sure, Wuji announced with a smile, and the audience erupted instantly. What? Any level of soul skills can be learned for free? Are you kidding me? Is this for real? The Academy isn't just giving us empty promises like those group buying platforms, right? Oh my god, this is unbelievable. I'm going to choose a divine level soul skill. Divine level soul skills cost tens of thousands of points. Tens of thousands of points. I wouldn't even dare to dream of having that many points at night. Over 10,000 points? I'd have to work myself to death till the end of time to accumulate that many. Heh, what are you all even thinking? With just this one chance, do you honestly think you can master a divine tier soul technique? Divine tier soul techniques require extraordinary talent. Even Lin Chongyang, the strongest man in Xia country, only mastered one divine tier soul technique. That's right, everyone should stay rational. With our talent, being able to learn a king tier soul technique is already amazing. King tier soul techniques are also incredibly powerful. Exactly, and even king tier techniques cost several thousand points. This time, we've really hit the jackpot. By the way, Xu Xiaofan, which type of soul technique are you planning to learn? Me? Of course, a divine level soul technique. Everyone listened to Xu Xiaofan's calm response, feeling both that it was only natural and yet a bit surprised. Generally speaking, with the improvement of one's realm, the understanding of soul techniques gradually deepens. Divine level soul techniques, such as those mastered by Lin Chongyang, the top powerhouse, were only grasped when he reached the sacred realm. No one has ever been able to comprehend divine level techniques at the bronze realm. Although they wanted to question it, Xu Xiaofan had created too many miracles, making people hesitate. He is the only one possessing 2 SSS grade martial souls and can easily defeat or even subdue the ancient divine sword. All of this seems absolutely unbelievable. At this moment, Sure Wuji spoke earnestly. This opportunity to cultivate soul skills is something everyone must cherish. It's a one-time chance. If there's a soul skill that suits you particularly well, it will approach you on its own, and such a skill is one that you will definitely be able to master. Don't aim too high. If some soul skills don't resonate with you, don't force it. If you insist on chasing something unsuitable, you might end up with nothing at all. Sure Wuji's words, though straightforward, were full of reason. Alright, teacher Sure, we understand. I will never blindly chase the top, and I hope a god-level soul skill will actively choose me. Ha, such ambition. I believe a god-level soul skill will surely fancy a late bloomer like me. Me too. God-level soul skill, here I come. This time it's finally my turn to soar to greatness, Wang Dachui's moment to shine. A bunch of overconfident fools, just you lot? Wang Dalin said arrogantly. Who are you? Speaking so arrogantly? Do you think you're extraordinarily talented? Yeah. A fatty, yet so cocky. Don't think we fear you just because your grandfather is the head of the Wang family. My talent isn't great, but my big brother is incredibly talented. Who's your big brother? My big brother is Chu Xiaofan. Chu Xiaofan? He's your big brother? Ha, I even said he's my dad. Quite a bold personality. Chu Xiaofan listened to Wang Dalan arguing with someone and couldn't help but find it amusing. How did I suddenly gain a son? When did I become someone else's legend? Sure, Wuji shook his head, knowing in his heart that these freshmen had not truly experienced the harshness of reality. Soul techniques are not so easy to cultivate. Typically, soul techniques do not actively choose you, rather, it is through your faint perception that you select them, and only through daily contemplation and enlightenment can you truly master them. He had been the same back then, actively choosing the soul technique that suited him and mastering it completely through prolonged cultivation. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. In the next instant, Sure Wuji waved his hand lightly, and all the students vanished from where they stood. The oppressive aura of a Saint Realm Peak powerhouse was utterly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they were standing in front of the Soul Technique Pavilion of the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Here, all the soul techniques of the academy are collected, regarded as the most comprehensive soul technique repository of the human race. The Soul Technique Pavilion is vast in scale, with only one floor. Its overall structure forms a closed loop, resembling the bird's nest in Kyoto, and the interior space is extremely open. The ancient wooden architecture adds a profound sense of historical weight to the pavilion. From the depths of the pavilion surges waves of intense soul power. Many soul skill manuals, under the nourishment of the long passage of time and powerful soul energy, have surprisingly developed a faint spirituality. Senior Shin, these are the new students for this year. Take them to select their soul skills. Sure Wuji respectfully addressed the white-haired old man sweeping at the entrance of the Soul Skill Pavilion. The old man looked up at Sure Wuji, his expression calm as he nodded, "Go on in." "Alright, thank you for your hard work, Elder Shen." Sure Wuji responded with a smile. "Who is this? Why is even Teacher Sure being so respectful to him?" someone asked in a low voice. "You don't even know this? You're so out of touch. Don't you usually check Wensu Pavilion? Wensu Pavilion? Isn't that full of pirated news?" Although it's pirated, most of the content is true. Let me tell you, the identity of this old man will absolutely blow your mind. Go ahead, tell us. I'll just say one name and you'll understand. He's called Shinichi. What? Senior Shinichi. He's actually here? Didn't he retire long ago? Isn't this exactly what it means to retreat from the world? Hiding away at Kyoto's Martial Soul Academy isn't wrong either. My goodness, truly a place of hidden talents. This is what you call a real legendary predecessor. I still don't quite get it. Can someone summarize it for everyone? Let me explain. This happened a long time ago. Senior Shin was once the strongest of the human race in the previous generation. It said he was just one step away from the legendary Divine Realm. At that time, the Demon Realm merged with Blue Star, catching humanity off guard, and a being emerged stronger by several magnitudes than the current First Demon Sovereign. At the critical moment for the human race, it was Senior Shin who ventured alone into the Demon Realm, creating chaos, slaying countless formidable demon lords, and even killing that terrifying being who surpassed the first demon lord. Because of this, the human race had a chance to catch its breath and arrive at where it is today. However, the price was extremely severe. When Senior Shin returned, he was already gravely injured, his strength greatly diminished, and he barely managed to survive. Afterward, he retired from the public eye. With the passage of time, Lin Chongyang eventually emerged as the current strongest warrior. But regardless of who came afterward, the entire race holds boundless respect for Senior Shin. It is no exaggeration to say that without him, there would be no human race today. After hearing this, everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with reverence. One after another, people cast admiring looks toward Shin. He merely offered a faint smile, his expression calm, though his eyes revealed infinite relief. "Go in," Shin said calmly. The freshman then entered the gate in an orderly manner. Shin, still holding the large broom, continued to sweep the floor. However, just as Chu Xiaofan was about to step through the gate, Shin's body suddenly trembled, and his eyes shone brilliantly. He abruptly stepped forward, grabbed Chu Xiaofan's arm, and stared at him intently with an excited expression. That kind of gaze seemed as if a hunter had discovered a rare treasure. Chu Xiaofan instantly felt a chill down his spine, secretly thinking to himself, "Does this elder have some sort of peculiar habit? Elder. I'm not feeling well today, I'm in a special condition. Besides, a forced melon is never sweet." Chu Xiaofan spoke with a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear and unease. That senior's gaze is truly terrifying, even scarier than any look I've gotten from any woman I've ever met. "What did you say?" Shin's eyes widened in confusion as he asked. You didn't mean it that way." "Well, that's good. I must have misunderstood." Chu Xiaofan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they weren't of the same kind. How could he, an innocent young virgin, just casually give himself away? Especially since the other party was an old man and a man at that. After a moment, Shin finally reacted, shooting Chu Xiaofan an annoyed glare. Young man, you have decent features and a spirited demeanor. You're very good. Keep cultivating diligently. The future of our human race depends on you. Shin patted Chu Xiaofan's shoulder solemnly, his words full of profound meaning. A glimmer of comfort, anticipation, and endless hope shone in his eyes. Chu Xiaofan? Why does this compliment sound a bit awkward? The onlookers around were also thrown into a storm of shock. What? Even the legendary senior Shin has given such praise. Chu Xiaofan's talent is truly peerless. I admit it, he's the only man I can wholeheartedly admire. Oh my god. That's Senior Shin Yi, a powerhouse as ancient as a fossil. Even Senior Lin Chongyang is incredibly respectful in his presence. What he says can't be false. Chu Xiaofan is definitely a heaven-defying genius. As expected of a man from my Chu Yunfei lineage, he truly embodies the spirit of our old Chu family. Chu Yunfei? Are you the legendary Chu Yunfei? What's the matter, brother? Have you heard my story? No, your eyes are full of stories, but I heard you had the 2nd Battalion commander use the Italian cannon to blow up your own wife. Brother, you've got the wrong person. That was Li Yunlong's story. I'm Chu Yunfei, and I'm not the one firing cannons. He only fires cannons, and I'm not that Chu Yunfei either. Alright, I must have been mistaken. Senior Shin Yi, this is Lin Chongyang's disciple, the holder of twin SSS-level martial souls, Chu Xiaofan. Shi Wuji stepped forward and introduced with a smile. My class's student is so outstanding, it truly makes me proud. Chu Xiaofan, from ordinary to divine, this name is quite fitting. How about this, Xiaofan, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Although my cultivation is not as strong as before, I can still give my all to shine for 3 days, and no one will be able to stop me. Divine eyes radiated determination and confidence, as if the strongest from the past had reappeared, causing a shiver in the heart. Thank you, Senior. Chu Xiaofan was overjoyed. This was indeed a true powerhouse, speaking with resolute certainty. Now, he had an additional layer of protection, and he could hold his head high wherever he went. Alright, go in and train. God, finishing his words, picked up the broom once more, returning to the dull and lengthy life of sweeping. Yet no one would mistake him for an ordinary sweeper. This former number 1 powerhouse was so strong that no one could challenge him. If he claimed he could bring 3 days of light, he would certainly do it, no one doubted him. The new students looked at Chu Xiaofan with eyes filled with reverence, as if gazing at a deity. What kind of talent does this young man possess? What path will his future take? Living in the same era as someone like him inevitably means being overshadowed by him, undeniably and awe-inspiringly so. Some people even have a new slogan forming in their hearts: if Fan is born, why must Hai exist? Xian Yuan Dahai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with an irrepressible fighting spirit. He will defy the heavens and rise above, to let the world know that a young man shouldn't be underestimated. He wants to prove to Xian Yuan's sword that he is the most suitable man for it. After their emotions settled, all the new students slowly stepped into the Soul Technique Pavilion, which was as colossal as a city. In this boundless spirit skill pavilion, countless jade cylinders emitting spiritual light are displayed. Each jade cylinder contains powerful spirit skills. Due to their long preservation, everyone must return them after learning. Over the years, infused with soul power, these spirit skill jade cylinders have become highly spiritual, even being able to approach spirit masters that suit them. Wow! I feel a jade cylinder approaching me. This aura is clearly a diamond-level spirit skill. Ha ha ha. As expected, my talent with the hammer is extraordinary. Ha! I've got it here too. And it's diamond level. I'm a genius too. Easily learning diamond-level soul skills. What will happen when I graduate? Even God level will be within my reach. Heh, trash, can you feel it? The Sacred Realm soul skill is coming to me. It's about to fly right into my hands. Sacred Realm soul skill. Ha ha, only I am the true genius. Without me, Wu Yifan, the soul master world would plunge into endless darkness. Bro, that's absolutely amazing. But your name, your dad was way too creative with it. It sounds like the rhythm of a sewing machine. Better watch out for that in the future. Ha, how could I possibly step on a sewing machine? Come on, every time, I haven't paid a dime. Only those who fork over cash get caught up in that. I've given nothing, so what would they use to trap me? Impressive, is it underage or adult? Of course underage. Being underage is the bonus. Then you should go peddle the sewing machine instead. The new students of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy are undoubtedly the top geniuses of the Xia Kingdom, each coming with their own sharpness and pride. However, Chu Xiaofan's brilliance is so dazzling that it overshadows everyone's glory. Here, they were supposed to shine with their own radiance. But an unexpected change came suddenly, breaking the calm in an instant. The entire Soul Technique Pavilion was suddenly engulfed in a burst of golden light. Something that shocked everyone happened. The jade tubes that were originally flying toward their new owners suddenly stopped in midair. They all turned to look at the same person. It was a tall and extraordinary young man, Chu Xiaofan. The next moment, all the jade cylinders rushed toward Chu Xiaofan like grandmothers vying for discounted items at the market. Chu Xiaofan was stunned. Oh my, so enthusiastic? Have I become everyone's central air conditioner? F***CK. My soul skill is gone? Chu Xiaofan. I, Wang Dachui, will never forgive you. Why can't you show a little mercy even after breaking up? I didn't even get to touch the jade tube, and you've abandoned me like this? Woohoo! Now I finally understand Xian Yuan Dahai's feelings. This pain is worse than being betrayed by my wife. I don't believe it. How about I put a green hat on you and see which feels worse? This is so bizarre. What kind of magic does Chu Xiaofan have? I, Wang Tang, am a genius too. Back then, that red-haired weirdo who told fortunes even said I had the potential of a great emperor. I'm going crazy. This world is simply too outrageous. My god, this is a true master. The freshmen were in an uproar, watching the soul techniques they held slipping away just like that. Although everyone thought Chu Xiaofan might not necessarily choose these soul techniques and they could possibly return to their hands, at the moment, they felt more like backup options ready to be replaced at any time. The frustration in their hearts was indescribable. Countless jade tubes orbited around Chu Xiaofan, releasing an aura that seemed to call out, "Choose me. Come learn me. Hold me. Pick me, hurry up." Even the few remaining god-level soul techniques in the Soul Technique Pavilion were among them, eager to be selected. The commotion within the Soul Technique Pavilion even alarmed Shi Wuju and Xin Yi outside the building. The astonished expressions on their faces were clearly filled with disbelief. Even Xin Yi, who possessed remarkable strength, had never witnessed such an extraordinary sight. Xin Yi and Shi Wuju exchanged glances, their four wide-open eyes brimming with shock, creating an image both comical and tense. Everyone's eyes focused on Chu Xiaofan, wondering which soul skill he would choose. But Chu Xiaofan slowly pushed all the jade tubes aside, because he discovered that at the highest point of the Soul Skill Pavilion, there stood a unique jade tube silently. That jade tube, like an emperor overlooking everything, was enigmatic and mysterious, making even Chu Xiaofan feel it was difficult to approach. Soul Technique Jade Tube, how dare you ignore me? Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a playful smile as he slowly walked toward the jade tube. Xin Yi's expression instantly became serious, his gaze filled with reverence and tension. The freshman familiar with the inner workings of the Soul Technique Pavilion naturally understood what that jade tube represented. Xin Yi, Shi Wuji, and many of the newcomers were all stunned, their expressions grim. Because Chu Xiaofan had directly chosen that soul skill. Chu Xiaofan's steps were steady and resolute, exuding unparalleled confidence. He could clearly sense that the jade cylinder before him contained an extraordinarily intense soul skill presence, as if ready to erupt at any moment. He was already certain that the soul skill sealed within this jade cylinder was the most powerful one in the Soul Skill Pavilion. A soul skill that even Chu Xiaofan could not easily approach was certainly no ordinary creation. Among the few remaining divine-grade jade cylinders in the Soul Skill Pavilion that had eagerly welcomed him, this one was uniquely proud, proving that it was anything but common. God-level soul skill, heaven-splitting sword formation. Chu Xiaofan actually chose this one among all the god-level soul skills? What? Is it the legendary heaven-splitting sword formation? You've got to be kidding, right? Heaven-splitting sword formation? How do you all know so much about it? Can someone briefly explain what exactly this soul skill is? There are still people who haven't heard of the heaven-splitting sword formation? Oh, it's you, huh? No family background, so it's understandable you don't know. Let me explain. The sky-splitting sword array is a god-level soul skill passed down since ancient times. According to ancient texts, the sky-splitting sword array shone brightly in the ages of antiquity and was hailed as the most powerful sword-shaped soul skill in history. During the era of spiritual awakening, countless strong soul masters in the soul master world went mad trying to master it, one after another. But shockingly, no one has ever truly understood the sky-splitting sword array even to this day. What? How could no one have learned it? We've had so many geniuses among humans over the years, isn't there a single person who could crack it? It's said that this soul skill has become somewhat incomplete over time, losing a small portion, and unfortunately, that portion happens to be the most critical core. Moreover, there's one thing we can be sure of, even the original creator has admitted to it. What is it? One of the 8 great powerhouses of the Xia Kingdom, Xianyuan Kuai, the patriarch of the Xianyuan family, once personally visited the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. He secluded himself for 3 days and nights, painstakingly studying the sky-splitting sword formation, but ultimately gained nothing. Afterward, he was filled with emotion and openly declared, if anyone can master this technique, they will undoubtedly become a sword god. My goodness, such high praise? A sword god, is that the legendary figure who can split the heavens with one strike and sever all things with another? Exactly. A sword god is undoubtedly the invincible king among sword-shaped martial souls. Brother, as far as I know, Xianyuan Kuai isn't the only one who tried to learn the sky-splitting sword formation. Nearly all human powerhouses with sword-shaped martial souls have paid a great price attempting to crack this technique. Yet no one has succeeded. Some even questioned whether this soul technique was fabricated by the Martial Soul Academy to deceive people into spending points. That person ended up being reprimanded by Xianyuan Kuai and Lin Xiong Yang, and in the end, had to publicly admit their skills were inferior. Really? How many points does this soul skill require? Oh my gosh. 100,000 points? Are you kidding? There's no god-level soul skill here that requires so many points, right? This is ridiculous. What do you know? This is Kyoto Martial Soul Academy intentionally raising the threshold. Every soul master with a sword-shaped martial soul wants to try it. 100,000 points, placed elsewhere, would require at least a King Realm Soul Master to accumulate. This naturally blocks the vast majority of people. But the problem is, knowing they can't learn it, why are there still so many people rushing in? Isn't this just handing free money to the academy? What do you know? The name of the sword god itself is an unparalleled allure. Shen Yuan Kuai personally acknowledged its value. Whoever masters it will become renowned across the world. Alright. However, although Chu Xiaofan is extraordinarily gifted, he has just entered the bronze realm and his cultivation is still shallow. How could he possibly comprehend such a soul technique? Exactly, even Saint Realm experts are helpless with it. No matter how much of a peerless genius Chu Xiaofan is, even if he's capable of learning divine-level soul techniques, attempting the heaven-splitting sword formation seems a bit overconfident, doesn't it? You don't understand, he is the first genius of the human race, and he has his pride. If it's not the strongest soul technique, he wouldn't even bother to practice it. Isn't that right? Too proud. Be careful that arrogance doesn't ruin your future. I've seen too many stories where geniuses become mediocre because of pride. It's truly regrettable. Sigh, it seems I misjudged him. I thought he was humble and low-key, but it turns out he's so arrogant, completely dismissing others. Indeed, this is typical of people from small places. Once they have a bit of talent, they lose their sense of perspective and can't achieve greatness. It's still someone like Wang Tong who truly has the makings of an emperor. The voices of discussion echoed all around, as Xian Yuan Dahai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with longing and anticipation. This is the soul skill he has dreamed of. It could even be said to be the ultimate soul skill desired by the entire Xian Yuan family, and by all cultivators in the world who use the sword as their martial soul. Now, Chu Xiaofan has taken the lead and plans to acquire this legendary soul skill. Hearing the murmurs around him, Chu Xiaofan simply lifted the corners of his mouth into a faint, indifferent smile, without arguing with them. These ordinary folk, although I cannot be certain whether I can master this heaven-defying sky-splitting sword formation with my own power alone, I have the system on my side. What is there to fear? Why should I personally delve into research? With the system safeguarding me, all the methods in the world can be easily obtained. The system even once rewarded me with an unconditional opportunity to learn a soul skill. At first, I thought it was just a trivial favor casually granted by the system. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, this reward proved to be of great use. Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but suspect that the system seemed capable of foreseeing the future. Every reward was perfectly timed, resolving urgent needs, and each was an extremely precious, heaven-defying opportunity. Chu Xiaofan walked steadily toward the jade cylinder that stood quietly, exuding an aura of majesty like a sovereign. His expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple. Sky-splitting sword formation? Are you ignoring me when I speak to you? Today, no matter what kind of soul skill you possess, in the face of my system's rewards, you will bow down. Whether you wish to teach it or not, I will learn it. Even if you shout until your voice breaks, it will be useless. Shani sighed softly, his figure flickering like a phantom as he instantly appeared in front of Chu Xiaofan. Have you truly decided to learn this soul skill? His gaze had never been so solemn. Yes, senior. Chu Xiaofan answered without hesitation, his tone resolute. Sigh. With your talent, you might have a chance to succeed when you advance to the Holy Realm. But for now, the time isn't right. I sincerely hope you'll reconsider. This opportunity to study soul techniques for free is extremely rare. Choosing another divine-level soul technique would be a safer option. Shinny advised earnestly and with heartfelt concern. Senior, please rest assured, I truly have absolute confidence. Chu Xiaofan responded with a bitter smile, yet an undeniable glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes. Why doesn't anyone believe me? I really can do it. After all, I have the system as my ally. I'm the protagonist with cheats. Seeing Chu Xiaofan's firm attitude, Shinny could only sigh helplessly. Since you've already made your decision, go ahead and give it a try. After it's over, you can choose another divine-level soul skill. Shinny then turned to look at Shurwuji. Shao Shur, deduct the points for the other divine-level soul skill from my account. Hearing the term Shao Shur, Shurwuji showed no displeasure. After all, there weren't many people in the world who could call him that apart from his parents. There was also his wife. However, he disliked being called Shao Shur by his wife the most and preferred hearing her call him Deshur. And the senior Shinny before him is the fourth person who can address him this way. Back in the great battle between humans and demons, senior Shinny indirectly saved Shurwuji's life. At that time, he was merely a low-ranking soldier who almost perished on the battlefield. It was senior Shinny's surprise attack on the demon tribe that forced the enemy army to retreat, giving him a chance to survive and grow to where he is today. Therefore, their relationship is extremely close. Senior, it's no big deal. How about I make the decision to let Chu Xiaofan go through it again? This time, it'll serve as a lesson for him. Shiruoji waved his hand, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. No. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Every new student is only allowed one free learning session. This is a strict rule of the academy. Besides, the academy paid a huge price to preserve these divine-level soul techniques. Deduct the points from my account. This old bag of bones has no use for so many points anyway. Shinyi's expression was stern, and his tone left no room for debate. Alright, Shiruoji reluctantly agreed. After all, Kyoto Martial Soul Academy doesn't belong to just one person. Resources can be tilted in favor of the gifted, but rules must never be broken. Oh my! Senior Shinyi really goes out of his way for Chu Xiaofan. If it weren't for the fact that one follows the divine path and the other bears the surname Chu, I'd almost suspect Chu Xiaofan is his own flesh and blood. Sure enough, good-looking people can always do whatever they want. But why am I also so handsome, yet the senior doesn't take care of me at all? To be honest, first of all, you're not actually handsome. Secondly, Chu Xiaofan has exceptional comprehension, while yours is far worse. I don't believe it. My parents have always said I'm a genius, that I'm extraordinarily gifted. Is it possible they were just trying to make you happy? Actually, it's quite a pity for Chu Xiaofan this time, wasting a free opportunity to learn soul techniques. Otherwise, he could have learned 2 divine-level soul techniques at once. Why are you all so convinced that Chu Xiaofan definitely won't be able to master the sky-splitting sword formation? Lu Difu stubbornly countered. How is that possible? Countless peak-level saints haven't been able to master it, and it's said that this soul technique is already incomplete. To successfully learn it, how heaven-defying would that be? Miracles don't just happen because you wish for them. That's right, if miracles were everywhere, would they still be called miracles? But before Chu Xiaofan appeared, had anyone ever seen an SSS-level martial spirit? Had anyone seen twin SSS-level martial spirits? Had anyone seen a sword-shaped martial spirit defeat Xian Yuan sword? Had anyone seen someone complete, cough cough, this can't be told, it's brother Xiaofan's secret. Lu Difu almost slipped up and revealed Chu Xiaofan's secret of mastering a soul decision in 3 seconds. Listening to Lu Difu's excited narration, the crowd, who had been looking at Chu Xiaofan with anticipation, started to believe that perhaps a miracle could really happen. But by the end, everyone's expressions turned strange. Only 3 seconds? This is too fast, isn't it? My neighbor old Wang takes at least a minute. What? 3 seconds? You even know your neighbor old Wang's 1 minute? TSK, your circle is quite messy. 3 seconds. That's way too exaggerated. It ended before it even started. How is this any different from being bitten by an ant? 3 seconds, sigh, such a pity. It turns out people really can't be judged by their looks. Who would have thought Chu Xiaofan looks decent but is useless? Seems like the rumors are true. Lin Chongyang the senior is weak. Perhaps Chu Xiaofan became his disciple because they share the same plight. Sigh, the scandal broke. Brother Xiaofan's scandal broke. Wang Qingyun, sigh, 3 seconds. Forget it, if it really doesn't work out, I'll just endure it. Brother Xiaofan is still a good person. Lu Difu's face turned bright red. Listening to everyone's teasing, he felt a wave of embarrassment, wondering whether he had said something wrong and tarnished brother Xiaofan's reputation. Chu Xiaofan's face darkened, speechless at the little chubby guy. What kind of nonsensical things was he saying? Now, there's really no way to clear his name, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't help. Classmates, don't misunderstand, it's really not like that, he's talking nonsense. Chu Xiaofan hurriedly clarified. It's okay, we believe you. He's spouting nonsense. By the way, I have a family secret remedy, I'll let you use it for free later. Hope it helps you, sigh, what a pity, 3 seconds. He. Chu Xiaofan. I don't believe it unless you take it off and show me right now. Ha ha ha. I don't believe it either, unless you dare to scald that area with boiling water. Brother Xiaofan, let it go. This world has been far too harsh on you. Wang Qingyun, will stay by your side no matter what, for a lifetime. Even if you really only have 3 seconds, I believe I can handle it. Sigh, don't take it to heart, brother Xiaofan. Wang Dalin, won't despise you for it. These kinds of things just need more practice, maybe you'll improve in the future. Even the usually serious Shiruoji Shinyi couldn't help but burst into laughter at this moment. As someone in the know, Shiruoji was well aware that the so-called 3 seconds actually referred to comprehending the soul technique within 3 seconds. However, he hadn't expected the rumors to twist the story into its current form, making it all the more intriguing. Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly, cursing inwardly, what a joke. You're actually asking me to scald it with boiling water? Do you believe that I'll make you regret it later when it's too late? Forget it, just a bunch of ordinary people. Someday, the truth will naturally compel your girlfriends to tell you themselves. Chu Xiaofan sighed helplessly in his heart. Under the mocking or peculiar gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked toward the jade cylinder. The jade cylinder stood silently before the heaven-splitting sword array, resembling a cold and aloof goddess, unmoved by all the men who approached, as if entirely disinterested in them. Chu Xiaofan's lips curved into a confident smile. No one could ultimately escape my system's control. He sat cross-legged, slowly extended his right hand, and gently touched the surface of the jade tube. Ding! Detected host's contact with the incomplete god-level soul skill, sky-splitting sword formation. Do you wish to use one opportunity to learn unconditionally? The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chu Xiaofan's mind. Finally here. Learn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the god-level soul skill, sky-splitting sword formation. Chu Xiaofan slowly stood up, feeling the astonished gazes cast around him. His expression was calm, and he simply said, "I'm done." The whole process was extremely quick, no more than 10 seconds, almost indistinguishable from the legendary 3 seconds. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Chu Xiaofan in disbelief, as if witnessing an astonishing miracle. Big brother, stop joking around. You're saying you've recovered? This isn't about doing that kind of thing, this is soul technique cultivation. I would believe 3 seconds for that, but stop letting your mind wander. That's right, Chu Xiaofan. I'm a loyal fan of yours. Although you have the 3-second legend and now another 3 seconds, I still won't lose faith in you. But if you're just deceiving yourself, I'll be disappointed. Sigh, it's hopeless. Another 3 seconds. It seems my unique secret remedy won't be able to help you. Why not just accept your fate? 3 seconds, still 3 seconds. Again 3 seconds? Sigh, life is unpredictable and full of uncertainties. Chu Xiaofan, don't feel inferior. Actually, 3 seconds isn't a big deal. I believe you'll definitely break through to 5 seconds in the future. You're still young and have room to grow. That's right, don't worry. If all else fails, we can treat it like a desperate last resort, scald it with hot water. Who knows, it might stimulate some potential and bring it back to life. Hey! Stop talking nonsense. I just counted carefully, it's definitely longer than 3 seconds. It seemed to be over 5 seconds, almost 10 seconds. Exactly. My brother Xiaofan is usually very quick, but this time it was definitely longer than 3 seconds. I can vouch for that. The crowd's discussions were incessant, as if weaving an absurd drama in their minds starring Chu Xiaofan, ultimately concluding that the matter was settled in just 3 seconds. No one could believe that someone could master a divine-level soul technique within 3 seconds, let alone such a heaven-defying top-tier skill that no human had ever grasped. Thus, everyone assumed that Chu Xiaofan's statement of finished referred to something else entirely. Chu Xiaofan coldly surveyed the surroundings, his mouth twitching. He truly couldn't understand why his classmates constantly thought about such absurd things. Could they not be just a bit more straightforward like him? At this moment, the elderly Shenyi and Shiruoji slowly approached. Shenyi looked at Chu Xiaofan with a trace of pity. Xiaofan, alas, even an old man like me can last more than 3 seconds. Well, let's not dwell on it. First, choose a divine-level soul skill. I will certainly find a way to resolve your problem. I know of quite a few rare heavenly treasures, rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you find them and resolve your concerns. Your martial spirit has extraordinary potential. Even if we cannot eliminate the demon clan in the future, you must still leave behind descendants. That's not it, Senior Shenyi, you've really misunderstood. 3 seconds, it's really not the 3 seconds you're all thinking of. Chu Xiaofan anxiously defended himself. Xiaofan, don't worry. Between men, no one will laugh at you. Really, we won't laugh. Unless it just can't be helped. Shenyi struggled to suppress his laughter, his expression turning peculiar. Someone can testify. Teacher, sure. He can prove that I'm not 3 seconds. Chu Xiaofan roared in frustration, feeling utterly stifled. This was just too humiliating. As a man, how could he be misunderstood like this? Shiruoji was stunned, his face full of confusion. Prove it? How do I prove it? I haven't had any clandestine dealings with you. What? Mr. Sure. You actually. Oh my goodness. The world has changed. Oh my. Mr. Sure, how could you treat my little fan brother like that? Little fan brother, you're no longer pure. Mr. Sure, I once thought you were a teacher of high moral character, but I never expected you to. How could you face Mrs. Sure? Alas, this world has truly changed. This scene will take me a lifetime to heal. So I burning. I've seen elders with young girls, but never elders with young boys. Shiruoji's lips twitched uncontrollably, filled with helplessness. What kind of nonsense thoughts are these? Do these students have anything else in their heads besides such things? Can't they just focus on cultivation and combat, like in his generation? No, everyone, don't misunderstand. Actually, earlier, Lu Difu was also saying fast. Chu Xiaofan's 3 seconds aren't what you think. He's cultivating soul techniques for 3 seconds. Are you satisfied now? Shiruoji quickly clarified, worried that if he didn't explain, his lifetime of reputation would be completely ruined. Anyway, Chu Xiaofan is already impressive enough, adding a 3-second soul technique cultivation isn't a big deal. At most, he'll just go from being a little prodigy to a super prodigy. It's fine. Brother Xiaofan is definitely not someone who finishes in 3 seconds. Wang Qingyun was the first to pat her rather proud chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. So that's it. Turns out cultivating the soul technique only took 3 seconds. If that's the case, there's no problem. Thankfully, it's not that other 3 seconds. No problem, no problem, the misunderstanding is resolved. Chu Xiaofan truly is a man I admire. I was thinking, how could it only be 3 seconds? Ha, not that kind of 3 seconds. Chu Xiaofan, I, Wang Dachui, officially challenge you. Come quickly and duel with me. Wait a minute? He only took 3 seconds to cultivate the soul technique? My goodness. Cultivating the soul technique in 3 seconds? Just how heaven-defying is his soul power talent? Could he really be the chosen one? This is unbelievable, cultivating the soul technique in 3 seconds, just hearing it makes my heart race. I'd rather have his other 3 seconds, I can't handle this kind of 3 seconds. This is just too unbelievable. Who could break this record? If the heavens hadn't created Chu Xiaofan, wouldn't the world of soul masters be an eternal night? The surrounding crowd finally snapped out of their shock, each unable to hold back their amazement. If given a choice between experiencing Chu Xiaofan's 3 seconds and training with the soul ultimate for 3 seconds, they would rather choose the former. Training with the soul ultimate for 3 seconds, could someone like this truly exist in this world? Xian Yuan Dahai clenched his fists tightly, his expression complex. 3 seconds. He only took 3 seconds. Chu Xiaofan, I will surpass you. Someday, I will gain the recognition of the Xian Yuan sword. Alright, the misunderstanding is resolved. Shani spoke with a wry smile. Xiaofan, go and choose another divine soul technique. This little farce ended just like that. Young people are truly amusing, full of energy. Senior, I really have mastered the sky-splitting sword formation, why won't anyone believe me? Chu Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Are you serious? Shani raised an eyebrow, his expression exceptionally solemn. Really? Chu Xiaofan nodded earnestly. What? Really? Chu Xiaofan, did he truly learn the sky-splitting sword formation in just 3 seconds? 3 seconds again? Could it possibly be true? Chu Xiaofan, I don't believe it. Unless you demonstrate it on the spot, I absolutely won't believe you can master the sky-splitting sword formation in 3 seconds. Yes. As long as you show it, we'll naturally believe you. Otherwise, who would believe you can learn the sky-splitting sword formation in 3 seconds? Facing everyone's skepticism, Chu Xiaofan merely smiled faintly. Sigh, if I say it wasn't 3 seconds, you don't believe me. If I say it was 3 seconds, you still don't believe me. I really don't know how to explain it to you. In the next moment, Chu Xiaofan's lips curved into a confident smile. Alright, today I'll show off again. Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch carefully, I'm about to perform. Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a devilish smile, his gaze carrying a mix of confidence and defiance. The next second, he slowly closed his eyes, and the fluctuations of soul power within him rippled through the air like ocean waves. The soul power of the early Bronze realm was fully unleashed, and a golden divine sword of time suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes, radiating divine brilliance and exuding an overwhelming aura. Everyone was so shocked by this overwhelming and unparalleled soul power and the oppressive aura of the Sword of Time that their bodies trembled, and they were filled with awe. He's clearly only at the bronze rank. How could his soul power be so astonishing? Whether in terms of its purity or total amount, it has far exceeded the limits of the bronze rank. So terrifying. Before, I only thought he was strong, but now seeing it with my own eyes, this Sword of Time feels like it could split me in half at any moment. Exactly, this aura is just too overwhelming. No wonder even the Xian Yuan sword is willing to submit. If I were a sword, I definitely wouldn't choose Xian Yuan Dahai either. Not choosing Chu Xiaofan would simply be blind. How can you talk like that? Xian Yuan Dahai is actually very strong. He's already unlucky enough, and you're still laughing at him. Ha. Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh too. You guys are so mean. I believe Xian Yuan Dahai will definitely turn the situation around. Although it seems hopeless in this lifetime, there's still a chance in the next. How can you talk about the genius of our Xian Yuan family like that? Say it again. Say it again and I, Xian Yuan Pinru, will. Will what? Want to fight me? Don't think you can act so arrogant just because you're wearing Pinru's clothes. Not really, I mean, if you guys keep talking like this, I won't be able to resist laughing along with you. What's your relationship with Xian Yuan Dahai? Me? Xian Yuan Dahai is the son of my cousin's father's mother's daughter's cousin's sister. As for the relationship, not very good, strictly speaking, we're competitors. No wonder. Then let's laugh together. Ha. Xian Yuan Dahai clenched his fists tightly, letting the discussions around him rise and fall, while his fighting spirit grew even stronger. Very well, Chu Xiaofan, since childhood, I have been invincible among my peers, this time, I will not be defeated by you. What does a single defeat mean? I, Xian Yuan Dahai, have never bowed to adversity. Shani and Shirwoji exchanged glances, their eyes widening. As pinnacle soul masters in the spiritual world, they could naturally perceive the immense strength of Chu Xiaofan's martial spirit more profoundly. Chu Xiaofan's martial spirit and soul power were astonishing. They had never witnessed such terrifying talent. What shocked them even more was that an even more dreadful aura seemed to be rapidly forming within Chu Xiaofan. Although this aura was still faint at the moment, as long as Chu Xiaofan grew stronger, it would undoubtedly shake the world. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a blazing golden light erupted from Chu Xiaofan's body, its brilliance surging like a tide, illuminating the entire soul technique pavilion in resplendent hues. The antique decorations reflected in the golden light, appearing dreamlike and ethereal. Countless divine swords pierced through the air, their sounds echoing across the sky like thunder. The time divine sword radiated sacred light in front of Chu Xiaofan, instantly transforming into thousands of sword shadows that soared like a meteor shower. The golden sacred time divine sword formed a grand and majestic sword formation in the sky, with sword energy surging as if intending to pierce through the heavens. In this moment, the sword formation's overwhelming power was suffocating, leaving no one to doubt that one day it would restore ancient glory and truly tear apart the firmament. Go! Sky-splitting sword formation. Chu Xiaofan lightly raised his right hand, the cold wind brushing against his sleeve. His expression was tranquil as though he were an immortal, as if one sword alone could cleave through heaven's gate. Whoosh! Countless time divine swords surged like a rainbow, the ancient soul technique, the sky-splitting sword formation manifesting once more in the world. Boom! The time divine swords struck the sky, seemingly causing the heavens to tremble. Despite merely being a soul master at the early stage of the Bronze Realm, he was able to unleash such awe-inspiring power. Golden sword light blossomed in the sky like fireworks, leaving people incredulous. After a moment, the sword formation dispersed. Chu Xiaofan calmly sheathed the divine time sword, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The cold wind blew, slightly lifting his bangs. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the vast sky and softly said, "If the heavens had not birthed me, Chu Xiaofan, the way of the sword would be eternal darkness." All the freshmen, especially the girls, blushed, their hearts fluttering, their bodies trembling slightly. Huff! The cold wind brought by the sword formation howled past, like a sharp slap brushing across everyone's faces. Everyone stared blankly at the miracle before them, as if it were a dream. A moment ago, no one could have predicted that Chu Xiaofan would actually master the god-level soul technique that no one had ever learned before, sky-splitting sword formation. This was simply a miracle easily grasped, leaving people utterly stunned. Now, miracles have become bizarre, even those self-proclaimed as miracle masters wouldn't dare to claim to be so defiant of the heavens. Some even started scheming in their minds, wishing they could stuff Chu Xiaofan into a snakeskin bag, secretly take him away, and dissect him to see what kind of miraculous species he truly was, while also wanting to verify the legend of those 3 seconds. Of course, that was just a thought. On the land of Summer Country, who would dare lay a hand on Chu Xiaofan? Lin Chongyang and the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy would likely make your entire clan pay the price. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. What a line. If heaven did not give birth to me, Chu Xiaofan, the sword path would linger in eternal darkness. Xiaofan, I never imagined that beneath your unremarkable appearance lies hidden brilliance. I didn't think you had any affinity with swords before, and who could have anticipated your absolutely stunning talent? Alright. From now on, if anything happens, just come to me, Shani. As long as I'm here, if anyone in the human race dares to threaten you, I'll make sure they pay the price. The future of the battle between the human race and the demon race will depend on you. Shani burst into hearty laughter, sweeping away his earlier disappointment. At this moment, he was truly happy. A twin SSS-level martial soul, requiring only 3 seconds to cultivate soul techniques. His soul power perception was extraordinary, and his comprehension was unparalleled throughout history. Such a gifted young man, Shani couldn't wait to take him under his wing. With Chu Xiaofan around, the future of humanity is destined to shine brilliantly. Perhaps, there truly is a chance in this lifetime to witness the moment of the demon race's annihilation firsthand. Seeing Senior Shani so happy, Chu Xiaofan's heart was also filled with joy. This senior has sacrificed so much for humanity, and he sincerely admired him. However, God's way of praising people seems a bit unconventional. What does "don't judge a book by its cover" mean? Are you saying I, Chu Xiaofan, am not handsome enough? In this world, the only one whose looks could rival mine would probably be that guy in suspenders, with a center-part hairstyle, holding a basketball, right? And sword offense? This is clearly sword dancing. Bah, forget it, let's just stick to sword offense. Also, what does "actually so sword-like" mean? Senior, although you're praising me, why do I still feel like something about it sounds a bit odd? Chu Xiaofan said faintly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Ah, don't mind these small details. In my life, I've only ever praised 2 people. I'm not good with words and not very skilled at giving compliments, Shani said with an embarrassed smile. Oh, 2 people? Senior, who's the other one? Chu Xiaofan couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. After all, to be praised by Senior Shani, even if not as extraordinarily gifted as me, they must at least be outstanding individuals. Ha, the other one is your master, Lin Chongyang. Shani revealed a nostalgic smile. No wonder, so it's my master. Senior, how did you praise my master? Chu Xiaofan continued to ask. Oh, this? I was praising your master for having thick skin, truly. In all these years, I've never seen anyone more shameless than him. Of course, the slogan you just shouted actually resembles your master quite a lot. Sigh, if there's anyone in this world who might surpass him, it would probably be you. Shani remarked with feeling. Chu Xiaofan? What? Praising me for having thick skin? Well, that may not be wrong, but when have I ever been shameless? This is outrageous. At most, I haggle for half price when I buy vegetables. How does that make me thick-skinned? Alright, Xiaofan, focus on your cultivation. I probably don't have many years left in me. The future of the human race will rest on your shoulders. I truly hope to see you lead the humans to completely annihilate those demons while I'm still alive. In the depths of Shen Yi's gaze, an endless killing intent burst forth. The years have passed, and now he has only one wish left: a thriving human race and the destruction of the demons. This bloody battle can only reach its true conclusion when the humans eradicate the demons completely. Chu Xiaofan gazed at Shen Yi's silver hair, his heart slightly shaken. Senior Shen Yi, the once invincible strongman, had his cultivation regress and his lifespan sharply reduced due to protecting the human race and resisting the demons. Now, to regain the power he once had, he could only burn the last of his brilliance with his life. In his heart, the image of the deputy head of the martial soul department surfaced, who might still be on the distant battlefield between humans and demons at this moment. Although his son made mistakes, as a father, all he could do was risk his own life and exhaust the last of his strength to make amends. This is a life-and-death battle between tribes. Countless ancestors used their lives and blood to expand territories, paving the way for today's peaceful and prosperous era. Even though Chu Xiaofan never personally experienced those blood-soaked storms, his heart was deeply moved at this moment. Those predecessors truly offered selfless dedication, sacrificing themselves for others, deeply touching and inspiring. Rest assured, Senior Shen Yi, I will definitely accomplish this. Chu Xiaofan nodded solemnly, his tone firm. His serious demeanor left Lu Difu, who stood nearby, momentarily stunned. Brother Xiaofan, from childhood to now, this is the first time I've seen you so serious. Honestly, when you're serious, you kind of resemble the wolf in sheep's clothing. Lu Difu couldn't help but tease. Chu Xiaofan? Wait a moment, I'll make you call me Dad for sure. Lu Difu shrugged indifferently. If you want me to call you that, so be it. I've already called you Dad countless times over these years, Dad. Chu Xiaofan sighed helplessly. Difu, I really admire you, truly admire you. At that moment, Wang Dalan, who had always coveted Lu Difu's position, quickly chimed in. Brother Xiaofan, I can also call you Dad. Chu Xiaofan glanced at him coldly. You're not qualified enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Wang Dalan. Wang Dalan's face turned grim, and he muttered to himself, in this day and age, there are actually people who refuse to let me call them Dad? Fine, if you won't let me call you now, one day I'll make sure to call you. Ha, I told you already, I'm the closest sidekick to Brother Fan. You can just settle for being the number 2 bootlicker. No, wait, actually you're number 3, Wang Qingyun is number 2. Lu Difu laughed smugly. Wait, why am I number 3? I want to be number 1. Wang Dalan's face turned grim. Because you're fat. Lu Difu said earnestly. What? Just because I'm fat? Aren't you fat too? Wang Dalan protested indignantly. It's different. I'm adorably fat, you're creepily fat. Lu Difu said with a very serious tone. Wang Dalan? Fine, then what about Wang Qingyun? She's pretty fat too, isn't she? Wang Dalan was still unwilling to give up. Wang Qingyun withdrew his gaze from Chu Xiaofan and looked at Wang Dalan with a face full of confusion. I'm fat? What kind of international joke is this? She's fat? That's not fat, that's, windburn. Lu Difu said with an air of seriousness. Windburn? Wang Qingyun shot Lu Difu a cold glance. Fine, for the sake of Brother Xiaofan, I won't argue with you this time. My wind flame burns only for Brother Xiaofan. Alright, everyone stop messing around. The rest of you, continue practicing your soul techniques. Shen Yi looked at the lively crowd and smiled as he spoke. Young people truly are full of energy. I remember back in the day, Shen Yi, was just like that, always surrounded by admiration wherever I went. Nicknamed the Lady Killer, I now have to admit that I've aged. Maybe I'm just slightly better than Lin Chongyang. No, that's not right. Lin Chongyang is physically frail, at least I'm much stronger than him. Fortunately, no matter how the years have passed, at least I can still surpass Lin Chongyang, that's enough. Yes. Senior Shen Yi. The freshmen responded in unison. Regarding the sensational event of Chu Xiaofan mastering the divine soul skill, sky-cleaving sword array, the matter has come to an end. However, the after-effects linger, as many people continue to share and upload the video on social media platforms. Oh my god. Oh my heavens. That monster Chu Xiaofan has done something soul-shakingly shocking again. What now? Is it really worth such a fuss? He actually managed to master the sky-cleaving sword array. That's an ultimate skill that no one in the Soul Master realm has ever grasped. Countless experts with sword martial souls have been left in the dust. Even the head of the Xian Yuan family failed to succeed. It's said that anyone who can master the sky-cleaving sword array is destined to become the sword god of the future. Really? That's unbelievable. Heh, you guys are making a fuss over nothing. Chu Xiaofan has twin SSS level martial souls, and there were already rumors about him conquering the Xian Yuan sword in just 3 seconds. I'm numb to it now. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if he became a god one day. Alright, we're used to it. Unless he becomes a god, don't call me. Let's disperse. Yeah, don't interrupt me chatting with the pretty lady next door. Everyone, disperse. Sigh, if I were a member of the demon clan, I would definitely try every way to eliminate him at this point. You're overthinking it. Chu Xiaofan was already assassinated once. On the human clan's territory, the demon clan's elites can't even infiltrate, as they'd be exposed immediately. Besides, the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. And his master must have assigned people to protect him in secret. This is so obvious that even with just a little thought, anyone can understand. Whoever dares to harm Chu Xiaofan is bound to meet a grim fate. Alright, maybe I am overthinking it. I'll go chat with my sisters instead. Let's wrap this meeting up. Another wave surged across the internet. Although it wasn't as sensational as before, it still sparked heated discussions among countless people. Too many miracles happened in succession, and Chu Xiaofan has already turned unprecedented and unmatched into reality. The miracles that once seemed extraordinary now appear to be commonplace with him, leaving the entire Soul Master community in the Xia Kingdom gradually numb. Chu Xiaofan has earned a new title, the Young Sword God. All the cultivators of sword martial souls across the Xia Kingdom are eagerly anticipating the future of this young sword god. Sword wielders are inherently fearless in the face of obstacles, and they are all waiting for Chu Xiaofan to use the sword in his hand to cut through all barriers. Those seniors whose realms are higher than Chu Xiaofan's are also quietly awaiting his growth, eagerly anticipating the day when they can compete with the young sword god who has mastered the sky-splitting sword formation. Even knowing they won't be a match, they will never back down. This is the essence of a swordsman. As for the young cultivators whose realms are below Chu Xiaofan's, they can only strive harder. Whether or not they can hope to catch up to his stride in this lifetime, they must exert every effort. Even if they cannot surpass him in this life, perhaps in the next they can remember this moment's struggle and plant the seeds of hope for the future. Time slipped away quietly, and the soul techniques firmly rejected by Chu Xiaofan had no choice but to reluctantly return to the new students they originally intended to follow. This left them feeling deeply uncomfortable. So we were just backups. Chu Xiaofan gave you the cold shoulder, and only then did you turn to us? Humph. We're no less geniuses ourselves. Are we really just stand-ins? Even if we starve to death today, even if we jump off a cliff, we will never bow our heads. We have our own pride. However, upon second thought, all freshmen were taught a soul technique for free, and instantly everyone was overjoyed, though pretending not to want it. Outwardly, who wouldn't like a free soul technique? As for being a backup, who cares? As long as there are benefits to learn, what does being a backup matter? A soul master's comprehension has long been evident during the learning process of soul techniques. Among this batch of freshmen, true prodigies are as rare as morning stars, yet some have directly grasped a saint-level soul technique at their current cultivation level. The most remarkable among them is the genius of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Dahai. To master a saint-level soul technique at this stage, he is no less impressive than last year's Lin Xiangyang. The future of Xianyuan Dahai is undoubtedly promising, but as long as Chu Xiaofan remains, he may always find himself falling short by comparison. As for Lu Difu, the little chubby boy, his comprehension is quite good as well. He has already mastered Wang Jing's soul technique, making him a somewhat famous talent at the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. This made him so happy that he jumped up and down on the spot like a 100-kilogram big fat boy. Indeed, he is naturally a 100-kilogram big fat boy. Once everyone had finished learning the soul techniques, Shi Wuji announced an immediate dismissal, instructing everyone to assemble on the training ground in 7 days to participate in the Demon Mountain trial. Wang Qingyun blinked her eyes with a hint of charm, walked over to Chu Xiaofan, who was chatting with Lu Difu, and lowered her voice to say, "Brother Xiaofan, can I come to your house for a visit during these 7 days?" Chu Xiaofan looked at Wang Qingyun helplessly. This damned clingy girl. If I, Chu Xiaofan, weren't a person of principle, you would have long understood what it means for life to be unworthy. No way, Chu Xiaofan said coldly. No way? Brother Xiaofan, could it be that your family is so poor that you don't even have a door? It's okay, I can support you. Wang Qingyun looked at Chu Xiaofan with genuine concern. Chu Xiaofan was full of question marks? How is your train of thought even more absurd than mine? Alright, Brother Xiaofan, I get what you mean. Sigh, it seems I'll never find my ideal husband in this lifetime. Wang Qingyun pretended to be sorrowful. Don't lose heart. You're so outstanding, rich, powerful, and beautiful, surely someone will fight to have you, Chu Xiaofan comforted. Then, Brother Xiaofan, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Wang Qingyun's eyes were full of expectation. Ha? That won't do. I'm kindly advising you, and you can't turn around and drag me down with you, Chu Xiaofan said with a serious expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving Wang Qingyun's negative emotion points plus 199. Amazing ingratitude. The line of people pursuing Wang Qingyun stretches all the way to the Dao League. Stupid Brother Xiaofan. Seeing the resentful look in Wang Qingyun's eyes, Chu Xiaofan glanced at Lu Difu and tentatively said, "How about you consider our Difu?" Lu Difu was stunned, his name suddenly called out inexplicably. What? Brother Xiaofan, I recently got to know a female classmate who treats me really well. We really click. Wang Qingyun, stay away from me. Wang Qingyun shot a resentful glare at Chu Xiaofan, snorted coldly, then turned around to size up Lu Difu. You fat slob. Lu Difu looked aggrieved. Brother Xiaofan rejected you and you just hum, but when I reject you, you call me a fatso? This is just too unfair. Wang Qingyun rolled her eyes, her tone full of mockery. You sure are confident. Nearby, Wang Dalan watched his sister's behavior and laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. In the Wang family, no one could handle this girl, but here she kept hitting obstacles everywhere, truly amusing. Seeing Wang Dalan laughing uncontrollably, Wang Qingyun turned her head and glared at him. Fatso, what are you laughing at? No manners at all, call me brother. Wang Dalan put away his smile and said seriously. Wang Qingyun immediately switched to a sarcastic tone. Alright then, fatty brother. Wang Dalan sighed helplessly. Fine, I'm the brother. I'll let you win this time. Chu Xiaofan held back laughter, thinking to himself that the Wang siblings were truly a lively pair, just like their grandfather Wang Kongming, always putting on a good show every day. Alright, brother Xiaofan, our Wang family will return to train for the next 7 days. See you at the Mo Mountain trial in 7 days. Wang Qingyun said with a sweet smile, waving goodbye. Okay. Chu Xiaofan nodded. Wang Dalan didn't forget to give Lu Difu a threatening glance. Little fatty, don't even think about messing with my family these days. Brother Xiaofan's #1 little brother has to be me. No way. Lu Difu retorted without backing down, a hint of provocation in his tone. Two chubby boys were locked in an intense fight to claim the title of the #1 follower, going head-to-head against each other. Chu Xiaofan was momentarily speechless. You're the grandson of the head of one of the 4 great families of the Wang clan, for goodness sake. How can you act so shamelessly in your flattery? This is just too much. There's no need to go to such lengths. Then he thought again inside. Sigh, having exceptional talent also comes with its troubles. Maybe he's already seen that I am the destined child of fate, and naturally, following me gives him a chance to reach the pinnacle of life. Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but indulge in self-admiration in his heart. In truth, that was indeed the case. In front of outsiders, Wang Dalan is a notorious playboy in Jingdu and acts unchecked within the Wang family. But in front of Chu Xiaofan, he comes across as particularly kind and easygoing. This stark contrast makes Chu Xiaofan secretly chuckle. After Wang Dalan and Lu Difu left, Lu Difu suddenly turned back to Chu Xiaofan and said, Brother Xiaofan, I won't be going home for the next 7 days. I'll be staying at a female classmate's house to cultivate. Her family is no ordinary one, they're quite powerful. Wow, not bad, fatty. Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. I thought you were just joking around, but you're actually serious. You've got my spirit. If Lu Difu can truly find his own love, that would indeed be a wonderful thing. As for himself, Chu Xiaofan sighed inwardly, as he has yet to meet a girl who truly stirs his heart. Alright, brother Xiaofan, see you in 7 days. Lu Difu waved his hand and turned to leave the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Chu Xiaofan stood in place and pondered for a moment but ultimately chose not to leave. Instead, he turned back and entered the Soul Power Cultivation Room of the Martial Soul Academy, using 1 month's worth of points to undergo closed-door training for 7 days, focusing on tempering his body and mind. Although having the system's support should make cultivation progress effortlessly, the occasional act of personally training and feeling the surging power of spiritual energy flowing into the body still stirs an intense excitement. That sensation is like, an indescribable euphoria. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The new students of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy gathered on time. Most new students had made breakthroughs in their cultivation, as advancing in the brass realm is not particularly difficult. Those who had already entered the bronze realm were mostly prodigies meticulously nurtured by various forces. Chu Xiaofan, however, surged far ahead with the power of the system. Everyone gathered in the center of the field, waiting for the final instructions. This would be their first time facing the demon race directly. Everyone's hearts surged with passion, filled with both anticipation and nervousness. The young men carried a deep sense of patriotism, yearning to fulfill their ambitions. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed across the sky. An elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor appeared, accompanied by a tall, graceful girl in a flowing white dress, resembling a celestial maiden. The two were bathed in swirling white mist, exuding an air of profound serenity. I have returned. The elderly man's voice thundered like a storm, resounding through the heavens. Who is it? Who's back? Could it be the legendary Hu Han-san? Stop messing around. If you don't need your eyes, go ahead and donate them. Have you ever seen such a powerful Hu Han-san? That's clearly Hubba. What Hubba? You're talking nonsense. Chu Xiaofan looked at the familiar figures in the sky, his heart trembling suddenly. Finally, you've returned. Master, and my adorable little junior sister. Everyone raised their heads, gazing at the two figures in midair that seemed like deities descending to the mortal world, their hearts tightening involuntarily. Ethereal immortal mist swirled around them, while the birds and spirit beasts of the heavens emitted resonant cries, as if surrendering to this invisible pressure. An elder with flowing white hair and an aura of immortality, along with a young girl in a flowing white dress who resembled a celestial being, gently descended on the training field, stepping on the clouds. The elder appeared dashing, draped in a battle robe, with a tall and robust physique that gave no hint of being a centuries-old monster. Instead, he exuded an air of unrestrained freedom and ease. Upon closer inspection, his complexion seemed slightly pale, as if gravely injured, and his breath appeared somewhat weak. The young girl, on the other hand, wore a plain white long dress, her cascading hair falling like a waterfall. Her slender and graceful figure combined the purity of youth with the elegant charm of a mature woman. Her clear and lively eyes resembled a mountain spring, untouched by the storms of the mortal world. Her unadorned face bore no heavy makeup, yet carried a fresh and refined beauty, radiating innocence and charm, enough to captivate anyone in the world. Chu Xiaofan's gaze fell on the young girl on the stage, and he froze for a moment, unable to help but silently marvel in his heart. So this is my little junior sister? Master truly didn't deceive me. Oh my, isn't that the principal of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy, Lin Chongyang, the strongest in Xia country? His aura is extraordinary, truly exuding a celestial and noble demeanor. That's right, definitely a top-tier expert. But don't you think he looks a bit weak? Seems like he's overextended himself. You guys, why are you only staring at this old man? Look at the young girl beside him. I've heard before that senior Lin Chongyang accepted a female disciple rumored to be peerlessly beautiful, and seeing her now, it's absolutely no exaggeration. Really, her beauty is out of this world. Mr. San, I'm sorry, but I won't like you anymore from now on. Come on, how can you compare Mr. Sanshang to her? Ha, a bunch of mortals. If she could become my girlfriend, I swear I'll never visit any random websites again. Bro, it's broad daylight right now. Stop dreaming. Can you pick a more realistic life goal? You're just 1/3 of Neza. Who would lend you their goals? What? How did I become Neza? Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms, you only have 1/3, so you're just 1 head and 2 arms. Makes sense, I'm sold. Stop arguing, don't even think about it. Her background is not something ordinary people can reach. Her parents, just hearing about them would scare you to death. Who are her parents? Are they more powerful than mine? Your parents? What are they compared to hers? Her parents are peak Saint Realm experts. Although they rank just within the top 10 in the Summer Nation individually, they possess a martial soul fusion skill. What? A martial soul fusion skill? Exactly. Once the martial soul fusion skill of those 2 peak Saint Realm experts is unleashed, even Headmaster Lin Chongyang gets a headache. Not to mention, her own martial soul grade is SS level, and her strength is exceedingly powerful. How could any of you be worthy of her? Hiss. It's simply too terrifying. Go ahead, E. Among the crowd, the most striking boy with a carefree demeanor is your senior brother, Chu Xiaofan. Lin Chongyang smiled faintly and turned to Lin Yi, speaking gently. All right, master. Lin Yi responded with a sweet smile, the dimples at the corners of her mouth fostering a sense of affection. She stepped down slowly from the podium, her steps light as she headed toward Chu Xiaofan in the center of the field. The bustling noise of the sports ground fell silent at that moment, and the crowd instinctively made way for her. The bright sunlight spilled onto Lin Yi's face, her smile resembling dewdrops in the morning light, pure and flawless, as if untouched by the strife of this world. The green lawn on the playground reflected the sunlight as Lin Yi stepped forward toward Chu Xiaofan. This short distance seemed fleeting, yet it stretched time as if drawing in a deep breath. The people around Chu Xiaofan unconsciously stepped aside, leaving space for the 2 of them. Finally, the junior sister and the senior brother met under the watchful eyes of all. Hello, senior brother Chu Xiaofan, my name is Lin Yi. Lin is the character with 2 trees, and Yi is the character with the single-person radical in clothing. I'm so happy to become your junior sister, young sword deity Chu Xiaofan. Lin Yi extended her right hand. With her hair tied in a high ponytail, she blinked her bright eyes and looked at Chu Xiaofan with an innocent smile. Looking at the sincerity and curiosity in the girl's eyes, Chu Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. Hello, my name is Chu Xiaofan. Chu is the same Chu as Chu Yunfei, the one who fought alongside Li Yunlong. Xiao is the small as in very small, and Fan is the same Fan as Wu Yifan. Alright, senior brother. The 2 gently shook hands. Under the witness of the sunlight, the silhouettes of the boy and the girl seemed frozen at the purest and most beautiful moment in memory. At this moment, everything around them faded into insignificance. Perhaps, this is the girl truly suited for brother Xiaofan. Wang Qingyun smiled, and the obsession in his heart dissipated with the wind. As the granddaughter of the Wang family patriarch, she naturally understood who Lin Yi truly was. Lin Yi had lived in seclusion with her parents in a paradise since childhood, far from the hustle and bustle, with a pure and unblemished heart. It was only recently, with the outbreak of the war between humans and demons, that Lin Yi's parents returned to the capital to assist the human race in overcoming the crisis. They're truly a perfect match. This is great, I have a female classmate to keep me company, and brother Xiaofan now has a junior sister. That way, when I show off my love with my female classmate, it won't upset brother Xiaofan. Lu Difu also smiled inside. Ah, it seems I can't keep fawning over brother Chu Xiaofan anymore. It's about time I toned it down. Wang Dalan sighed deeply. After all, if being overly enthusiastic ends up affecting Chu Xiaofan's reputation, it wouldn't be worth it. Ah, forget it, a girl like that is out of our league. I'll just continue admiring my Miss Mikami. Bah! Speak for yourself, you're the only dung here, don't drag us into it. Ha, aren't you dung too? Well, compared to Chu Xiaofan, we are indeed dung, but compared to others, we're the cream of the crop. For example, that chubby guy next to Chu Xiaofan, if even he has such a beautiful senior sister by his side, will definitely have someone too in the future. Well, brother, you're right. Even that chubby guy can find love. How could we, the fertile soil, no wait, we, the flowers, possibly fall behind? Exactly. Brother, well said. To thank you, I'll share a few of my favorite websites with you, where many experts explain human anatomy. Great, great. Thanks, brother. Come over to my place someday, and we can explore the mysteries of the human body together. No problem, no problem. The boys felt as if they were experiencing heartbreak, and weren't the girls feeling the same way? However, this mood quickly dissipated. After all, some people are destined to belong to different worlds. Rather than obsess over unattainable things, it's better to live one's own life well. Everyone has their own unique world. Lin Chongyang on the podium looked at the two people below and smiled with satisfaction. The two standing together indeed complemented each other well, and his painstaking efforts had paid off. However, a trace of doubt crossed his mind. Was this approach somewhat inappropriate? Did it cross certain boundaries? I am Lin Chongyang, the principal of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Since everyone is here, I will preside over this year's Demon Mountain trial. Before the trial officially begins, let me first explain some precautions to you. When Lin Chongyang returned, he smiled and announced in a loud and clear voice. TSK, although it's rumored that senior Lin Chongyang has kidney deficiency, his voice is still very powerful. Indeed, if it weren't for the fact that the entire human race is spreading the news about his kidney deficiency, who would have thought that such a spirited and vigorous old man would have that problem? Looks can truly be deceiving. Sometimes, when you ought to have kidney deficiency, you just have to have it. What a pity. If senior Lin Chongyang didn't have kidney deficiency, I might even consider becoming his little wife. Hiss. That's too harsh. I didn't expect you to actually like an old man. Of course I like him. Doesn't senior Lin Chongyang have enough charm? Do I need a reason to like him? Alright, but you're too young. Since senior Lin Chongyang has kidney deficiency, he must prefer someone more mature. A forced melon isn't sweet. Who cares? How will you know if you don't try? A forced melon may not be sweet, but it can quench thirst. Ahem. Lin Chongyang cleared his throat upon hearing the faint whispers from the crowd below, silently cursing in his heart. Who on earth started this rumor, turning my reputation into this mess? How could Lin Chongyang be seen as weak or impotent? Even if there were some slight issues, only the few hundred women who spent long years with me would know about it. If I find out who spread this, I'll make sure they experience firsthand the methods of Lin Chongyang. Lin Chongyang lightly coughed again, and the murmuring below gradually subsided. Everyone understood that the reputation of the top powerhouse in the Xia kingdom was no laughing matter. Should he decide to prove his innocence by grabbing some little darling as a test, the consequences would be serious, not to mention that there were probably quite a few little darlings secretly delighted at the thought. The trial of Demon Mountain is our Kyoto Martial Soul Academy's tradition. I still remember the time when I personally led an army to forcibly capture a group of demons below the Golden Realm and sent them into Demon Mountain. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Oh, I know about this. The news back then spread like wildfire. Senior Lin Chongyang was truly incredible, like a master strategist. Exactly. This wasn't capturing at all, it was outright plundering. While the demons were sleeping soundly in the dead of night, senior Lin Chongyang teamed up with spatial soul masters and abducted an entire group of demons in an instant. Back then, the first demon lord was so furious he nearly jumped up. If I weren't human, I wouldn't be able to resist calling senior Lin Chongyang a sly old fox. Fighting is fighting, but this top-tier soul master actually went to ambush low-level demons. It didn't have much impact on the battlefield, it was purely because he was bored. And he didn't even kill them, leaving those demons in the Demon Mountain to give birth to demon offsprings which eventually all became property of our academy. Incredible. Worthy of being the strongest in Xia Nation. Lin Chongyang's lips twitched slightly. This group of little brats, all they do every day is gossip. Not a single serious word. Ahem. When I captured these demons back then, it was to help the students of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy better train their blood battle skills and gain practical experience in dealing with demons. There are very few demons of the golden rank in Demon Mountain, and not many of the silver rank either. Most are of the black iron and bronze ranks, which are just right for your training. Of course, this is merely a trial, so you don't need to worry about your safety. After speaking, Lin Chongyang lightly waved his right hand, and countless silver-white jade pendants shimmered and appeared in midair. These are spatial jade pendants. Each person will receive one. If you encounter danger, simply crush the pendant, and you'll be instantly transported back to the training field. If you face extreme danger, the pendant will automatically activate to protect You. However, let me remind you, be very careful not to be controlled by the demons. If they capture you, you might experience some special treatment. Although the demons understand their situation and won't go too far, being captured will inevitably lead to some suffering. This is their only form of entertainment in Demon Mountain, and they will act with restraint to avoid triggering the spatial jade pendant. Demons in Demon Mountain are forbidden from killing, and they cannot violate this rule. If the spatial jade pendant is tainted with demonic energy, it will immediately transport you back. However, if you're captured and fail to return to the training field in time, when the academy comes to rescue you, your ranking for this trial will be the lowest. As soon as the words fell, everyone suddenly had a spatial jade pendant hanging on their chest. The pendant emitted a mysterious and intense energy fluctuation. What do you think will happen if the demons capture me and I don't have time to use the pendant? What should I do then? Hey, Mississippi Square, what exactly are you talking about? I mean, what if they try to do that to me? What should I do? Oh, don't worry, with your figure, they definitely won't do anything to you. Ah, is that so? I heard the demons are all tall and strong. Well, that's a relief. Why do you sound a bit disappointed about that? Seriously? No way. However, you never know, maybe the demon tribe likes your figure. Remember, if you encounter danger, be sure to press the distress charm immediately. But over the years, I haven't heard of anyone getting into trouble, so don't worry. Really? Don't worry, I definitely won't press it recklessly. Huh? Not press it? Oh my, are you planning to sacrifice yourself for the country? Respect, respect. On the playground, Lu Defu and that beautiful female classmate stood side by side, forming a striking and contrasting scene. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaofan and his junior sister Lin Yi stood nearby, chatting cheerfully, their interaction as senior and junior quite relaxed and effortless. At that moment, Wang Dalan slowly walked over to Chu Xiaofan, grinning mischievously and asked, Brother Xiaofan, when we enter Demon Mountain, could you come find me? I'll leave a mark. Wouldn't it be great for us to explore Demon Mountain together? Chu Xiaofan helplessly turned his head and gave him a faint glance. I've already agreed with my junior sister that I'll go find her first. Ah, then, it's okay. We can form a team of 3 to tackle Magic Mountain together. Wang Dalan stubbornly continued. Chu Xiaofan was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Do you know what I admire most about you? What is it? Is it my sexy figure? My interesting soul? My handsome appearance? My powerful background? Or my unparalleled talent? Chu Xiaofan stared at him seriously, secretly cursing in his heart. Do any of these qualities even remotely apply to you? In the end, he coldly said, no, what I like most is your face that's thicker than a city wall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning negative emotion points contributed by Wang Dalan plus 199. Wang Dalan walked away with a face full of gloom, his mind flashing with the image of that little chubby Lu Defu. Perhaps, between fat people, it's easier to become friends. He quickly walked over to Lu Defu, who was having an in-depth conversation with a female classmate, and asked with great hope, Defu, when the time comes and we enter the Demon Mountain, could you leave a mark so I can find you? Lu Defu gave him a cold glance. Sorry, I already have a companion. No problem, it's good to team up together. There's strength in numbers. Look, your skills are average, and I can take care of you, Wang Dalan said smugly. Sorry, but she's already very strong. No worries, I'm not weak either. The 3 of us together will be even safer. Lu Defu looked utterly helpless, cursing inwardly. I finally managed to get into a relationship. Why do I always run into someone like you? Unable to hold back, he roared. Were you born with such thick skin? Do you want to rub it against the wall to see if it can get thinner? Wang Dalan froze, then silently walked away. Just as he was about to look for his sister, he saw her chatting enthusiastically with a handsome guy. He looked up at the sky and sighed inwardly. This world is really unfriendly to fat people. The spatial jade pendant will completely record all your experiences in the Demon Mountain, serving as your final assessment score. Alright, I wish everyone excellent results in the trial of the Magic Mountain. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chongyang lightly waved his right hand, and the spatial jade pendants on everyone's chests emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the crowd on the field vanished without a trace. I wonder who will take first place this time. The best record in history is still mine. Back then, I slew 30 bronze-level demons, and even 1 silver-level demon. Xiaofan's performance should be even better than mine, right? Lin Chongyang murmured to himself. Not necessarily. I think his results might far exceed your expectations. Sure, Wuji said with a serious expression. I have the same feeling. Xinyi's hearty laughter came from afar. Senior Xinyi, you think so too? Lin Chongyang was somewhat surprised. Even this legendary senior held such high regard for Xiaofan. It seemed Xiaofan's performance during this period had indeed been exceptionally brilliant. How about this? Let's make a bet and see who guesses right. I bet he can slay 30 to 50 bronze-level demons, and no more than 10 silver-level ones, Lin Chongyang said with a smile. Then I'll join you in this gamble with my old bones. I guess he can slay 10 to 20 silver-level demons. Xinyi laughed heartily. Sure, Wuji shook his head. I believe he can kill at least 20 silver-level ones. Bronze-level opponents are no challenge for him at all. He was born to fight across levels. Everyone is so confident? He's my disciple, but I don't share your confidence. Back in the day, when I, Lin Chongyang, shook the human race, I only managed to achieve such feats. Crossing levels to slay enemies is no simple task, Lin Chongyang remarked with emotion. Then let's talk about the stakes. Sure Woji, that soul treasure of yours, the battle puppet you excavated from the ancient secret realm, I've been coveting it for a long time. Lin Chongyang suggested with a smile. Sure Woji said helplessly, I also have a male combat puppet. Want it? It can exert saint-level power, better than the one I'm using now. No way. I want a female one. Hee hee, old pervert. A mysterious place somewhere in Xia country. A soul-powered defensive barrier containing terrifying energy envelopes the entire area. On the surface, it appears to be just a dense forest, and outsiders would never suspect the hidden mysteries here. The barrier blocks all external auras, making it impossible for any intruder to enter. However, within the barrier lies a whole other world. This is none other than the Demon Mountain controlled by Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. The mountain is home to a vast number of low-level demon clans. The trial of the Demon Mountain has officially begun. Wow, they call it Demon Mountain, and sure enough, it's surrounded by mountains. Chu Xiaofan opened his eyes, looked around, and couldn't help but marvel. In the scene before him, large and small peaks rose and fell in a staggered pattern. Mountain ranges stretched endlessly, as if they had sprung from the depths of the earth, while the sky was filled with dense demonic energy. Although most of the demons gathered here are of a lower rank, their numbers are truly astonishing. So many demons are trapped in the mountains, and day after day, their only pastime is reproducing. Sometimes, when the number of demons becomes too large, the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy has to send people to clean them up, which everyone privately refers to as chickenized reproduction. As Chu Xiaofan was carefully observing his surroundings, suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps approached. The earth trembled slightly, and Chu Xiaofan judged from the rhythm of the vibrations that the opponent must be from the demon clan. After all, only the demon clan possessed such a tall and imposing physique. Of course, if Wang Dalan and Lu Difu exerted their full strength, they might barely achieve a similar effect. Typically, members of the demon clan stand about 2 meters tall, with skin as black as ink. They regard black as the epitome of beauty. Chu Xiaofan immediately hid behind a patch of shrubs, suppressing his aura to the extreme, ready to ambush. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, and Chu Xiaofan almost held his breath as he saw a group of demons appear in the clearing ahead. This group of demons consisted of 10 members, all exuding black iron-level demonic energy, except for one who seemed to be the captain and had reached mid-bronze level. Early bronze level? I've now cultivated to mid-bronze level, I can deal with them effortlessly. Chu Xiaofan calculated in his mind, low-level demons posed no challenge to him. Just as he was about to launch a surprise attack from the bushes, acting like Garant, no, it should be Timo, from a certain game, the demon tribe's team suddenly stopped. A bronze-ranked demon spoke in a deep voice to a demon beside him, who was only 1.8 meters tall and had a physique similar to Chu Xiaofan's. Mo Bai, we'll have to patrol every day from now on. As usual, their demon mountain trial is about to begin. Can your build handle it? Hasn't your wife been draining you dry every night? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. That's right. Mo Bai, look at you, so short and pale-skinned. I really don't understand how your wife could be interested in you. Yeah. With that small frame of yours, can you even satisfy her? I've heard your wife has been acting like a wild beast lately. TSK, indeed, with those curves and that voluptuous figure, just looking at her makes one's heart race. If you can't handle her yourself, why not let us brothers help you out? Ha ha. The remaining demons burst into laughter, their mockery relentless. The black iron-level demon named Mo Bai showed a bitter smile on his face, lowering his head in silence, unable to refute. He had long been accustomed to this kind of life. As a member of the demon race's lower class, he had been the object of ridicule since childhood and had already learned to endure humiliation without daring to resist. The hierarchy within the demon race was strict, and the strong bullying the weak was a common occurrence. He neither had the strength nor the courage to fight back. Ahem, enough, everyone. We're all of the same race. Mo Bai, go scout ahead. The bronze-level demon captain said, pretending to reprimand. But the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be hidden, and the demons understood each other tacitly. They knew exactly what the captain meant. Ah, you want me to go alone? This is too dangerous. Mo Bai's face grew even more bitter, his voice full of helplessness. You dare to disobey my orders? Do you believe I can crush you right now? The bronze-ranked captain threatened coldly. All right. Mo Bai sighed and could only walk forward alone. Disobeying orders leads to a dead end, and even following orders means a slim chance of survival. Right now, during the trial at Demon Mountain, many human geniuses have gathered, and as a weak iron-level demon, he is completely powerless. Most of those who can enter the Demon Mountain trial are already at the bronze level, each capable of challenging opponents above their rank. As a low-level demon, he probably couldn't even defeat that chubby Lu Difu. Chu Xiaofan silently observed Mo Bai, noticing that his figure was similar to his own. His gaze fell on the desolate silhouette, and he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Then, he took out the supreme treasure, the dark demon domain, which he had obtained last time, along with the demon mask gifted by his master. With a smile on his lips, he said, "Imobai, today Brother Xiaofan will stand up for you and let you hold your head high for once." He. The next moment, Chu Xiaofan's figure flickered and appeared in front of the demon clan. The darkest demon domain instantly enveloped all the demons except Imobai. He put on the demon mask, and in an instant, even his face and voice transformed into Imobai's appearance. Jia. In the darkness, he let out a sinister laugh, his gaze coldly fixed on the 9 demons before him. Led by the Bronze Realm, the 9 demons stared at the suddenly returned Imobai, each with a face full of astonishment, as if they hadn't yet processed what had happened. "Imobai, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and patrol the front. And what's going on here? Where did you learn these tricks? Imobai, you've grown bold, huh? Daring to defy the captain's orders? Feeling itchy, are you? I'll show you what pain means in a moment. Little Imobai, what are you trying to stir up? Ha, that arrogant smile, do you think you're worthy? Only the great demon lord has the right to smile like that. Damn you, Imobai. Dare to scare me? If you have the guts, come back and try it. Watch me teach your wife a lesson. That scare just now almost made my soul fly away. That's right, this is your punishment, and I want to join in too. Imobai, you useless trash. If it weren't for your wife always sticking with us, do you think you'd still be alive now? You should thank your old man for finding you such a good wife. 9 pitch black, 2-meter-tall demons brazenly humiliated Imobai. Chu Xiaofan glanced around and secretly sighed. With his and Imobai's height of only 1.85 meters, they indeed stood out among this group of demons. No wonder Imobai's situation was so awkward. This magic white's days are just too miserable, struggling in deep water and scorching fire every day. No wonder he looks much paler than other demons. It's probably because he's been angered to the point his complexion keeps getting paler. Wait, magic white. I remember last time in Kyoto, among the demons who tried to assassinate me, wasn't there one called Magic Black? Chu Xiaofan muttered softly. Facing the ridicule and insults from the demons in front of him, Chu Xiaofan simply smiled faintly, his expression calm. You lot, right? I've had enough of you for a long time. Don't think I don't know anything. Today, none of you are leaving here alive. Ha. Has this kid gone mad? Got so dumb from wearing a green hat? Just you? A little guy at the black iron level, and you dare to dream? I can slap you away with one hand. Imobai, considering how your wife has always taken care of everyone, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize, and maybe we'll forgive you. Imobai, hurry up and kneel before me. The bronze-level demon squad leader slowly put on a devil mask, leaned close to Chu Xiaofan, his arrogant smile unwavering as he patted Chu Xiaofan's shoulder. His tone left no room for argument. Be good, listen, kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you'll disappear from this world completely. The smile of the demon squad leader was arrogant and sinister. Chu Xiaofan felt speechless inwardly. These demons were indeed one, more brazen than the other. A mere bronze-level demon dared to act so presumptuously. Did he really think he was the demon lord? Imobai's status within the demon clan was so low that even the most ordinary demons could bully him at will. Sigh, always making this disappear and that vanish. Have you been playing too much of fruit pop? Chu Xiaofan sighed lightly, a cold, star-like killing intent flashing in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Demon 5. Imobai. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. The bronze-ranked demon squad leader showed a vicious smile on his face, and the arm that had been placed on Chu Xiaofan's shoulder suddenly erupted with surging demonic energy. The overwhelming fluctuations of demonic energy instantly enveloped the entire arm. The corner of Chu Xiaofan's mouth lifted slightly. A mere bronze rank, and he dares to act so arrogantly. The next moment, golden light suddenly burst from Chu Xiaofan's body. Roar! The sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the darkest demonic realm. A golden divine dragon coiled and roared in midair, exuding majestic power. The 9 members of the demon race immediately felt extreme suppression of their bloodlines. In an instant, the SSS class martial spirit, the golden holy dragon, perfectly fused with Chu Xiaofan. Whoosh! Chu Xiaofan's figure darted away like a phantom from the bronze-ranked team leader's arm, his right fist raised high, sacred golden light and the might of the divine dragon ready to strike, fiercely targeting Demon 5. A deep sonic boom echoed through the air, the power of a punch infused with the golden holy dragon martial soul. As the strongest martial soul of the human race, the amplification brought by the SSS-level golden holy dragon is unimaginable, unmatched by any other martial soul. Having fused with the golden holy dragon martial soul, Chu Xiaofan's physical strength has reached the pinnacle of this realm. Martial soul? Mo's pupils suddenly contracted, his face changed drastically. This was the human tribe's martial soul. This wasn't Mo, this was a human. But he realized it too late. Chu Xiaofan's fist was already within reach. Boom! The head of Bronze Realm Demon 5 burst like an overripe watermelon, instantly exploding into a mist of blood that dissipated into the heavens and earth. Demons of the same rank are nothing more than a single punch in front of Chu Xiaofan. With the elevation of his realm, the physique of human cultivators has rapidly strengthened, and Chu Xiaofan's possession of an SSS-grade martial soul is the pinnacle among humans. Relying solely on the strength of his physical body, Chu Xiaofan is full of confidence. Even soul masters who condense their martial souls into their arms or legs may not necessarily hold an advantage against him. Moreover, what he prides himself on most is not his formidable physique but his exquisite control over his martial soul and the heaven-defying soul skills that can alter destiny. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining negative emotion points plus 999 from Mo Wu. Death brought endless resentment, while also bringing considerable negative emotion points. What? Martial soul. This is the aura of the human race. Damn human race. How can he transform into Imobai's appearance? Done, even the team captain was easily defeated by him. We are absolutely no match for him. We thought he was that useless Imobai. Who exactly are you? You're definitely not Imobai. The remaining 8 iron-level demons were already trembling in fear. They had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, and now, facing someone who could defeat the captain with a single punch, they saw no chance of victory at all. Kneel. Chu Xiaofan's voice was cold and ruthless. Humph. I am of the demon race. I'd rather die than submit. That's right. We demons have our own dignity. Mere humans, don't even think about making us yield. Kill us. We will never kneel just to survive. Such insignificant humans, how dare you be so arrogant? Chu Xiaofan shook his head helplessly, secretly sighing at how stubborn they were. In the next moment, he transformed into a golden streak of light, charging forward in an instant. Expressionless, he threw a punch, and a demon instantly turned into a mist of blood, with even the body completely dissipating. Died with eyes wide open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 999 from the demon offender. The remaining 7 demons glanced at the captain's corpse, now headless, and then at the demon offender who had been beaten to the point where not even flesh or bones remained, involuntarily gasping in shock. The next second, they all knelt down in unison. Spare us, hero. We were wrong. As long as you give us one more chance, we will never resist again. Whatever you ask us to do, we will obey. Yes, yes, yes. We only beg for our lives. Whatever you want us to do, we will comply. Our bodies and souls are yours to command. Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched slightly. Their change of attitude was faster than flipping a book. You guys only know how to bully people like Imobai, don't you? Rest assured, tell me everything you know, and I can spare your lives, Chu Xiaofan said with a smile, his tone sincere and his expression gentle. Really? Senior, do you keep your word? The 7 kneeling demons were instantly overjoyed upon hearing this and hurriedly sought confirmation. Of course I do, don't worry. I, Xianyuan Dahai, never break my word. If I lie, I am destined to live alone for the rest of my life, unable to find a partner. Chu Xiaofan vowed solemnly. Senior, you are indeed straightforward. The 7 demons praised in unison, their eyes full of hope. They looked at each other, their dark, shiny eyes wide open. How about you go first? You go ahead. Forget it, let me say it. It's all the same anyway. Finally, a Mediterranean demon with sparse hair on top and dense hair around the sides stepped forward. His hairstyle was highly distinctive, evoking laughter, and he had an intelligent demeanor. Very good, you seem knowledgeable. Quickly share all the useful information you know, Chu Xiaofan nodded with a smile. Got it. Senior, let me tell you, Demon Bai's wife is 2 meters and 1 centimeter tall, curvaceous, weighs 200 kilograms, and is so dark she's almost purple. Her figure is quite outstanding, and her skills are truly extraordinary. Someone even wrote a poem about her. There is a skilled mimic in Demon Mountain, and it is none other than Old Lady Imobai. Moreover, not only is her mimicry impressive, but she's also remarkable in other aspects. The more this demon spoke, the more excited he became, while Chu Xiaofan trembled all over, barely suppressing a twitch. Oh my god, this is clearly a tank. How is this a Mississippi square? It's obviously a cube. Why are you telling me this? Also, how obsessed are you guys with Imobai's wife? You can even recite poems about her. Just how many hats does Imobai have on his head? Stop, stop, stop. I don't want to hear this. Everything you're saying is useless. Chu Xiaofan immediately interrupted. What? Senior, how can you say that about yourself? You're not useless at all, you're incredibly powerful. Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched, doubting who the real owner of the negative emotion system was. The next moment, he silently raised his right fist and delivered a heavy blow to the demon's head. Boom! The demon died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining negative emotion points from the Demon King, plus 999. Demon King? Might as well call him Old Wang from next door. The remaining 6 demons looked at each other, their faces filled with anger. Senior, didn't you say you'd spare us if we told you everything we knew? One demon stood up and questioned, his voice full of agitation. Chu Xiaofan was slightly taken aback. This guy was quite bold. Oh, What's your name? Chu Xiaofan asked with great interest. Senior. My name is Mo Jia, the man replied proudly. Oh, Brother Jia, have you heard a saying before? What? Brother Jia, you're really exceptionally brave. Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a smile, and suddenly, he threw another punch. Boom! Blood mist rose, and Ma Jia's head instantly shattered. His corpse fell to the ground, with only his body remaining relatively intact, considered a reward for the brave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining negative emotion points from Ma Jia, plus 999. Ma Jia never expected, even in death, that he would perish in such a manner. In his imagination, the senior should have been proud, admired the brave, and even bestowed rewards. Unfortunately, this was merely his fantasy. Chu Xiaofan had always been thorough in eliminating potential threats. Demons are, after all, demons. With emotion points so close at hand, how could he possibly show mercy? The remaining 5 demons were already trembling all over, drenched in sweat. If not for their dark complexion, their faces would likely have turned pale long ago. The scene was eerily unsettling. I, Xian Yuan Dahai, always keep my word. As long as you can provide useful information, I will spare your lives. As for those two, one spoke nonsense, and the other was too bold, daring to defy me. Naturally, they had no choice but to die. Chu Xiaofan smiled gently. But in the eyes of the remaining demons, this smile was like the mask of death, as if judgment would descend in the next moment. Who else has useful information? Speak quickly. What I need are valuable clues. You should know that I am a student of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy, currently undergoing the Demon Mountain trial, Chu Xiaofan said slowly, his tone calm. First come, first served. Once the useful information is spoken, those who can't provide anything valuable will just have to wait for death. Chu Xiaofan smiled faintly and spoke in a gentle tone. He had once read about a case. A group of robbers had taken a large number of hostages, claiming that whoever paid first could leave first, and the earlier they paid, the less they had to pay. As a result, everyone panicked and scrambled to pay, without anyone thinking of resisting. Chu Xiaofan was not afraid of resistance, but this method often allowed him to obtain more useful information. Sure enough, the remaining 5 members of the demon clan scrambled to stand up. Chu Xiaofan was very fair and gave the one who reacted the fastest the opportunity to speak first. Senior, thank you for giving me this opportunity. The demon clan member spoke excitedly. Very good, you reacted quickly. I hope you can provide the information I need. Chu Xiaofan nodded with a light smile. Rest assured, Senior. Although our demon clan is often known for being strong-limbed and simple-minded, I consider myself somewhat clever. Everyone calls me the Zhuge Kongmin of the demon clan. Oh, so confident. Then let me ask you, what important information about the demons in Demon Mountain do you know? Chu Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. Senior, let me tell you, the wife of the lord of the largest city in Demon Mountain, Windy City, is 2.2 meters tall, has a slender figure, and an astonishingly curvaceous body that even surpasses Demon Bai's wife. Moreover, she is devoted solely to the city lord. You can go die now. Chu Xiaofan shrugged helplessly, then mercilessly swung his fist, knocking the demon to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining negative emotion points from demons, say plus 999. This is unbelievable. Just as the rumors say, what on earth are these demons thinking about all day? What use do I have for this kind of gossip? Can it be eaten? And even if they look good, they're way too muscular. Forget it, just get to the point. I need information on the distribution of forces and gathering spots of all the demons inside Demon Mountain. Chu Xiaofan sighed. These demons really aren't very bright, and he couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with them anymore. Senior, you should have said so earlier. We thought you wanted to inquire about that. Boom! Chu Xiaofan swung his fist again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 999 from Mo Lu. Don't accuse me falsely, I'm not that kind of person. I just heard that you demons aren't very bright, so I wanted to test you. Turns out, you really are disappointing, Chu Xiaofan said with a serious expression. Yes. Senior, you are absolutely right. We demons truly judged you by your appearance and wronged you. Judged by appearance? Boom! Another demon fell. Now, only 3 demons remain. They exchanged glances, unable to hide the deep fear in their eyes. The human before them was truly terrifying, attacking demons without hesitation. The key point is, why didn't you say you needed this information earlier? Do you really see us demons as mere playthings? Although we demons have always been simple-minded, we still have our dignity. Unfortunately, life is more important than dignity. Senior, we understand. The news we're about to share will definitely satisfy you. If not, I'll do a handstand while taking a dump. The demon in the middle suddenly stood up, pulling up the 2 companions beside him as well, and vowed with utmost confidence. Oh, so confident, do you demons still need to poop? Chu Xiaofan showed a curious expression. Of course we do, Senior. Let me tell you, the poop of us demons is big and black, with an extremely authentic smell, and, TSK, I've heard it even has a unique flavor. Boom! Chu Xiaofan swung another punch. Dead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 999 from Moba. My goodness, is it really the 8th demon of the demon clan? I was just casually asking, and you went ahead and described it so thoroughly? How about demonstrating it for me on the spot and even eating it yourself? Chu Xiaofan was utterly speechless. These demons were each dumber than the last, truly extraordinary. Could it be that being locked up in Demon Mountain for so long had completely ruined their brains? The remaining 2 demons immediately knelt down again, Moba's blood seeping all over their bodies, creating a scene that made one's scalp tingle. Senior, how about, we just kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights? We really don't dare to speak anymore. The 2 trembling demons spoke cautiously. Chu Xiaofan, it's fine, I'm very amiable and never kill the innocent. As long as you tell me the information I want to know, I will definitely spare your lives. Rest assured, my word is Xian Yuan Dahai is always reliable. He once again displayed the sincere smile unique to a young boy. The 2 demons exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and stood up with a hint of determination in their eyes. With a resolve to face death, they looked fearlessly at Chu Xiaofan. Chu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. The 2 of them had a firm gaze and seemed to have finally understood, likely grasping his meaning. Senior, rest assured, this time we will tell you everything we know without holding back. Very good, you 2 are quite impressive. Chu Xiaofan patted their shoulders with satisfaction. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. I've explained everything so clearly, yet you kept bringing up irrelevant matters. It's hard not to want to kill you. Senior, actually, we of the Demon Mountain and Demon Clan were all manipulated by that guy Lin Chongyang. Chu Xiaofan swept a cold glance, his fist slightly clenched. Ahem, we of the Demon Mountain Demon Clan were actually captured by Senior Lin Chongyang. The strongest among us include 5 Golden Realm demons, 4 at the mid-stage and 1 at the peak. The Demon Mountain Demon Clan's power is divided into 5 regions, with the center as the boundary. At the very center lies Windy City, overseen by the Peak Golden Realm Lord, who is the ruler of the entire Demon Mountain Demon Clan. Surrounding Windy City are 4 major cities, Guangdong, Guangxi, Guangnan, and Wangbei, each guarded by a mid-stage Golden Realm Lord. These 5 cities are the main strongholds of the Demon Clan, and outside the cities, there are numerous small villages scattered around, inhabited by other demons. We are a patrol team from Guangdong City. The 2 black iron-level demons finished speaking in one breath, looking at Chu Xiaofan with eyes full of anticipation. Chu Xiaofan nodded, revealing a satisfied smile, then slowly extended his hands toward them. Seeing Chu Xiaofan's hands getting closer and closer, the 2 immediately knelt down again in despair. Senior, please spare our lives. We have elders above us, children below us, and even Imobai's wife in the middle. If we die, what will happen to them? The 2 demons pleaded in terror. Chu Xiaofan muttered under his breath, am I really that scary? Also, what's the deal with this Imobai's wife? Why is everyone so fixated on her? Is she really that captivating? Rest assured, I, Xian Yuan Dahai, always keep my word. Since I promised to spare your lives, I won't make a move. Chu Xiaofan stepped forward and helped the 2 up with a sincere smile. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. The 2 were overjoyed. The Senior's gaze was incredibly genuine, definitely not deceitful. Finally, they were safe. It was like escaping from the jaws of death. They must celebrate properly when they got back. One more question, why do you patrol in groups? Chu Xiaofan asked further. This? Isn't it because your human clan's Kyoto Martial Soul Academy is about to start the Demon Mountain trial? Back when Lin Chongyang, that senior brought us here, he made it clear. The reason we can live peacefully here is entirely because we obey, cultivate diligently, and reproduce more offspring. In truth, we are merely pawns for the Demon Mountain trial of the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. As long as we cooperate with the trial, we can keep our lives. So of course we have to cooperate, doing our best to ensure your human clan's trial achieves its intended results. As long as that, Senior is satisfied, we can continue to scrape by. Besides, the Demon Mountain is so boring, and there are way too many demons. This way, we can even clean up a few in the process. Isn't that great? Chu Xiaofan quietly listened to the 2 demons rambling on, unable to stop the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just how much does Master provoke the hatred of the Demon Clan? These 2 demons almost cursed outright several times, yet couldn't change their words. It's obvious they just want to directly call my master a beast. Also, letting the Demon Clan produce more demon offspring, this is indeed something my master would do. Alright, I've asked everything I wanted to know. You can leave now. Chu Xiaofan revealed a faint smile. Senior, your great kindness and virtue are beyond repayment. Thank you, Senior. If you ever have the chance, please visit our Guangdong city as a guest. I'll introduce Mobai to you as a wife. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. 2 black iron-level demons were ecstatic, ready to turn and flee. However, the darkest demon domain still firmly enveloped them, and with their feeble strength, it was utterly impossible to break free. The 2 could only look back at Chu Xiaofan in confusion. Chu Xiaofan smiled faintly, a flash of golden light in his palm, and a golden divine sword of time appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sword beams sliced through the silence, and the two bodies instantly split in half, their life force completely vanishing from this world. Letting them not turn into a mist of blood is already the greatest mercy I can offer. As for any promises, what does Xian Yuan Dahai's promise have to do with me, Xu Xiaofan? Besides, it wasn't me who acted, it was the Sword of Time that made the move. Sword of Time, you're so noble, you're really something. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 999 negative emotion points from MOEE. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 999 negative emotion points from MOWU. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating over 10,000 negative emotion points, 2 sets of 5,000. 2 rewards are now being issued. Xu Xiaofan's expression brightened. With the previously accumulated points, the negative emotion value had finally surpassed 10,000. It turns out that killing demons accumulates negative emotion points so quickly, and the fear of demons before their death is the best catalyst. 2 rewards. Xu Xiaofan was full of anticipation. This trip to Demon Mountain would surely bring a qualitative leap in his strength. Now, it's just a matter of waiting to see what heaven-defying treasures the system will offer with these 2 rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the 9 turns divine skill, first turn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing 1 level, successfully breaking through to the late bronze realm. A cold and mechanical system notification echoed in Xu Xiaofan's mind. Xu Xiaofan's eyes suddenly tightened, and his body trembled violently. He immediately sat cross-legged, feeling a vast and warm power surge into his body, like a warm current coursing through his meridians. Xu Xiaofan closed his eyes, immersing himself in this mysterious and powerful energy. The next moment, his entire aura suddenly surged, his momentum rising like a tide, and the strength of the late bronze realm had already taken shape. But this was not the end. A brilliant golden technique appeared vividly in Xu Xiaofan's mind, as if it were real. Without needing comprehension, the technique naturally merged with him. Golden light surged from within him, instantly illuminating the entire dark demon domain like the morning sun. A vast force of vitality erupted from his body, like a mountain torrent, sweeping in all directions. After a moment, Xu Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, and an unprecedented brilliance shot out from the depths of his pale golden pupils. 9 Revolutions Divine Art truly lives up to its name. He gently raised the corner of his mouth and murmured to himself. 9 Revolutions Divine Art, this heaven-defying technique passed down from ancient times has long vanished from the world. Looking back to ancient times, the stars of the heavens shone brightly, and countless powerful techniques emerged in competition. Today, only a few ancient techniques have survived. The reason Xu Xiaofan knows the 9 Revolutions Divine Art is precisely because of the precious legacy and insights left behind by Xiang Wu, the deputy minister of the Martial Soul Department in the capital. Xiang Wu's martial soul is extremely pure, it is his own body. During an exploration of an ancient secret realm, he accidentally comprehended a fragmented method of physical body specialization. It is said that this is a lost chapter of the 9 Revolutions Divine Art. Although Xiang Wu only mastered part of the incomplete technique and could not grasp its entirety, even these insights allowed him to achieve an extraordinary physique, making him the undisputed king of close combat in the Saint Realm. The Demon Clan is renowned for their formidable physical strength, yet every time on the battlefield between humans and demons, Xiang Wu never falls behind. And now, Xu Xiaofan has inherited Xiang Wu's legacy, allowing him to grasp the supreme mysteries of the 9 Revolutions Divine Art. He clearly feels his strength surging like a volcanic eruption. If before, one punch could take down a howling beast, now, a single punch could sweep away 10 of them. And this is merely the first revolution of the 9 Revolutions Divine Art. As his cultivation level rises in the future, his physical body will undoubtedly become even more extraordinary. Xiang Wu's insights have convinced him that if he can master the 9th revolution of the 9 Revolutions Divine Art, his physical body will reach unparalleled heights, transforming into a deity, invincible and unstoppable. Martial movement of the universe, nothing is impossible. The regret that Xu Xiaofan once had in his heart is now completely gone. Xiang Wu's martial soul was originally his physical body, so its enhancement to Xu Xiaofan's unique martial soul is actually limited. After all, martial souls differ and are ultimately distinct. However, the enlightenment light of a Saint Realm expert is already a rare opportunity. If Xiang Wu's legacy were passed on to someone whose martial soul is also their physical body, the improvement would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. But now, Xu Xiaofan has mastered the 9 Revolutions Divine Technique. Even though his martial soul is not a physical body, this technique can greatly enhance his physique. By merging with the Golden Holy Dragon martial soul, his physical body had already surpassed others of the same level. Now, with the addition of the 9 Revolutions Divine Technique and Xiang Wu's insights, the strength of his body is incomparable to the past. Even without releasing any soul power, relying solely on his physical body, he has far exceeded his former self. This is the extraordinary nature of the 9 Revolutions Divine Technique, a monumental leap brought about by the culmination of Xiang Wu's lifelong cultivation. In the future, as his cultivation level rises and his understanding deepens, his physical body will undoubtedly reach an incredible height. This is merely the power of the first transformation. I wonder how Senior Xiang Wu is doing now. After the source sacrifice, his flame of life has likely already burned out. It has been 7 days since that incident. Chu Xiaofan slowly stood up, and the image of that admirable deputy minister surfaced in his mind, filling his heart with regret. On the battlefield between humans and demons, that senior probably burned his last brilliance as well. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the source sacrificer is, they only have 7 days of life left. Once the source is completely depleted, the outcome is already determined. When the Demon Mountain trial is over, I must go find Master to inquire about Senior Xiang Wu's whereabouts. Even if he has truly passed away, he deserves a proper funeral, Chu Xiaofan murmured softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. Such a senior should not leave quietly. He devoted his entire life to protecting humanity and deserved to witness the moment when humanity finally triumphs over the demon race. Chu Xiaofan slightly shook his head, his fists suddenly thrusting forward. A cracking sound erupted in the air as 2 golden fist shadows thundered ahead. The entire space, shrouded by the darkest demon domain, trembled violently, as if even the darkness itself was intimidated by the sheer power of his physical strength. Such physical dominance was simply terrifying. Mobai, I've already dealt with those demons who bullied you, Chu Xiaofan said with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, his tone playful. Now, it's time for me to collect my reward. As for the reward, naturally, it's your life. His smile deepened, but in his mind, the image of that demon assassin, Mo-hei, who had once attempted to kill him in Kyoto, surfaced. Ka. With a unified thought, Chu Xiaofan's appearance and voice changed in an instant, transforming completely into Mo-hei's form. At this moment, he could no longer pretend to be Mo-bai. Otherwise, using Mo-bai's identity to kill Mo-bai would be excessively cruel, adding insult to injury for the already battered and broken Mo-bai. Wait, Mo-hei and Mo-bai, could there really be some kind of connection between these two? Chu Xiaofan raised his eyebrows slightly, murmuring softly to himself. Makuro had been lurking in Kyoto for many years. His figure was not tall, making him petite among the demon clan, similar in build to Chu Xiaofan. 2. Conceal his identity, Makuro's skin was not particularly dark, instead, like Mabai and Chu Xiaofan, it bore a healthy bronze tone with a masculine charm. Chu Xiaofan had never been the fair-skinned type, instead, his healthy bronze complexion further accentuated his masculine allure. Height, build, skin tone, name. TSK. How can these two demons be so alike in every way? The more Chu Xiaofan thought about it, the more bizarre it seemed, and an absurd conjecture even surfaced in his mind. He shook his head, temporarily dismissing these thoughts, and withdrew into the dark demon realm. With a wave of his right hand, scorching dragon flames erupted from his palm, swiftly erasing all traces, reducing even the remaining corpses to ashes. Whoosh! Chu Xiaofan exerted his full strength, his figure like a ghost in the night, swiftly darting toward Mo-bai's direction. Within a few breaths, the unlucky Mo-bai had already appeared before Chu Xiaofan. Whoosh! The darkest demon domain quietly unfolded, completely enveloping Mo-bai. Mo-bai. Chu Xiaofan smiled faintly, and the appearance of Mo-hei gradually emerged. Mo-bai's body suddenly stiffened and he slowly turned around. His eyes abruptly narrowed, his face filled with shock and disbelief, yet within those deep eyes, an uncontrollable joy flickered. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in his eyes and silently sliding down his cheeks. Father, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Mo-bai dropped heavily to his knees, his emotions almost spiraling out of control, and cried out hoarsely toward Chu Xiaofan. His eyes were filled with tears, and his gaze was full of grievance and anger. The moment he saw Mo-hei, his father, Mo-bai's feelings of grievance and unwillingness all transformed into a furious roar, venting the bitterness in his heart. Chu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly, but he couldn't help complaining inwardly. Oh my gosh, this is just too coincidental. Mo-bai, Mo-hei, and Mo-hei turns out to be his dad. Your family really has a knack for naming people. The dad is called Mo-hei, the son is called Mo-bai, could the previous generation have been called Mo-wang? Are you planning to use all the colors? Shock aside, Chu Xiaofan's confusion was finally resolved. So that's it, Mo-hei is indeed Mo-bai's father. No wonder the two look so alike. He tried hard to suppress the turmoil in his heart, took a deep breath, and held back a laugh as he looked at the aggrieved Mo-bai. Ah, my dear son. Chu Xiaofan immediately stepped forward quickly and helped Mo-bai up from the ground. Mo-bai's eyes were misty with tears, almost ready to shed drops. My dear father. My dear son. The father and son embraced tightly, and at that moment, the pitch-black and oppressive dark demon realm seemed to gain a touch of warm light because of their hug. After a long while, Mo-bai wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and finally revealed a faint smile, slowly separating from Mo-hei, father. Chu Xiaofan also responded with a smile, son. The two embraced once more. Chu Xiaofan secretly sighed in his heart. This was the first time he had seen someone call him dad so sincerely. In his memory, those who called him dad before were all Lu Difu, and it was never this genuine. The Mo-bai before him truly regarded him as his real father. Of course, now he himself is Mo-hei, the rightful biological father. After the two separated, Chu Xiaofan regained his composure. Actually, he had been calm all along, but he had to pretend to be excited. Meanwhile, Mo Bai was still full of excitement, clearly still in the dark and completely unaware that the Mo Hei in front of him was actually an imposter. Father, how come you're here? Aren't you supposed to still be undercover in Kyoto? Mo Bai asked with great joy. Chu Xiaofan pondered for a moment and ultimately felt that Mo Bai was too pitiful. He decided to comfort him properly. This little demon was truly heartbreaking. The mission in the capital has been completed. The Demon Lord personally sent me to Demon Mountain. The Demon Lord is now preparing to rescue all the demons in Demon Mountain, Chu Xiaofan said gently. Really? Father, this is wonderful. Do you know how I've endured all these years? It was worse than death. Everyone in Guangdong City bullied me. Without you by my side, it was unbearable. Mo Bai's face was full of resentment, his voice tinged with grievance. Sai, it's fine. Those teammates who were with you just now, I've taken care of them for you. Don't worry. Chu Xiaofan sighed, then suddenly changed his tone. Son, you need to be honest with your father. Have you made any progress in your strength over the years? What is your status in Guangdong City, and how could you be bullied so easily? Me? My strength is the epitome of the demon clan in Guangdong City. Mo Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Dad, over the years, the wife you found for me has drained me to the point where I have no time to cultivate. Every time she finishes, she complains that I'm not strong enough, and the green hats on my head are almost piling into a mountain. Chu Xiaofan was stunned upon hearing this. This kid is truly miserable. For a man, the most unbearable thing is a woman who criticizes you for being inadequate afterward, then turns around and puts a green hat on your head, one after another, so many you can't even count them. Just thinking about it makes your scalp tingle. Mo Bai, these years, Sai, you've truly suffered. Chu Xiaofan heavily patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Dad, you're back, everything will be fine. I don't want her anymore, let her return to your side. Back when she was with you, you could make her happy, but I can't. I just want to focus on my cultivation. Mo Bai looked at Chu Xiaofan with a serious expression, his tone incredibly resolute. Chu Xiaofan was stunned. Oh my goodness, your relationship is way too messy. So your wife used to be your dad's woman? This is just too absurd. Could it be that the demon clan doesn't have any diseases? How can they act so recklessly? No wonder the population of the demon clan in Demon Mountain is skyrocketing. Even the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy has to set up a chicken-based reproduction program to control their numbers. No way. Mo Bai, a man can't say he's not capable. Don't worry, your father was just like you back then. Practice more and you'll be able to handle it. Also, you need to solve your own problems. Chu Xiaofan spoke with a serious expression and a resolute tone. As soon as the words fell, Mo Bai closed his eyes in pain, his face full of frustration and helplessness. He really didn't want to come to this point, he resisted it with all his heart. Looking down at his increasingly frail body, he sighed silently. Since that's the case, Sai, if I don't go to hell, who will? Mo Bai let out a low roar, then his whole body slumped powerlessly again. His grand ambitions were ultimately crushed by harsh reality. Fear almost consumed him, he was truly afraid. Chu Xiaofan looked at Mo Bai's appearance and couldn't help but feel emotional. This child was truly pitiful. Since that's the case, let me grant you release. In an instant, a time divine sword appeared in the center of Chu Xiaofan's right palm, its light faintly flickering. Put. Amid Mo Bai's utter shock, the time divine sword pierced straight into his body. Blood gushed from the wound as Mo Bai's life essence rapidly drained away. He was already weak, and now pierced by the sword of time, even the most skilled healer could do nothing to save him. This was the dissipation of life essence. However, Mo Bai did not cry out in pain, instead, he revealed a relieved smile. He looked at Chu Xiaofan and said softly, Thank you. I know you are not my father. Our demon race has a bloodline connection, and my father passed away long ago. Thank you for avenging me, for giving me release, and for letting me see my father one last time, even though I understand it wasn't real. Mo Bai smiled with relief and slowly closed his eyes. He had finally left this world that had tormented him so much. At this moment, not only had his energy been drained, but even the essence of his life had been completely exhausted. Chu Xiaofan stared at him in a daze. The mind was quiet, with no system notification sounds or fluctuations of negative emotions. He was truly grateful, with not a trace of resentment in his heart. This silly child really makes one feel distressed. Then, Chu Xiaofan's figure transformed into Mo Bai's appearance. With a wave of his right hand, dragon flames surged up, burning Mo Bai's remains to ashes. Foolish child, since that's the case, I will turn his world upside down for you. You've called me father so many times, I must avenge this grudge for you. Chu Xiaofan smiled faintly, then strode toward Guangdong City in the direction marked on the map left by the Demon Clan. The area where Demon Mountain is located, although named Demon Mountain, is not actually a solitary peak but rather a vast region interwoven with undulating mountain ranges and expansive plains. It is called Demon Mountain because it is a designated area set by the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy to raise and manage low-level demon clans. Like mountains creating barriers, some people are trapped here, severing connections with the outside world, as if forgotten by the world. Chu Xiaofan walked for hours and finally caught a faint glimpse of a city's outline in the hazy distance. He fixed his gaze on it. The ancient and majestic city seemed to have endured through the ages, with towering stone walls and an imposing aura. Outside the city stood dozens of demon soldiers, vigilantly guarding the gates. In front of the city, a wide river flows quietly, with faint demonic energy drifting on its surface. This river serves as the moat of the city, Guangdong City. Towering city walls stand several hundred meters beyond the moat, with demonic energy surging atop them. Complex demonic patterns crisscross, seemingly guarding the entire city. The entirety of Guangdong City is shrouded in a layer of dim demonic energy. Though not particularly dense, for a city formed by low-level demons, this is already the limit. Within the demon mountain forces, Guangdi City is the undisputed overlord. Other factions need only pay tribute on time to remain unscathed. As for conflicts among themselves, Guangdi City never intervenes. Therefore, territorial disputes often break out among the four major cities. Where there are people, there are conflicts, and the brutal demons are no exception. The demon's desire for dominance is far stronger than that of humans. Since he couldn't die anyway, Chu Xiaofan secretly chuckled and decided to stir up the chaos of Demon Mountain, this time under the identity of Imobai, taking the opportunity to collect negative emotion points. As for not transforming into another demon, it was, of course, to help Imobai rise to prominence. He wanted all demons to understand, never underestimate Imobai. He wasn't simply curious about what charm Imobai's wife possessed to captivate so many demons. Da-da-da-da. Help, help. Chu Xiaofan transformed into Imobai, his expression filled with terror. Stumbling and staggering, he ran toward the city wall, his face full of fear as he shouted for help. Imobai? The guard soldier frowned, his face full of confusion. The next moment, several soldiers immediately surrounded Chu Xiaofan. What happened? Imobai, why are you the only one who came back? Where's the patrol team? A soldier questioned. They're all dead. Chu Xiaofan stammered, his face pale, eyes filled with lingering fear. What's going on? How could you possibly come back alive? Imobai, don't think you can fool us. How could a useless person like you escape on your own? Yeah. Imobai, tell the truth quickly, or you won't see the sun tomorrow. Chu Xiaofan sighed inwardly. Imobai's situation was truly pitiful. Big brother, can you predict tomorrow's weather? Will the sun not come out tomorrow? Chu Xiaofan asked with a look of feigned astonishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points from Mo Xiaosan plus 199. Seeing that everyone still wanted to ask more questions, Chu Xiaofan quickly spoke up. I managed to come back alive all thanks to the body cultivation technique my father passed down to me. My body suddenly surged in strength, and I ran. Faster than anyone else. The others, they were all killed by the humans. As he spoke, his eyes darted around nervously, as if still trapped in fear. Chu Xiaofan knew his acting skills were mediocre, but dealing with these simple-minded demons was more than enough. What? Humans? No wonder. 2 questions. First, what does that human look like? What does he look like? Let me think. Chu Xiaofan pretended to recall, his eyes suddenly lighting up. I remember now. That human is extremely handsome and carries a sword. His sword aura is the strongest I've ever seen. Oh, and when he killed my teammate, he deliberately shouted, if heaven does not give birth to me, Xianyuan Dahai, the sword path will be an eternal night. Then I took the chance to run back. As Chu Xiaofan spoke, he secretly felt pleased. Xianyuan Dahai, sorry about this. Since you love the sword path so much, I'll find you a few more opponents to hone your skills. When the trial ends and you watch the playback, you'll definitely thank me. Without enduring countless hardships, how can one become a true strongman? Since you want to surpass me, I'll pave the way for you. Is that so? The captain of the soldiers fell into deep thought. I see now. The reason this useless man managed to return alive is because that human was too arrogant. He deliberately spared his life, just to humiliate our Guangdong city. This Xianyuan Dahai must not be allowed to succeed in the trial. The captain gritted his teeth. Exactly, I agree. Our Guangdong city should go all out to hunt down this Xianyuan Dahai. Oh, I can even sketch his appearance. At the time, I observed him for quite a while, and he even struck what he thought was a handsome pose for me to draw. Chu Xiaofan added fuel to the fire, his tone serious. Oh, Imobai, you useless trash, you actually did a decent job this time. Turns out you have some use after all. The captain's gaze carried a hint of mockery as he looked at Chu Xiaofan with satisfaction. This captain was a demon of the Bronze Realm Peak, exuding an even more arrogant and flamboyant demeanor. After hearing this, Chu Xiaofan immediately and diligently described Xianyuan Dahai's appearance in detail, his expression respectful and his posture humble. By the way, wasn't there a second question? Chu Xiaofan asked, pretending to be curious. The second question is actually nothing. I was going to ask you whether your physical body cultivation was real, but thinking about it, how could a useless person like you possibly cultivate? You're lucky to have survived this time. The captain laughed mockingly without any restraint. Ha ha ha, that's right, Imobai. You really got lucky today, and you still dare to claim you've cultivated a physical body technique? What a joke. With someone like you, What kind of physical body cultivation could you possibly practice? If you really managed to succeed, your wife would probably have thrown you out long ago. TSK TSK TSK, hurry back home. Who knows, maybe your family is already having a threesome. The surrounding demon soldiers sneered and mocked, their tone full of ridicule. Chu Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly, anger appearing on his face. He let out a cold snort and pretended to storm into the city wall in frustration. Hey! Bye. Remember to wait for my news. After I report to the Lord, we'll send people to hunt down Xianyuan Dahai. You must follow the team, the captain shouted loudly from behind. Chu Xiaofan did not look back, merely suppressing his anger as he nodded slightly and continued forward in silence. From the reactions of those demons just now, Bai has always been angry but never dared to resist. Such a disguise couldn't be more natural. Then, Chu Xiaofan slowly walked toward Bai's residence, following the intelligence obtained when capturing the demons earlier. Those demons who were captured in the darkest demon realm initially seemed mediocre, but the key information they provided proved extremely useful. With these clues, Bai's identity would temporarily remain undisclosed, sufficient to handle the current situation. Click. As the door was pushed open, Chu Xiaofan's mouth twitched sharply. Magic Bai's wife was tall, nearly 2 meters in height, with a broad back and sturdy waist. Her skin was as black as night, even darker than coal, resembling a heavy warrior among the demon race. What made Chu Xiaofan's scalp tingle even more was the clear sensation that the wardrobe beside him was trembling slightly, obviously hiding someone inside. At this moment, Magic Bai's wife was wearing only a demon-patterned undergarment, lazily lying on the bed. When she saw Chu Xiaofan enter the room, she curled her lips into a smile, blew him a kiss, and then seductively left the bed, walking toward Chu Xiaofan with exaggerated steps. Little Bai, you're back. Come here, I missed you. As soon as the words were spoken, this tank suddenly lunged at Chu Xiaofan. Damn it! Chu Xiaofan cursed inwardly, suppressing the nausea churning in his stomach. Whoosh! His figure flickered, almost like a ghost, dodging the opponent's charge. Bang! The massive figure slammed into the door, causing the door panel to shut tightly. Little White, don't run. Even if you scream your lungs out today, no one will save you. You wicked guy, the people pursuing me line up from the east side of the city to the west, and you still don't cherish me? Come here, baby. Chu Xiaofan really couldn't hold on anymore. Covering his eyes with his left hand and pointing at the tank with his right, he shouted repeatedly, You stay back. Step back. Step back. Compared to a life and death duel with a peak Golden Realm expert, this kind of torment was the real agony. Chu Xiaofan was practically on the verge of tears. At that moment, a sudden, urgent knocking came from the door outside. Chu Xiaofan's heart leaped with joy. Little Nyonyo, I'm here. Feeling absolutely fantastic today, and I even brought a rare treasure from the human race. They say it's an extraordinary item, tisk tsk. A deep yet slightly frivolous voice came from outside the door, carrying the distinctive flamboyance of the demon race. Bai's wife, Nyo, instantly turned pale. What a coincidence, why did everything have to happen all at once today? No time to think, the towering figure of the demon girl, like an obsidian sculpture, swiftly shoved Chu Xiaofan into the wardrobe. The demon race's large physique meant the wardrobe was also spacious, and Chu Xiaofan, pushed inside, stood there dumbfounded without resisting. Oh my god, is this even possible? The one sneaking around for an affair actually managed to push the rightful owner out? This is simply an unimaginably god-level maneuver. Sweetheart, wait until I'm done, then you can come out. The demon girl smiled slightly, her thick lips resembling blackened sausages, both amusing and somewhat chilling. After speaking, the demon girl even wanted to give Chu Xiaofan a loving farewell kiss. Terrified, Chu Xiaofan raised his hand and delivered a punch, quickly shutting the wardrobe door tightly. Too terrifying, I almost got defiled by her. The burly figure of demon girl, as robust as a tank, quickly retreated, her face showing both surprise and a hint of excitement. Why is Little White suddenly so much stronger today? Could he be secretly training? If you've gotten stronger, I'll have to deal with you properly tonight. Demon girl muttered softly, then twisted her broad shoulders and sturdy waist, walking toward the door with a charming smile. Chu Xiaofan hid in the wardrobe, his scalp tingling, silently vowing never to impersonate a demon clan member to stir up trouble. Again. This kind of romantic entanglement among demons is truly not something a mortal can endure. Who could possibly handle this? Even if Shook came, he would have to surrender, right? Suddenly, he felt a pair of deep, night-like eyes staring at him from the right. Chu Xiaofan turned his head and saw that there was another purebred demon, as black as charcoal, hiding in the wardrobe, awkwardly smiling at him. Hello there, brother Bai. You're back quite early today. The demon greeted with a smile, his eyes showing no contempt for Bai, which was quite different from other demons. This made Chu Xiaofan feel slightly relieved. Although this demon was one of Green Bai's many friends, at least he was somewhat polite, much better than those who would steal someone else's wife and then mock the rightful owner. Hello? Chu Xiaofan scratched his head, momentarily unsure of what to do. Encountering such a situation for the first time, he was truly at a loss. The two exchanged an awkward glance, then both focused intently on observing the tank battle outside through the gap in the wardrobe. The demon girl opened the door, and a demon man nearly 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall walked in. His muscles bulged like rocks, his skin was so dark it appeared purple, and his presence was as oppressive as a towering mountain. Although Chu Xiaofan had never seen a real wild boar, he knew that such a demon must possess immense strength and unparalleled power. Nyo, I missed you so much. Come give me a kiss. Today, I'm going to show you how amazing I am. The newcomer, desperate and impatient, lunged straight at Mo Nyonyo. Even Mo Nyonyo, who was used to big scenes, was momentarily stunned. Starting directly? No introduction or build-up? But Mo Nyonyo quickly regained her charming smile, and the atmosphere instantly turned sizzling hot. Chu Xiaofan, hiding in the wardrobe, watched with his heart pounding. This scene might take a lifetime to recover from, and he wondered how many psychologists it would take to save him. The demon beside him swallowed hard, his body temperature rising rapidly. Chu Xiaofan glanced at him and secretly chuckled, such a small demon, unable to handle this little scene, truly lacking in experience. However, another change occurred. Boom 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 boom. Nyo. Today your big brother Huang is making his entrance. Another deep voice echoed through the room. Oops. Brother, get up quickly and hide in the wardrobe. The demon girl pushed the demon off her body, swiftly tidied up her appearance, and greeted the door with her signature smile. The disgruntled demon pounded the bed in frustration, but his movements were incredibly smooth. In just a few moments, he had slipped into the wardrobe, clearly accustomed to such situations. Click. The wardrobe door opened, and 3 pairs of deep black eyes met in the darkness. What the heck? Chu Xiaofan muttered under his breath. The wardrobe space was dim, and coupled with the dark complexion of the demon race, the newcomer failed to recognize that Chu Xiaofan was actually Emonyo's husband, Mo Bai. He grinned and said, Brother, first time here? Don't be nervous, you'll get used to it. This wardrobe space is huge, in extreme cases, it can hide up to 10 people. Don't rush, once the last one is dealt with, we can start lining up. The demon, familiar with the routine, slipped into the wardrobe and carefully picked the most comfortable spot. This old spot has always been the most comfortable, spacious too. When it's time to queue, I can even grab a good position, he said with a smug smile. Chu Xiaofan suddenly found himself doubting life. This scene completely overturned his worldview. Mo Bai, even if you died, you probably wouldn't rest in peace. Click. The gate was pushed open once again, and another burly demon rushed in impatiently. A trace of disappointment was clearly visible in Tiger Girl's eyes. This demon was a size smaller than the previous one, and at first glance, seemed somewhat unqualified. However, Tiger Girl had always welcomed all comers, as this was a basic professional quality of a demon woman. But this demon's luck was clearly not good. Before he even had a chance to start, the knocking at the door sounded again. Knock 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 knock. Little girl. Big brother is here. Chu Xiaofan sighed speechlessly. 4 people now. We could play a round of mahjong in this wardrobe. Another member was added to the wardrobe. This wardrobe has borne weight and pressure it was never meant to endure. Sigh. Tiger Girl let out a helpless sigh. How strange, why are they coming in one after another today? 10 minutes later. The wardrobe was already packed, and with Chu Xiaofan inside, there were now 10 tall and burly demons. The demons' dark skin blended seamlessly with the wardrobe's shadowy interior, creating an oddly harmonious scene. Outside, at this moment, there was only one demon left, eagerly waiting. I just wanted to ask, is this everyone for today? Chu Xiaofan asked helplessly. As soon as he spoke, apart from the first one who had already recognized Mo Bai, the other demons suddenly realized that the rightful Mo Bai was actually present here. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Brother Ma Bai, since you're here today, let's lay it all out. You see, you can't really beat any of us, and you probably want to stay alive, right? Exactly. Brother Ma Bai, don't take it too seriously. You're actually doing a service for the entire Guangdong city, helping everyone pass the time. Besides, your skills are pretty average anyway. As the old saying goes, love is a ray of light that can make you shine green. Look, Mo Nyo loves you so much that she can even cheat on you. She must have deep feelings for you. You should be moved. That's right. If there's love, you should let go. If you doubt her love for you just because of her physical actions, then Ma Bai, you'd truly be the real scumbag. Chu Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind screaming at the absurdity. Such twisted logic? The demons truly have no shortage of peculiarities in their thinking, but when it comes to this matter, their creativity knows no bounds, leaving one utterly astonished. Love is a ray of light, and it can be explained like this? It's utterly ridiculous to the extreme. Forget it, these years I've indeed fallen too far behind as Mo Bai. If I endure any longer, I'm afraid she'll start saying to me, Mo Bai Dalong, time to take your medicine. Today, everything I once lost, I will take back one by one. Chu Xiaofan feigned a fierce expression, gritting his teeth and growling in a low voice. As soon as the words fell, the room instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Hey, Mo Bai brother, don't be impulsive. We don't want to kill you. Otherwise, we become villains, and we definitely don't want to be like Shiman Guanren. Yes. Let's talk this out properly. At worst, we'll make sure not to come around when you're here. We absolutely won't run into you. How about that? Let's each take a step back and make peace. Anyway, you can't beat us, so why not set a time? Pick a day from Monday to Saturday, and we'll avoid it, letting you have the place all to yourself for a day. Isn't that generous? Chu Xiaofan's expression turned peculiar. The thought process of these demons was truly bizarre. Forget it, all of you go to hell. He too AD. He roared angrily, and the energy and blood within him surged out like a landslide and tsunami, shooting straight into the sky. The first stage of the 9 revolutions divine technique erupted with full force, and his physical body swelled madly under the nourishment of the energy and blood. In an instant, Chu Xiaofan's fists struck the wardrobe like thunderbolts. With a loud bang, the entire wardrobe was instantly pulverized under the force of his punch. The air was filled with awkwardness and embarrassment. There were 12 demons in the room, and apart from Chu Xiaofan, everyone else was disheveled, their dark skin glimmering faintly in the dim light. Chu Xiaofan felt that this scene would be etched in his memory forever. His eyes seemed to have been tainted. Everyone exchanged glances. Although they had long known they weren't the demon girl's only partner, they hadn't expected there to be so many competitors. Chu Xiaofan shook his head helplessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He moved through the room like a ghost, leaving after images that traced illusory paths in the air, yet remained impossible to ignore. Boom, boom, boom. 11 crisp explosions echoed in his mind. 11 bursts of blood mist erupted almost simultaneously, soaring into the sky before instantly dissipating into nothingness. In the room, apart from Chu Xiaofan, all 11 members of the demon clan had fallen. These demons were merely at the black iron level and stood no chance against Chu Xiaofan's now formidable physique. He crushed them effortlessly, like breaking dry twigs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Magic Girl's negative emotion value plus 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Mo Yifun's negative emotion value plus 999. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Magic Bro's negative emotion value plus 999. The fear brought by death is always the purest and most intense negative emotion. Whether human or demon, in the face of death, all beings are equally insignificant, powerless to resist, leaving only profound fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 10,000 negative emotion points, twice reaching 5,000. Rewards will be issued shortly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the 9 revolutions divine skill, second revolution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the peak of the bronze realm. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chu Xiaofan's mind. Chu Xiaofan was instantly overjoyed. Goodness, at this rate, won't the demon mountain trial soar to new heights? Demons, oh demons, you truly are my lucky stars. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chu Xiaofan immediately sat down cross-legged. A surge of fiery blood energy flowed into his body from the void, sweeping through his entire being. In his mind, the golden cultivation technique slowly hovered at the center, and the second stage of the 9 revolutions divine art had completely become his power. The warm current continuously nourished his physical body, and Chu Xiaofan clearly felt that his strength had already far surpassed the peak of the bronze realm. Although the realm is only at the peak of bronze, the physical strength granted by the second transformation of the 9 revolutions divine art is already unmatched by ordinary bronze-level practitioners. Moreover, I am now a peak bronze-level expert blessed with an SSS grade martial soul. Relying solely on physical strength, Chu Xiaofan is fully confident that he can absolutely defeat opponents at the silver level. As for which tier of the silver level he can crush, that still requires actual combat to verify. After a moment, Chu Xiaofan fully absorbed the enhancements brought by the system's reward and slowly stood up. He looked down at the headless corpse on the ground, merely shaking his head indifferently, without a trace of pity in his heart. These demons were so cold-blooded toward their own son, Mo, and since he had heard himself called father a few times, he felt he should at least respond in some way. What's more, as a member of the human race, how could he possibly show mercy when facing the demon race? Of course, Chu Xiaofan would not act recklessly or stir up trouble just because killing the demon race could earn him a large amount of negative emotion points. He lowered his head and glanced at the spatial jade pendant on his chest, a surge of excitement rising in his heart. Their demon mountain trial is merely hunting outside, while I directly infiltrated the demon race's stronghold, killed, and escaped unscathed. At the end, I'll make a grand explosion and slip away, becoming the most covert hunter. All of this is truly exhilarating. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from the ground. A demon clan member was approaching. Chu Xiaofan's eyes narrowed warily. From what he knew, the demon clan revered the strong, had no legal constraints, and indiscriminate killing was commonplace. Still, he adjusted his breathing, assumed a combat stance, and prepared for the worst. At worst, he would strike in the heat of battle and then look for an opportunity to escape. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, and the demonic aura in the air grew increasingly intense. The newcomer was a mid-stage Silver Realm demon. Mo, what happened? The Silver Realm demon asked with a frown. Sir, it's like this. They betrayed me, so in a fit of rage, I killed them, Chu Xiaofan replied calmly. Is that so? I heard you've been practicing the secret body technique your father left you. Come, let's spar. The demon clan member curled his lips into a cold smile and, before his words had fully landed, suddenly charged at Chu Xiaofan. His massive figure barreled forward like a raging bull, causing the entire room to tremble, with sharp sonic booms erupting in the air. Chu Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly and threw a punch straight ahead, the air exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! The silver-tiered demon remained unscathed, while Chu Xiaofan was shaken and forced to retreat repeatedly. Mo Bai, not bad. With your mere black iron tier cultivation, you managed to survive my full-force strike using your physical body technique. Those useless ones deserved their deaths. Come on, join me on a mission to hunt down the human Xian Yuan Dahai. Chu Xiaofan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared intently at the demon in front of him, and pretended to nod cautiously. Ha, trying to act tough in front of me? Just wait until we leave this place, I'll show you how I play dumb to catch the tiger and deal with you thoroughly. After the recent clash, Chu Xiaofan had already understood the level of his physical body. Relying solely on the strength of his physical body, he could completely crush this mid-silver realm demon. The second stage of the 9 revolutions divine technique truly possesses boundless power. Chu Xiaofan wiped the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth due to his gritted teeth with the back of his hand, a trace of stubbornness on his face, as he closely followed behind the mid-silver realm demon captain. Soon, the 10 members of the patrol squad had assembled. The captain's strength was at the mid-silver level, while the rest of the team were all at the late bronze level. Chu Xiaofan, now disguised as Mo Bai, relied on his cultivation of physical body techniques to enhance his physique, forcibly elevating his strength to match the late bronze level. Coupled with his previous encounter with Xian Yuan Dahai, he successfully joined this patrol squad. Time ticked away, and the 10-member squad slowly walked out of Guangdong City, with Chu Xiaofan leading the way and guiding the group. The original intention of the upper echelons of Guangdong City was that since Mo Bai had met Xian Yuan Dahai, that arrogant human must still be lurking nearby and would not easily leave. After all, judging from Xian Yuan Dahai's reckless behavior, he was deliberately letting Mo Bai return to the city with information to attract more demons, thereby achieving dazzling results in the Demon Mountain trial. Based on past experience, sending out a mid-level silver-ranked demon would be enough to completely eliminate these freshmen from the Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. Of course, this excludes the rare years when a few exceptionally powerful anomalies appeared. Dong 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 dong. 10 demons marched on the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Apart from Chu Xiaofan, the other demons were all tall and imposing, making the disguised Mo Bai appear particularly short among them. The captain walked at the front, his presence as overwhelming as a mountain pressing down. Suddenly, the captain stopped in his tracks and waved at Chu Xiaofan. Chu Xiaofan walked forward with a puzzled expression, wanting to know what he was about to say. The captain solemnly patted Chu Xiaofan's shoulder and said earnestly, Mo Bai, now that you have cultivated the physical body technique, your combat power has greatly increased. As long as you perform well this time, I'll promote you to be a squad leader under me when we return. Still asking me to perform well? Captain, this job better come with a pay raise. Chu Xiaofan's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving negative emotion points plus 199 from Mo Sanhan. Mo Sanhan widened his eyes and let out a long sigh. No wonder, sigh, your wife cheating on you isn't without reason. I originally thought it was just your body that was lacking, but it turns out your brain isn't too sharp either. He shook his head and no longer spoke further with Mo Bai. In fact, Mo Sanhan truly had intentions of promoting Mo Bai. He believed that Mo Bai might be enduring silently under pressure, and now that he had gained power, he would surely seek revenge and settle old scores. Able to endure his wife's repeated betrayals and tolerate it for so many years, such a person must be ruthless and cruel. Now it seems that he might be a bit slow-witted, turning into a big clever. Chu Xiaofan walked at the end of the team, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, you dare to put on airs in front of me? Soon, you'll meet your end at my hands. Your father indulged you a few times, and you really think you're some big shot in the world? Just wait, I'll show you what it means to completely break down. Before long, the patrol team finally arrived at the location Chu Xiaofan had mentioned, precisely the small grove where he had previously slaughtered Mo Bai and his group. It doesn't matter where the attack happens, this place is remote, the moonlight is clear, and the wind brushes through the treetops. It's the perfect moment to ambush the demon clan. Mo Bai? Is it here? Mo Sanhan asked Chu Xiaofan. That's right, this is the place. Xian Yuan Dahai killed them here, and the scene was extremely tragic. Chu Xiaofan spoke with deep emotion, even pretending to wipe away tears from the corner of his eyes in sorrow. Mo Sanhan looked at Chu Xiaofan returning to the old site and was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, this Mo Bai may seem a bit foolish, but he is quite sentimental and loyal. Despite being betrayed countless times by his comrades, he still remembers old ties. There's even a hint of greatness about him. Oh no, a great demon. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from not far away, carrying a tense atmosphere in the breeze. Everyone instantly tensed up, their eyes fixed sharply on the front. Mo Bai, go scout ahead. A late-stage Bronze Realm demon commanded arrogantly. Why don't you go yourself? Chu Xiaofan retorted matter-of-factly. Spoiling you? Humph. You dare talk to me like that? Just because I'm stronger than you. You're quite confident, aren't you? Chu Xiaofan shook his head. As soon as the words fell, a dark shadow flashed by, and Chu Xiaofan's figure, like a phantom, instantly struck the insolent demon clan member. Boom! A punch like a meteor crashing to the ground sent the opponent flying over 10 meters away. The demon's face twisted in pain as he struggled to get up from the ground, his chest already caved in. You! Mo Bai, he roared in fury, ready to strike back. Mo Sanhan quickly stepped forward to stop him. What are you saying? Mo Bai, you go first. You know what Xian Yuan Dahai looks like. All right. Chu Xiaofan responded, then glanced at the defeated demon clan member and sneered, "Humph, looking down on my Mo Bai? When we return, I'll make you understand what it means to wear a green hat as vast as the emerald clouds. I'll also make your wife give birth to triplets for me. If she can't, then she'll keep giving birth until you're utterly exhausted." Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a cruel smile, his eyes carrying a hint of madness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Mo de Bao's negative emotion points plus 999. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The earlier exchange made him realize that he was no match for Mo Bai at the moment and could only withdraw reluctantly. Chu Xiaofan walked forward triumphantly, ready to continue exploring. Not long after, following the sounds, Chu Xiaofan finally found the source of the noise. He stared ahead, only to see a figure sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Chu Xiaofan's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn! Xian Yuan Dahai! What a coincidence! In front of Xian Yuan Dahai, a silver-white divine sword hovered and spun. It was none other than the ancient treasure of the Xian Yuan family, the Xian Yuan sword. Chu Xiaofan had a sudden inspiration and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Xian Yuan Dahai, this time I'll make things even more troublesome for you. Suddenly, Chu Xiaofan transformed into a Mo Bai, charged out fiercely, and roared, Xian Yuan Dahai. You slaughtered my clanspeople. Today I will make you pay for your blood debt. His roar was thunderous, echoing throughout the valley. The patrol team heard the commotion, their faces lighting up with joy, and immediately rushed toward Chu Xiaofan's location. Xian Yuan Dahai opened his eyes in confusion. What's going on? Where did this demon clan come from? I've never even encountered the demon clan before. What kind of joke is this? However, in the next moment, he saw the Xian Yuan sword in front of him excitedly thrusting toward the demon clan. Xian Yuan Dahai was completely stunned. What was going on? The Xian Yuan sword was going to slay a demon? But why did the demon look somewhat familiar? Seeing the Xian Yuan sword charging toward him, Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a sly smile. Slay the demon! Xian Yuan Dahai is going to slay the demon! Help! Help me! Chu Xiaofan pretended to be panicked, turned around, and sprinted away, trying to divert the patrol team. Xian Yuan's sword pursued relentlessly. Xian Yuan Dahai's mouth twitched slightly. What's going on? The demon clan can actually speak a foreign language? What's gotten into Xian Yuan's sword? He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and followed. No matter what, Xian Yuan's sword must not get into trouble. Chu Xiaofan sprinted at the forefront, with the silver-white Xian Yuan sword closely following behind, like a shimmering streak of light, always maintaining a subtle distance from him. Even though they were far apart, Chu Xiaofan could still feel the intense longing of the Xian Yuan sword for him, perhaps driven by its obsession with the time divine sword in his hand. This persistence was like a devoted admirer, clinging tightly to Chu Xiaofan and refusing to let go. Chu Xiaofan skillfully maintained a hazy distance from the Xian Yuan sword, neither getting too close nor letting it fall too far behind. Whenever the Xian Yuan sword was about to catch up, he would quicken his pace, and when the distance grew wider, he would deliberately slow down. This game of pursuit left Xian Yuan Dahai, who was trailing behind, utterly exasperated. Xian Yuan Dahai followed helplessly, watching as his treasured sword transferred its affections, showing no trace of attachment to him. Chu Xiaofan fled ahead, the Xian Yuan sword chased closely behind, and Xian Yuan Dahai struggled to keep up. The chase was relentless, a back and forth that resembled an endless game of cat and mouse. Xian Yuan Dahai was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend why the Xian Yuan sword had suddenly gone wild, becoming so fixated on a demon clan assassin. The whole situation was simply beyond reason. Chu Xiaofan led Xian Yuan Dahai, finally reaching the destination in this tense and intense chase. Xian Yuan Dahai, you truly possess extraordinary strength. Your divine sword is even more dazzlingly sharp. I wonder which outstanding talent could possibly defeat you. Today, I, Mo Bai, am utterly convinced. Chu Xiaofan turned back, his gaze burning as he looked at Xian Yuan Dahai and spoke loudly. Xian Yuan Dahai's face was full of confusion, his mind filled with question marks. Before the words had fully settled, Chu Xiaofan began circling around with the Xian Yuan sword, seemingly waiting for Xian Yuan Dahai's brilliant performance. Mo Sanhan's eyes suddenly contracted, and a flash of unexpected joy appeared in them. Xian Yuan Dahai, a mere mid-bronze realm cultivator dares to underestimate my demon clan? Today, I will ensure your death here. Ha ha ha. Xian Yuan Dahai, is that you? With your decent features and self-proclaimed irresistible charm, you're far too narcissistic. Even Mo Bai must have been blind. Shan Yuan Dahai, today I, Mo Wodi of Demon Mountains Guangdong City, will kill you and establish my reputation. Humph. You, a mere little sugarcane, dare to say, without me, Shan Yuan Dahai, the sword path would be an eternal night? Truly shameless, even my demon clan pales in comparison. That's right. You shameless scoundrel, watch me beat you until you're rolling on the ground. No matter how much you prepare, you won't escape this disaster. Chu Xiaofan was full of surprise, secretly complaining in his heart, these demons are way too skilled with their words. Did they all graduate from some land of sharp tongues? Each one of them curses with endless creativity. But to truly beat someone until they're rolling on the ground? That's not so easy. What if the opponent finishes them off first thing in the morning? Shan Yuan Dahai's face twisted in anger, his eyes bloodshot, filled with confusion and fury. He felt deeply wronged. I haven't done anything, yet these demons are spouting nonsense one after another. If heaven did not give birth to me, Shan Yuan Dahai, the sword path would be an eternal night, though this line does suit my aura. I, Shan Yuan Dahai, am not thick-skinned enough to claim such a thing. But the 9 demons before him were aggressive, with the leader at mid-silver rank and the rest all strong bronze rank fighters. Shan Yuan Dahai couldn't help but grow nervous. He was only at mid-bronze rank himself, and facing so many opponents felt like a hopeless situation. Chu Xiaofan saw the tense atmosphere and decided to add fuel to the fire. Captain, this Shan Yuan Dahai is utterly arrogant. He used the divine sword to humiliate our demon clan and even claimed that he could easily wipe out our clan without the divine sword, as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Chu Xiaofan's expression was ferocious, his voice filled with indignation. Shan Yuan Dahai, you're too insolent. Today, our demon clan will abandon all rules. Everyone, charge forward and completely crush this arrogant little sugarcane. Mo Sanhan roared furiously. Yes, Captain. Kill. 9 members of the demon clan roared in unison, their momentum surging like a rainbow. Their figures expanded wildly, demonic energy churned, the air trembled violently, and the ground shook in response, with sonic booms echoing one after another. Shan Yuan Dahai's forehead showed black lines as he inwardly lamented, when did I ever say such things? Where on earth did this group of demon clan freaks come from? But with humans and demons now at odds, the battle was inevitable. Shan Yuan Dahai could only face the fight, even if he knew he was no match, he had to give it his all. In the next moment, Shan Yuan Dahai's right hand condensed a sword-shaped martial soul, its sword intent sharp and majestic. Among the human race, such a martial soul was already top tier, but it still fell short compared to the Shan Yuan sword, and as for Chu Xiaofan's time divine sword, it was even further beyond reach. He stood with his sword, his expression solemn as he watched the demon clan charging toward him. Humph, as expected of the cunning human brat Shan Yuan Dahai, so you were hiding another sword. Shan Yuan Dahai, isn't one sword enough for you? You just have to wield 2 swords at once, you're truly a sword man. That's right, brothers, attack. Let this guy experience what a real storm feels like. Shan Yuan Dahai listened to the demon's mockery, his heart burning with rage, almost ready to explode. These demons are just as foul-mouthed as Chu Xiaofan. I never said I wouldn't use a sword. Do you think I, Shan Yuan Dahai, would abandon my sword and fight you with bayonets? I am a swordsman, the sword is my life. Wait, the demon being chased by the Shan Yuan sword, why does his figure look so much like Chu Xiaofan? But the situation is urgent now, leaving no time for Shan Yuan Dahai to think deeply. He gathered strength in his legs, leapt into the air, and soared to a height of several dozen meters. The sword-shaped martial soul in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling white light. Shan Yuan first style. One sword to hold the sky. Shan Yuan Dahai let out a furious roar, and soul power surged outward from him as the center, stirring up a strange ripple. The mid-stage bronze realm's soul power was fully unleashed at this moment, its power far surpassing others of the same level. Dozens of sword beams burst forth from his sword-shaped martial soul, rushing like streams of light straight toward the 9 ferocious-looking demons. The sword beams tore through the sky, leaving behind hauntingly beautiful trails of light, as if capable of ripping apart the entire space, making hearts tremble. Whoosh! Swish! The sword beams sped away, their sharpness fully revealed, with an unstoppable momentum. This is precisely the Royal Realm Soul technique passed down through generations of the Shan Yuan family. Shan Yuan Dahai's ability to master the Royal Realm Soul technique at the mid-bronze stage demonstrates a talent so extraordinary it leaves others in despair. If it weren't for the presence of a prodigy like Chu Xiaofan in this generation, the title of the strongest genius in Xia Nation would undoubtedly belong to Shan Yuan Dahai. Shan Yuan Dahai does have some skill. But in front of me, Mo Sanhan, this level of skill is still not worth mentioning. Shan Yuan Dahai, a genius who hasn't grown up is, after all, just a genius. For this Kyoto Martial Soul Academy's Demon Mountain trial, this is where you stop. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant, insisting on saying something like, if heaven did not give birth to me, Shan Yuan Dahai, the sword path would be an eternal night. Mo Sanhan shouted disdainfully in anger. Suddenly, demonic energy surged all over his body, and the mid-stage Silver Realm's pressure was fully unleashed. As Mo Sanhan's words fell, a massive shield of demonic energy quietly appeared, covering the heads of 9 demon warriors. Meanwhile, the one person absent, Chu Xiaofan, was still wandering around, playing a game of chase with the Xianyuan sword. He skillfully toyed with the Xianyuan sword while observing the battle, his expression filled with delight and joy. Boom! Bang! Dozens of sword beams released by Xianyuan Dahai's martial soul slashed toward Mo Sanhan's demonic energy shield with a force that seemed to tear through the void. However, the gap in cultivation between the two was immense. Even someone as extraordinarily gifted as Xianyuan Dahai found it difficult to bridge the chasm of an entire major realm. After all, not everyone could defy the heavens like Chu Xiaofan. Moreover, the martial soul he was using at the moment was not the true Xianyuan sword. If he had the Xianyuan sword in hand, there might still be a glimmer of hope, as it was an ancient divine weapon with unparalleled power. Unfortunately, as soon as the sword's radiance touched the shield, it vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Such an attack couldn't even shake Mo Sanhan's defense. What? Xianyuan Dahai's eyes narrowed sharply, his brows furrowed. His attack couldn't even break through the opponent's shield. What was the point of this battle anymore? Xianyuan Dahai. It's over. Mo Sanhan said in a deep voice, a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. The other 8 demon warriors instantly surrounded Xianyuan Dahai. The outcome of the battle was beyond doubt. Xianyuan Dahai, use the spatial jade pendant to withdraw from the Demon Mountain trial on your own. Our demon clan has long seen through your tricks. Leave quickly and stop getting in our way. Sigh, although I really want to beat you to a pulp, there's no choice. You should leave. Xianyuan Dahai, remember, stop bragging about things like the way of the sword is as eternal as the long night. Not everyone can say such things. Get out of Demon Mountain quickly. Every time I see you, little guy, it just makes me angry. Xianyuan Dahai's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he cursed inwardly, all you know is personal attacks. Is that fun? From start to finish, I haven't said a single word. It's all you who keep rambling on. Chu Xiaofan on the side laughed so hard he could hardly straighten up, secretly thinking that Xianyuan Dahai was truly miserable this time, unable to win and still being mocked like this. But I believe that you, Xianyuan Dahai, would never give up so easily. Xianyuan Dahai. I firmly believe that a proud, handsome, fearless human genius like you would never easily give up. If you're a real man, then fight us demons for 300 rounds. As someone who wields a sword, you should be fearless, especially since you are the supreme of swordsmanship. Chu Xiaofan straightened his posture, shouting loudly with fervent emotion, as if at this moment he were one of the demon clan, crying out for the honor of his people. Xianyuan Dahai was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then his aura surged like a rainbow as he finally spoke. Well said. If the heavens were without me, Yuan Dahai, the way of the sword would be like an endless night without light. Come, demon clan youths, today I shall show you the splendor of the human race. Mo Sanhan smiled faintly, a look of admiration in his eyes. Xianyuan Dahai, though you are flamboyant, you possess the heart of a warrior, and for that, I, Mo Sanhan, respect you. Even knowing you are outmatched, you still choose to fight. You are impressive. Come, brothers, let us give him a proper welcome. The next moment, 9 burly, dark-skinned, towering demon warriors roared as they fiercely educated Xianyuan Dahai, who wore a faintly proud smile. The scene was so spectacular, it was unforgettable. In the end, it was the spatial jade pendant on Xianyuan Dahai's body that activated automatically, allowing his battered figure to be transported away from the battlefield. Chu Xiaofan looked at Xianyuan Dahai, whose face was bruised and swollen, head covered in blood lumps, and even his bones deformed, feeling both pity and admiration in his heart. This child is truly an honest person, giving his all for the human race. Xianyuan Dahai, you are a true great man. I salute you. However, the Xianyuan sword did not leave together with Xianyuan Dahai. Chu Xiaofan gave a faint smile, restrained his posture, tightly gripping the Xianyuan sword in his left hand. A flash of golden light appeared in his right hand, and the sacred golden time divine sword emerged. In an instant, silver and golden sword auras intertwined, like celestial streaks of light, painting a magnificent scene. The sword's momentum soared straight into the clouds. This sudden and overwhelming aura shocked all the demons, their eyes fixed intently on the smiling demon by holding dual swords. Kyoto Martial Soul Academy. On the training ground, thousands of new students were participating in the Demon Mountain trial, while 2 figures stood on the podium. A few figures had already appeared on the training ground, but their numbers were sparse, only a few dozen. Brother, how many demons did you kill? Terrible luck, I only killed 1 before getting eliminated. Ah, same here, just 1. Looks like we'll be tied for last place this time. Ha ha ha, I'm a bit better than you guys, I took down 2. I killed 3. Hee, third to last. Dozens of freshmen were engaged in heated discussions, the atmosphere filled with various emotions. Some were full of hope, while others were downcast. Sigh, if only we had the strength of Chu Xiaofan, then we wouldn't have to fear anything. You sure know how to dream. Take a look in the mirror first and see what you're like. You're not even as good as one of Chu Xiaofan's fingers. Do you think you're so great? Even if you can't compare to Chu Xiaofan, being Xianyuan Dahai isn't bad either. Xianyuan Dahai is recognized as the second strongest in our class. Besides Chu Xiaofan, who else could rival him? That's right, Xianyuan Dahai is indeed very strong. Although there's still a gap between him and Chu Xiaofan, A genius like Chu Xiaofan is truly one of a kind in all of history. Sigh, the top spot in this trial will probably go to Chu Xiaofan, and the second to Xianyuan Dahai. This has already been acknowledged by all the teachers and students. I really envy those top-tier figures. On the podium, Dean Lin Chongyang suddenly turned to Vice Dean Shi Wuji and asked calmly, Shi Wuji, what do you think of Xianyuan Dahai's performance this time? Shi Wuji nodded slightly and said slowly, the situation is probably similar to last year. There are always some freshmen who are too careless and not cautious enough, hastily ending after killing a few demons. But fortunately, our Kyoto Martial Soul Academy has never had a student who failed to kill even one demon. At least everyone dares to face the demons. Lin Chongyang nodded after hearing this. Indeed, having the courage to slay demons is already commendable. Now we just wait to see Chu Xiaofan's results. Xianyuan Dahai also has great potential. After all, he is the heir to the Xianyuan sword, with boundless prospects ahead. We should focus on cultivating him. Let's first release the trial footage of these dozens of freshmen. Alright. According to the tradition of Kyoto Martial Soul Academy's Demon Mountain trial, all combat footage recorded by the freshmen's spatial jade pendants must be made public. This is to ensure fairness, allow everyone to learn from each other's strengths, and better motivate everyone to progress. Soon, the combat footage of the 10 freshmen who had already returned was publicly displayed one by one. These videos appeared almost identical, mostly showcasing extreme 1-for-1 exchanges or 1-for-2 trades. Everyone's combat experience was still lacking, and their strength had yet to show its sharp edge. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared in the center of the field, causing a commotion throughout the crowd. Covered in disarray, with tattered clothes and a bruised, swollen face, Xianyuan Dahai staggered into the center of the playground, looking as though he had just weathered a storm. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze hollow and lifeless, as if he had completely lost hope in life. At this moment, he collapsed weakly onto the green field, letting out a low, heavy sigh. What? Xianyuan Dahai? Oh my god, why are you suddenly back? Bro, you can recognize Xianyuan Dahai even in this sorry state? Your love for him is real. Of course. How many lonely nights have I spent staring at Xianyuan Dahai's photos on Wenkyuj? Those nights are truly unforgettable. Impressive, brother, you're not only talented but also bold. You're simply ruthless, truly amazing. Speaking of which, why did Xianyuan Dahai come back so early? And he looks so miserable, could it be that he also got beaten up badly by the demons? Don't joke around. Xianyuan Dahai is the second strongest in this generation. How could he possibly get crushed like us? I bet he was dominating everywhere and only had to retreat after encountering a powerful enemy in the Silver Realm. That makes sense. Judging by his injuries, he must have faced demons far stronger than himself and still refused to back down, fighting to the bitter end. That kind of spirit is truly an example for all of us. That's right, I admire him so much. To be able to fight the demons to this extent is truly admirable. I, Wang Dachui, the Northwest Hammer King, now officially regard him as my second idol. Ah, I really want to see his battle footage soon. He must have slain countless demons, and we could even witness his peak showdown with high-level demons. Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. +1. Just came back like this? Lin Chongyang frowned slightly, feeling that something was vaguely amiss. Could it be that the luck is too bad, encountering a demon clan far beyond in realm? Shi Wuji also frowned deeply. Let's go check the situation. Lin Chongyang nodded. The two figures flickered and instantly arrived at the center of the training ground. Xianyuan Dahai. Shi Wuji shouted loudly. Xianyuan Dahai raised his head, his eyes still void of any light. Dean, Vice Dean. His voice was weak, tinged with a trace of confusion. After being beaten up, he felt as if his entire worldview was about to be overturned. And all of this began with the sudden appearance of that demon clan member. Whoosh! With a wave of Shi Wuji's hand, Xianyuan Dahai's spatial jade pendant flew into his grasp. The next moment, the pendant emitted a dazzling light, and a giant holographic image appeared above the podium. Xianyuan Dahai closed his eyes tightly, seemingly unwilling to recall that painful experience. Quick, look at Xianyuan Dahai's battle footage, hurry, hurry, hurry. Here it comes, bro. We have to properly admire the style of the second place on the freshman ranking. It's definitely going to be epic. I'm so excited, front row seat ready. Hurry and show it. The freshmen who had been eliminated early were abuzz with discussions, their eyes filled with anticipation. This was a formidable figure recognized by the Xianyuan sword. Soon, the scenes within the Demon Mountain unfolded before everyone like an otherworldly illusion, as if they were truly there. At last, the truth of the matter became clear to all. In the first half, Xianyuan Dahai wandered through the Demon Mountain for a long time without encountering any demons. All around was silence. Then, a resonant voice echoed through the mountain forest. Xianyuan Dahai is killing demons. Killing demons. Amadai. Imobai is luring Xianyuan Sword and Xianyuan Dahai straight toward the patrol team of Guangdong City. They're here. Finally encountering the demon clan. Time to fight. Exactly. Hurry, the climax is coming. Look. Time passed, and Xianyuan Dahai finally encountered the patrol team face to face, with the sound of clear dialogue echoing across the playground. The heavens did not give birth to me, Xianyuan Dahai, the sword path would be an eternal night, someone shouted excitedly, so domineering. But what are those demons talking about? Xianyuan Dahai hasn't done anything at all. Yeah, they haven't started fighting yet, so why say the sword path would be an eternal night? That's so strange, have these demons gone mad? Xianyuan Style 1. The battle erupted instantly, but the result was jaw-dropping, there was absolutely no suspense, it was a complete one-sided crush. In the end, everyone witnessed a ridiculous ethical drama that left them both laughing and crying. 9 tall and burly demons surrounded Xianyuan Dahai completely. He stood helpless in the middle like a cornered little girl, left at the mercy of 9 dark-skinned, bull-like demons beating him up relentlessly. That scene was so excessively heated that many people on the playground couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This is his journey to Demon Mountain? Doing nothing, getting beaten for no reason, it's simply too tragic. And as for the demon being chased by the Xianyuan sword, it was truly comical, making people laugh and cry at the same time. In an instant, everyone looked at Xianyuan Dahai with eyes full of pity and helplessness. On the podium, Lin Chongyang and Shi Wuji struggled to suppress their laughter, exchanging glances. It was obvious that they both knew Chu Xiaofan had the demon mask, which could freely alter his voice and appearance. That look, capable of attracting the Xianyuan sword while being so amusing, made it clear with just a little thought that this was undoubtedly Chu Xiaofan's prank. And the line, if the heavens do not give birth to me, Xianyuan Duhai, the sword path would be an eternal night, Chu Xiaofan, that guy, is really quite mischievous. Good disciple. You've completely inherited your master's flair from back in the day, Shi Wuji shook his head inside. Ah, don't say that. Compared to him, I was truly inferior back then. The student surpasses the master. Lin Chongyang responded with hearty laughter. Just then, an angry shout erupted from the playground, damn it! Where's my sword? Xianyuan's sword is still left at Devil Mountain. Xianyuan Dahai's voice was hoarse, his face full of despair. This is just too tragic. Lost the fight, failed to capture the demon clan, and even lost the sword. Wait, does that mean I'm not last place anymore? That's great. Thank you, Big Brother Ocean. You're truly our hero. Woohoo, I'm now third from last. Mom, I'm finally not last or second to last anymore. Haha, I've moved up to the fourth from last. I'm so amazing. Looking at the nearly devastated Xianyuan Dahai, Lin Chongyang couldn't help but shake his head, feeling that this child was truly pitiful. Xianyuan Dahai, don't worry. The Xianyuan sword will be fine, and you'll naturally understand it later. Lin Chongyang walked over to Xianyuan Dahai and gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Xianyuan Dahai forced back the tears that almost welled up in his eyes and nodded with difficulty. I am Xianyuan Dahai, the #1 genius of the Xianyuan family. I cannot cry in front of everyone. Since the dean has made a promise, there shouldn't be any major issues. But what exactly does his "you'll understand later" mean? On the peak of Demon Mountain, the place where Xianyuan Ocean was once crushed by a mighty figure. Mo Bai. You are not Mo Bai at all. Mo Sanhan, sensing the suffocating danger emanating from Chu Xiaofan, spoke gravely. Humph. If the heavens hadn't given birth to me, Chu Xiaofan, then swordsmanship would be eternal darkness. Chu Xiaofan's lips curled into a playful smile before he roared furiously. Mo Sanhan's pupils immediately contracted, his face full of shock. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Xiaofan slowly removed the devil mask from his face, revealing his original appearance. It was a handsome face that still retained a youthful air, resembling jade under the soft morning light, drawing attention involuntarily. You, Chu Xiaofan, a human. How did you transform into Mo Bai? Mo Sanhan roared in shock and anger, his eyes filled with disbelief. This human youth before him could not only change his appearance silently but also perfectly mimic the voice. Who on earth was this mysterious figure? Chu Xiaofan's lips curved slightly, his gaze calm and composed. What do you think? His composed demeanor caused the demons around Mo Sanhan to fall into deep thought for a moment. Finally, a demon who seemed clever suddenly slapped his thigh and confidently shouted, I get it. You must be a human-demon hybrid, which is why you can have 2 forms. That mask must be your transformation tool. Chu Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. This guy actually got a part of it right. Although the logic was absurd, he had unintentionally stumbled upon a fragment of the truth. Brother, can I give you a small gift? Chu Xiaofan smiled faintly, his gaze mysterious. What? You want to give me a gift? You and I are sworn enemies, humans and demons. I wouldn't want anything from humans. Unless you give me a little human child. Chu Xiaofan stared at him speechlessly, as if looking at a whimsical fool. No, the gift I want to give you is called Li. What? Giving a gift? Just give brain platinum, it's perfect for replenishing your brain. Chu Xiaofan's smile grew even wider. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving plus 199 negative emotion points from Mo Rueji. Scoundrel! You despicable human! Mo Rueji roared furiously, his voice filled with rage. Chu Xiaofan waved his hand, his expression righteous and stern. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you sentimental types. Today, I, Chu Xiaofan, will seek justice for brother Xianyuan Dahai. You dare to gang up on him right in front of me? You clearly don't take me seriously. Everyone, attack. Mo Sanhan waved his right hand and issued a stern command. Although Chu Xiaofan's aura was still at the peak of the Bronze Realm, Mo Sanhan keenly sensed a trace of danger. He instinctively realized that this young man might be capable of fighting across realms, a rare genius among the human race. He even suspected that all the previous events were orchestrated by this youth himself, and the so-called heaven does not give birth to me, Chu Xiaofan, the sword path is an eternal night might not be mere empty words. Kill. The momentum of the 9 demons suddenly surged, and the dense demonic energy in the air quickly gathered, pouring into their mountain-like bodies. The demonic energy swirled and churned around them, their aura rising step by step, finally condensing to its peak. Chu Xiaofan took a deep breath, slightly narrowed his eyes, and lowered his head to gaze at the 2 divine swords in his hands. One was silver-white like snow, the other glowed brilliantly golden, their sword intent stirring restlessly in his palms. These were the 2 most powerful swords on Blue Star. One was an ancient divine artifact that had long gained sentience, the other was the time divine sword capable of suppressing the former, possessing an S-level martial soul. The silver and golden sword beams intertwined and crisscrossed, and though their sword energy had not yet been released, everyone present could feel the chilling sharpness emanating from them. The sharp sword aura seemed capable of cutting through all things, inspiring fear in those who dared to gaze upon it. Sky-splitting sword formation. Chu Xiaofan suddenly roared, his eyes burning with killing intent like raging flames. Terrifying sword aura erupted from his body, and vast, unparalleled soul power swept in all directions. Silver white and golden sword radiance intertwined continuously, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. The 2 divine swords resonated in unison, their blades trembling as if yearning to fight side by side. These are the rarest and most powerful divine swords in the world. Whoosh! In the next moment, Chu Xiaofan's arm muscles tightened, almost tearing his sleeves, as he raised the silver-white Xianyuan sword and the golden time divine sword high, pointing straight at the heavens. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! The sky seemed to be torn apart, explosions reverberated across the horizon, and countless sword energy swirled and surged in the air, with silver and gold intertwining into a dazzling curtain of light. In an instant, a grand sword formation appeared in the sky, its imposing aura causing Mo Sanhan and other powerful demon clan members to feel a sudden tightness in their hearts. Is this really the power that can be unleashed at the peak of the Bronze Realm? Mo Sanhan growled in disbelief, cursing inwardly, I've seen countless human geniuses on Demon Mountain, but I've never encountered someone this outrageous. Immediately, demonic energy surged around Mo Sanhan, condensing into a massive pitch-black demon blade, larger than his own body. It resembled the black edge of the Grim Reaper, exuding the unique ferocity and chilling aura of the demon race. Boom! Mo Sanhan suddenly hurled the giant demon blade, causing a violent roar to erupt in the air. The blade streaked across the sky, accompanied by endless sonic booms, as if heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. This move, he absolutely cannot withstand. Mo Sanhan smiled confidently, his aura rapidly diminishing like a receding tide. This is his ultimate trump card. He is confident that he can withstand Chu Xiaofan's sky-splitting sword formation, yet he believes that Chu Xiaofan will never endure his strike with the demonic energy blade. Under the suffocating pressure of the sky-splitting sword formation, the other 8 bronze-level demons didn't even have the courage to move and could only grit their teeth and defend desperately. Only Mo Sanhan alone could spare a hand to counterattack. But the turn of events was unexpected. Facing the sudden demonic energy blade, Chu Xiaofan merely smiled calmly without the slightest intention of dodging, like an unshakable statue. At this moment, roar! A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth as a golden holy dragon, radiating brilliant light and divine aura, roared out in front of Chu Xiaofan. Whoosh! The SSS-level martial soul golden holy dragon instantly transformed into dazzling golden light, merging into Chu Xiaofan's body. In an instant, Chu Xiaofan's aura surged to a new peak. His eyes erupted with an unprecedented blazing brilliance. The second phase of the 9 revolutions divine art operated simultaneously, with vital energy surging like rivers, inspiring awe in all who witnessed it. Boom! The demonic blade, infused with all its might by the silver-tiered demon Sanhan, mercilessly struck Chu Xiaofan. However, what drove him into utter despair was that Chu Xiaofan remained completely motionless, as if nothing had happened. It was as gentle as a breeze brushing past, leaving not the slightest trace on him. What? A second martial soul. Twin martial souls. What kind of heaven-defying martial soul is this? It's simply unbelievable. Cold sweat poured down from Mo Sanhan's forehead like rain. Twin martial souls. And each martial soul is so powerful it takes one's breath away. He dared to swear that he had never seen such a monstrous existence in his life.